Ready? 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 House Committee on Public Education will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Huberty.
Here.
Vice Chair Bernal.
Here.
Representative Allen. Representative Allison.
Here.
Representative Ashby.
Here.
Representative Bell. Representative Dutton. Representative Gonzalez. Representative King. Representative Meyer.
Here.
Representative Sanford.
Here.
Representative Tallarico. And Representative Van Dever.
All right, a quorum is present. Thank you all for being here. Welcome back, everyone. Before I get started on what we're going to do today, I think everybody knows what we're going to do today. I just want to thank everybody for all the hard work we've put into laying out House Bill 3. I'd like to thank the Speaker for his leadership on that as we continue to go forward. Certainly all the staff that's worked hard, Amy and Andrea and everybody in our office, and certainly the folks over at TEA, Von Bayer, Leo Lopez, all the work that you guys have done. I know Von was here. I don't know if he's there still. And Commissioner Morath and all his staff for helping us through this process because it's been very long. And then certainly want to thank all the School Finance Commission members, Chairman Brister, and I see Doug Killian somewhere in the back, one of our former commissioner members with us, Todd Williams and Nicole, Collier Johnson, and I mean, on and on and on. So, and then certainly looking forward to working, with all of you members, and then certainly the rest of it. I think we're approaching over 100 co-authors and joint authors at this particular time, which is fantastic. And certainly I want to thank not only my caucus of allowing us to speak to them yesterday, but certainly my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the Democrat caucus, where we had some good conversations yesterday, and Representative Bernal is doing a great job in helping us with that. So thank you. Von, I thanked you, but you were outside the room for all your hard work, so thank you for all the work that you've done, my friend. You can't imagine the amount of work that has gone into this and the weekends and hours and hours and hours of stuff. I will caution a couple things related to House Bill 3. It's been referred to the committee. The runs that we've worked through with TEA, obviously we're going to have to get LBB to give us the real numbers as we go forward. So where are my friends at Moak and Casey? Don't be scaring school districts yet over there, D, until we get you the right numbers, okay? But we'll be working through that. But I think you're going to see a very positive impact to your school districts as we go forward. If you have a concern about the bill, we are going to be hearing it next week. If you have a concern about the bill, you see something you don't like, you catch a typo, please don't text me. Please make sure you see Amy or, HD, I'm already looking at you, and says, don't text me and say this is, good, bad, and indifferent. Oh, yeah, you do it all the time. So, but that's okay. But what I would prefer is that because if you tell me, chances are I'll forget, or you tell Ken, chances are forget. If we're talking about it, please make sure you tell our staffs. Come see our staff members. Any of the members on this committee, if you see something on the bill that is for your district, because Representative Bell and Ashby and Van Dever and King have different issues than Representative Bernal, Allen, and Allison, and different from everybody else, and Representative Gonzalez, and on and on and on. So it's important that we work in a bipartisan fashion over the next several weeks to accomplish this. The bill is over 200 pages. We recognize that. We recognize that there's some technical problems. There's some tweaks that need to be done. We recognize that. But we are going to be laying out that bill and then obviously making recommendations as we go forward and then developing a committee substitute. And just for everybody's timing, I think we've talked about this, but the timing on this is that we will be hearing it next week on the 12th. And then again, make recommendations here at, the update on the 19th. Try to get it voted out and get it over to calendars to have it on the floor the first week of April. So that's kind of our game plan at this particular time. So it is fast, but that is what the plan is. And I continue to work with Chairman Taylor on ideas and concepts as we go forward. So he and I are in constant communication as we're going forward on this. So I'm excited to be able to do that with all of you. So with that, I'm happy to open it up for any comments anybody might have before we jump into what we're doing today. Okay, great. So today, and for those of you that would like to be in an overflow room, we do have an overflow room. E2030 is our overflow room. There's TVs in there if you would like to grab a seat until your time has come to talk or whatever, but that is where the overflow room will be. But today we are going to start with a discussion about recent allegations related to STAAR. Here are some reminders for our witnesses. Before you testify, please register at one of the witness registration kiosks located in the hallway. If you need help, please ask the committee staff and they will assist you. The electronic witness affirmation forms must be filled out completely and accurately, including your contact information and position on each bill for which you have registered, if there is a bill that you're talking about, because we are going to hear bills after we have our panelists. If your oral testimony does not match the position you've indicated for a particular bill, you will be asked to confirm your position during your testimony. We'll edit your registration as needed. If you have been invited to testify today on the state assessment system, you must register to testify on that subject. Even though you may hate the bills and everything else that goes with it, we're just talking about it in a generality today. You must also you may also use the witness registration system to register your position on a bill without actually testifying before the committee. In this situation, you should indicate you do not wish to testify after you indicated your position on the bill. If you have brought written testimony, you still must register. You must also provide 15 copies of the material to the committee staff prior to the consideration of the bill. The materials must be clearly marked with the appropriate bill number, and committee staff will distribute the materials when that bill is up for consideration. When you are called to testify, you have 2 minutes to address the committee. Please, if you submitted written testimony, do not read it to us. Tell us what you want us to hear, because we want to hear what you have to say, not what you've written. While you're waiting to testify, please summarize your comments so they can be delivered within this time frame. The timer light will be green when you begin. When the light turns yellow, you have 1 minute remaining. When the light turns red, we're going to ask you to stop. I'm going to open it up for any other member comments on this subject if I have a couple, and then we'll go from there. But we are talking about the assessments. We're talking about several of the articles that have been written and the issues associated with STAAR. Representative Bell. Oh, you're just grabbing a note. Okay. Anybody else? You're reaching like that when I'm asking. I will make a couple comments. STAAR testing and tax testing and testing has been around for a long time. And, you know, when then Governor Bush was here implementing the tests and where we went, and then obviously Washington, D.C., they offered No Child Left Behind, and then we have the Every Student Succeed Acts now. There are requirements that we have to do. When Chairman Aycock was here, we reduced the amount of tests from 15 to 5. And there are some bills that are out there today that are talking about reducing the EOCs even more and replacing them ACTs, SATs. We do have assessments that exist in grades 3 through 8. I know myself, I've authorized bills to reduce that amount of testing. Representative Van Dever has. I think this committee has shown in good faith to be able to do that. Just so you know, we have refiled a bill that we had a couple sessions ago specifically related to testing on that, and so we'll be talking about that at a later date. But what the important thing, I think, for everybody to recognize is that the system that has been put in place was put in place by the legislature. The system from rigor was put in place by the legislature. The TEKs that we've talked about have been put in place by the legislature, and the agency implements those ideas and tests. And before our members or invited people come to talk, I think this is an important thing. The debate that I've seen about this is one of the difficulty of the questions, the difficulty of the tests, and we're going to hear a lot of expert testimony today, both from superintendents, teachers, but also from experts on the other side of the argument that, you know, the rigor is supposed to be there. But I think we can agree with this when we think about third grade reading, or we think about fifth grade reading or writing and things of that nature. I think we can all agree that 100% of our kids can't read at third grade level. I think we can all agree with that. And we don't know what the percentage is at this point, you know, because we have differences, and we're talking about Lexile scores and things of that nature. And some people are saying, well, it's not 60%. But I was able to ask an audience of 500 superintendents and school board members about a week ago how many people think that, you know, 100% could read. Nobody raised their hand. I kept working my way down, and then I got to a point where they said about 40% of the kids can't read. And so our job as legislators is to make sure that we provide the resources and the tools, what House Bill 3 does, to our school districts to provide those resources. But when we think about it, we have 40% of our kids that cannot read at grade level. And that is a problem in the state of Texas. And so we have to find a metrics and a mechanism to be able to do that. And so I think that is the most important thing, and keep that in mind as we go forward today. And I'd like to keep the testimony and the people coming before us as respectful as possible, because while we're going to be have disagreements. We don't have to be necessarily disrespectful, but we can be we can disagree and as we go forward. So with that, we have a lot of panelist members. Just if you've seen your list here, it's going to be going on, and I'm going to be stepping away for about an hour at 2:50. So Representative Bernal will be then running the dais for a period of time. But at this point, I am going to call up H.D. Chambers, Superintendent of Alief ISD, Randy Willis, Superintendent of Granger ISD, Michael Cardona, Superintendent San Marcos CISD, and Brian Woods, Superintendent of Northside ISD. Please join us at the front. Tell us who you are and what your chief complaint is for the day. And this is, by the way, members, we talked to each of them, and they all asked what should they talk about, and we said, this is for your ability to talk about assessments in STAAR, and as I mentioned early in the session, that this would be the opportunity that we would talk about this as we go forward. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 panels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6 bills. So it will be a long day today. Please start however you want. Randy, if you want to go first, or do you guys have it? Do you have a? You guys have it. You guys have it set up how you want to go?
Yes, sir. You want us to introduce ourselves all at once?
Yes, please.
First, okay.
Yes, sir.
Mike, why don't you do that real quick?
Michael Cardona, San Marcos CISD Superintendent.
H.D. Chambers, Alief ISD Superintendent, as well as President of the Texas School Alliance.
Brian Woods, Superintendent, Northside ISD, Vice President, Texas Association of School Administrators.
Randy Willis, Superintendent of Schools, Granger Independent School District, Treasurer, Texas Rural Education Association.
Thank you, Chair Huberty and members for giving this opportunity to have this conversation. I want to real quickly react to something that Chair Huberty just said, and that's no one I don't believe that you're going to hear from today on either side of this conversation disagrees that there needs to be assessments, there needs to be accountability, and there needs to be a continual look at that. So why we're here, I've got just a couple of comments I'm going to make, and I'm going to give an example of why I'm here. And we're here for really a couple of reasons. One, we believe that there needs to be an open, honest discussion with you about assessment, about accountability, and then listen to some of the questions or concerns that have been brought up by people in the field, from teachers to coordinators to higher ed researchers who have looked at this. And we believe that there are legitimate questions and concerns that should be addressed. This is not a new phenomenon. This is not a new issue. This just did not come up this year or in the last 3 months. This has been an issue that's been going on for several years, and the questions have been there for several years. We're also, at the end of our group here, we're going to bring some solutions, what we believe are reasonable, meaningful, possible solutions that do not deviate from what you just said, Chairman Huberty. So let me clarify and this may be just as important as why we're here, why we're not here. We're not here to lower standards or lower expectations on what we expect out of school kids across the state of Texas. That's not in anyone's best interest. There's no one that you're going to hear from today on either side of this issue that wants to do that. This is more about what are the appropriate standards and what are the appropriate expectations given a whole lot of factors. We're not here to eliminate STAAR. We're not here to eliminate standardized testing. We're not here to argue for that. We're not here to eliminate accountability. We're not here to discuss A through F. We're not here to discuss any of those things that you have heard us talk about before. This is about are the questions and are the assessments we're using to make unbelievably important decisions about students, are they fair? Are they valid? Have they gone through the appropriate battery of studies, formulas? Has that occurred? Has that happened? And I believe there's a lot of evidence that you're going to hear from people that are doing this every single day that's going to lead you to the belief that many of those things have not occurred. And therefore, there are issues and questions that are being brought up from all different levels. Again, from those who are actually teaching the children in the classroom to those who are providing support in school districts for those teachers, and to others who are outside who have never stepped foot in an elementary classroom, a third grade classroom, who are making value judgments as to what's appropriate, what's not. And so we're not here to impact any of that. Today's a great day in terms of the House Bill 3. We're not here to impede that. We're not here to take people's attention or take their eye off the ball, but we believe this is important enough that it warrants a discussion in an open setting about the issues I've just mentioned. There's a couple of reasons we arrived here, and I want to be very clear about this. And I'm just going to speak for Alief, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples, and I'll be done. The question surrounding the reliability of the STAAR assessment is not new. You can go back, the agency can go back. There have been questions probably since STAAR, perhaps even back during the tax days, but particularly since STAAR came into being, there have been questions about the validity. Things like teachers saying, I've seen the release questions on this test, and that's not what I expected. That's not what I was thinking. All the way to people who create the test questions, people that are addressing it. These questions have been asked of them. In our opinion, there's been no answers. I mean, this is what either a testing company or a psychometrician or a Texas Education Agency official or someone who is responsible for this, it's been what they have told us, and we've kind of accepted it. So here's an example. We believe that in 2018, in our district, we saw results of our students, particularly in 3rd and 4th grade, whose results on other forms of assessments that are approved by the agency that we use as predictors. And I'm going to give you an example in 1 second. That we follow along throughout the year. It measures the growth of the child. It measures the progress of the child in reading. And so as we approach the STAAR season, these assessments, in our case it's iStation and the ISIP is the assessment, they are to a large degree a very, very valid predictor of whether that child or how that child might perform on the state exam, the STAAR exam. And we just noticed that we had students that we were expecting to do much better on the STAAR than what was actually being the results that they were earning on the STAAR. And so if you don't mind, you have a handout on slide 5, if you don't mind. Excuse me, on slide 5, I give you just a couple of handful of bullets about iStation and ISIP. I don't work for them. I'm not promoting their product. We as a district have chosen to use them for the last 7 or 8 years. TEA several years ago supported them. As a matter of fact, TEA pays for some of this for grades 3 through 6. We choose to pay for grades kinder through 2nd and 7th and 8th. That's how much stock we put in this assessment in our district, as well as many other districts, and you'll see examples. But what occurred, what brought this to a level of concern to me was ISIP being a nationally normed grade level assessment, and I know you're going to hear comments today about Texas doesn't align themselves to the nation, and that's fine. I mean, our standards can be whatever they are. But regardless of that position, all the instruments and all the tools we are using are aligned to national standards. So all the things that we do in the classroom, all the things that teachers are doing in the classroom, all the all the support that they are receiving is normed nationally. That's where the ISIP comes into play. It's a nationally normed to grade level reading abilities. And that's what we trust and that's what we use as we're progressing throughout the school year towards the STAAR. We test students on ISIP 3 times a year, early, middle, and right before STAAR. And then what the ISIP does is it tells you within a band, a band of percentiles, it identifies each child as to whether they're a tier 1, a tier 2, or tier 3. Tier 1 meaning, by definition, that those children most likely are going to be okay on the STAAR, notwithstanding something significant happening. A tier 2 child is going to be considered needing support, which in the STAAR definitions would be approaches. And then tier 3 means this child's in trouble. They need help, they need support, etc. So that's a did not meet. So we use those. So in ISIP, what they consider to be tier 1 is anyone scoring between the 40th and 100th percentile. We know that people between the 40th and the 50th to 60th percentile, the degree of predictability may not be as strong. However, that is what tier 1 means in ISIP's world. So if you look at page 5 and page 6, which are just an example of Alief ISD and 2 other districts that are in the Texas School Alliance, one in the Houston area, one in the Dallas area. If you're looking at Alief, and I'll just use Alief because that's my school district, when the 2018 third graders got their ISIP results on their last assessment, where it says Tier 1, on or above grade level, 57% scored at that level. But a couple of weeks later, when they took the STAAR, as you can see, almost 30% less scored at meets or masters, which is what caused the red flag with us, is what in the world happened between what we were seeing on ISIP performance versus what we saw on STAAR performance. That's where this question originated back in the fall. And that's how this has become. And so I started asking colleagues, started asking people, what's going on here? I mean, are we missing something? Is Alief, what are we missing? And that's when we began uncovering people who are saying, well, we're not sure the questions on the STAAR are actually grade level appropriate. And I said, what do you mean? And over a period of months, the answer to that question was, well, a lot of experts in this area believe that questions on STAAR the passages that a child must read, and then the questions associated with those passages may be well above that child's grade level. And so that led me to ask questions, okay, then are we as a state, or is the STAAR designed to identify who's on grade level at their appropriate grade, or is it designed to determine who's beyond their grade level? And I think that's a fair question in light of what all has been discovered from those who have researched this and those who have been in the reading literacy field for years and years. And so that's how all these questions originated. So I just started having conversations with our teachers, our reading teachers. What is your opinion? And every one of them, to a person, will tell you, yeah, we're trying to challenge and to hold our students to as high a standard as we can, but they're telling us that there are passages, reading passages, that many of our children in our district, in Alief, it's just above their grade level. Now, there may be some outliers that can answer those, which there always are, and there may be outliers that struggle with them. But if ISIP is normed and it takes into account the outliers on both the higher side and the lower side, then we just believe that there's room for a conversation here, and room for a discussion. And I've told everyone, I know I've been accused of trying to lower standards. I've been accused of trying to blow up STAAR. I've been accused of trying to blow up A through F. I've been accused of I don't know, been accused of a lot of things by some, but that's not the case. It's almost laughable that any of us sitting at this panel, or anyone that you're going to hear who is voicing concerns, that we're attempting to do something as destructive as lower standards for our kids. I believe, my final thoughts on this, we have to continue improving. I agree with Chairman. No one's going to nod in agreement that 100% of our kids are on grade level. No one. I don't know if it's 70, 60, 80. I don't know. If you use ISIP, it's a lot higher than what's been told. If you use MAP from NWA, which a lot of other districts use, it's higher than what we're being told. But there seems to be no alignment between those assessments that we use every single day in our classrooms and what the state is telling us on this one test one day in April. And if that means I'm trying to attempt to lower standards or lower expectations, then maybe that's what I'm doing. I don't know. I'm just trying to get it. I'm trying to get a feel for what is it exactly we're assessing, and how should we as educators, superintendents, teachers, how should we be going about that? Because there is a tremendous misalignment. I know I'm sure there's going to be people talk about NAEP and STAAR, and if the state wants us to teach the NAEP, then please let us know, because we don't teach the NAEP. It's a snapshot. I'm not saying we're blowing the top off of NAEP either, but we don't prepare for NAEP. We don't create the standards based on NAEP. So I'm not arguing that. I'm just telling you that we just need to know what's expected of us in this way. So what our desires are is to continue funding meaningful teaching. I am extremely happy that House Bill 3 includes a lot of money that goes to early literacy and early childhood. Extremely pleased with that. Every one of you and others deserve a lot of credit for taking that on. But when I listen to literacy experts and I listen to all those in the field say the same thing over and over and over, at some point they can't all be wrong. And I'm not saying all tests can't be wrong. Heck, I've been accused of that. I'm just saying that there are people that have vested their professional life in this and their career in this, and they know far more about it, and they have questions, legitimate questions, and I think, and you're going to hear from some of them later today, that I think deserve to be answered. And so I'll end it with this. If I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. One of the questions is that if we are expected to teach to standards and the STAAR passages and questions are well above grade level, and that's our standard, it would have been nice to know that. Because we are teaching to the standards and we're using other assessments, and I keep leaning on ISIP, but that's the best, the most accurate information that we have. It'd have been nice to know that. We weren't aware of that. And so however the questions were developed, whatever readability studies were used to create the passages and the questions, which I question whether there were any readability studies at all used. If you talk to some of the teachers that were part of the committees that the agency used, they'll argue that they were presented with questions. They weren't presented with any readability study to create a platform of where they should be. So, in conclusion, I just believe this discussion needs to be had, and I hope that those of you on this committee agree, and I hope that you ask the questions that you feel are appropriate. At the end of this process, if anyone were to prove everything that we've said is wrong, or anything that I personally have said is wrong, I'll be the first to admit I was wrong, and I'll call the Texas Monthly and the New York Times and the Houston Chronicle and whoever else has been quoting me on this stuff and tell them I was wrong. But I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. So with that, thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate your opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you. Members, questions at all? Let me have one ish. You and I have gone through this, and we've talked about it, and Lex Isle, and you've talked to a bunch of superintendents in the region. I've talked to my superintendent, Dr. Fagan, about it, and I guess we're hearing that, okay, and read the articles, and 2012 somebody brought this up as a big issue. Then again, 2016 somebody brought it up as a big issue. And I know we'll hear from other groups that say, yes, we've been going through this process and a problem. So we had a bill. I had a bill in the 84th legislative session that we thought addressed this relative to timing, validity of the test, the questions. In addition to that, as you know, we also had a bill that we heard last week from Representative King on TEKS and things of that nature. But we had a bill in Chairman Aycock's bill, or he was part of it, obviously. I think it was Chairman Taylor or Seliger. It was Chairman Seliger and Aycock for Senate Bill 313 that would have gotten the TEKS more in line. That unfortunately got vetoed as we go forward. So let's take STAAR off the table for a second. And I think that as I've said in the past, that if much like we had the problem with the writing assessment here 2 sessions ago, I'm guessing it was I think it was 2 sessions ago, and we fixed that. But as a percentage of population, I mean, you would agree that maybe it's not a majority from your perspective, but very close to a majority of the third graders are not probably reading at grade level within your district.
Yes, sir, and I mentioned that. I'm not here to claim any percent.
Yeah. So my question was what tool do you want to use? Because and I did my homework before I came in. I read all the articles and the article that came out, I think the Times article that came out that talked about, well, people expect us to have our testing aligned to Common Core, which is prohibited in the state of Texas, obviously, for a variety of reasons. So what metrics are we looking for? Because we're happy to spend all day here talking about this, but I think some of us are trying to figure out ways to solve the problem, and we really want to solve the problem. So even if you looked at your NAEP scores for your district in whole,
I can't.
Yeah.
We don't have that information.
Yeah. So what do you use other than just the STAAR?
We use an assessment, and I'm going to mention a product. I'm not promoting a product here, but it's a product many districts use, and as I mentioned earlier, the agency has approved and support and actually funds part of it. So the product we use, let me back up, Chair. I won't mention the product again, the iStation. What I will say is that we believe the formation of the assessment should be more adaptive. It should be more formative. It should similar. I'm going to mention the product. So I don't know what I'm sitting here trying to protect. So the ISIP assessment that we use through iStation,
Is that with Apple?
I don't
No,
think so.
iStation.
It might. Heck, I don't know. It might. I don't know. It shows you much.
The Apple lobbyists will be running in here shortly.
I don't know. Well, you're going to hear the specific. No, it's not. Not related. I don't know.
I mean, it seems like a logical question. But
I'm just to your question. There are going to be some others in a little while that will be able to answer that with a better detailed and specificity. What I would like is a general response to your question is something that has been based upon readability studies, readability formulas, normed not only to Texas but to the nation. And if Texas wants to have higher standards, that's fine, but we need to have an adaptive way of building up to that and crescendoing up to that. That's why I like the ISIP product, because we test them 3 times and it tells us immediately where the kid is. And so adaptive, meaning it adapts to the child's response. So at some point in the spring, we're going to know.
So I'm going to move on from you for a second, but as I ask this question, maybe the rest of you can think about your answer associated with this as well. But there have been, and I'm a believer of this too, is that shortening the test, breaking it up into pieces, looking at growth as a measurement tool is what we ought to be doing, meaning we're starting at the beginning of the year and breaking the test up into components based on modules and things of that nature. Thoughts on that?
As long as the assessments that are used in those modules or those periodic assessments are based on sound, in terms of reading, in terms of sound readability formulas, readability studies, yes, I would agree with that. Totally agree.
Yeah, keep in mind, we're not just, I mean, we're talking about the reading piece because that was the one that hit the highlight reel here. But, you know, are there other tests that you're seeing that you're using that aren't testing at grade level, meaning math and things of that nature, or is that not the case as well?
We have similar results with iReady, which is a math component of that.
Well, I think number one, we have to get to the point of, and we'll get there, and we're certainly going to have the TEA up here talking about this and other people that will back this up as we go forward. You know, my thought process is that whatever we can agree, where we can get and what we can agree to, you know, if we need to make some changes, you know, this is last week of bill filing. So if we're going to, you know, I don't know if we can fix it overnight, but we certainly have to make some pretty interesting discussions and points as we go forward. We do have some assessment bills that are up today. So think about that as we continue to move forward, and I appreciate that. So who wants to go next?
I will, Mr. Chairman. I'll, if I could, address just a thought about your question that you just asked, and that is that the members realize that the way the testing cycle is now, results are coming back very late in the school year. They're often coming back at a time where the teacher who's worked with the child the longest period of time, those results are essentially meaningless to that teacher. That student's getting ready to move forward, move on in many cases. And so the notion of testing, rethinking the cycle of testing, I think has value. And I think while that's not necessarily the issue we came to address today, I think that perhaps that would be a healthy conversation. So I'll dive back into the weeds, and I'll apologize up front for that. So as Superintendent Chambers mentioned, we believe that the data around reading proficiency in our state is inaccurate. What I'd like to attempt to show you is how we came to that conclusion with this notion of Lexile, and again, that has been mentioned so often, we felt like we needed to address that for the members. I also want to talk a little bit about what we believe to be the local impact in our district and an estimate of what the impact could be statewide. So all of the members have a rather busy handout that looks like this. And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to walk you through a couple of items on that handout. What you have is two charts. The one on the left is TEA's raw score conversion. This is third grade reading, so you're just looking at that one assessment. As you can see, the raw score is translated into a proficiency level as assigned by TEA's cut score. So I could be in the red there at the top, did not meet the standard for that grade level. In the kind of purplish color, I could be approaches, then meets grade level, and then finally at the higher raw scores, mastering grade level. The raw scores, as you can see on the right of that chart, also translate into a Lexile. For example, a raw score of 15 translates to a Lexile of 425. A raw score of 20 translates to a Lexile of 560. We've heard from the agency that Lexiles are not what they use in test development. And what I want to point out is that in some of the studies that have been in the articles that you've read and that you will hear about in coming panels, there have been lots of readability measures that have looked at the passages in STAAR and come to similar conclusions about the mismatch between the readability and students' grade levels. In fact, the reason that we're having a conversation about Lexiles is that TEA uses this measure when it reports to students and parents and schools. On the right of the chart, or the piece of paper that you have, is a Lexile conversion chart. This takes the Lexile level and ties it to a grade level. For instance, a Lexile of 500 equates to a grade level of 2.7. I'd like for you to look back on the left and look at a raw score of 24. Student earns a 24 raw score on third grade reading. As you can see, that equates to a student who is approaching grade level and has a Lexile of 680. Now, if you move to the Lexile conversion chart, you can see that a Lexile of 680 equates to a student who is reading at a grade level of 3.9. Remember, we're testing a third grader towards the end of the third grade year. 3.9 seems to be an appropriate place for that student to be in April of the third grade year. So why would that student be approaching grade level? In fact, if you look at a raw score of 25, you can see it translates to a higher Lexile of 710. And again, moving to the right, that translates to a grade level reading proficiency of about 4.2. Remember, we're testing a third grader. The same situation plays out in the upper two raw scores of what the agency labels as meets grade level. Those two raw scores actually convert to reading proficiencies that are at least one grade level above where the student is being tested. Why would a test of third grade reading proficiency label a student who's reading at least one grade level ahead of the third grade as meeting grade level? According to the charts, if a third grade student were to be labeled as mastering the grade level, they would actually have to be reading at the sixth grade level in order to meet that standard. We believe that many students are mislabeled. In my district, when you apply the methodology I just walked through, in grades 3 through 8 in 2018, there were 5,424 students who were labeled as approaching grade level that we believe actually are reading on grade level. There were an additional 8,000...
Stop you right there.
Sure.
So how many? Give me that number again.
5,424.
Out of how many?
Out of a total of... I'm talking about all students in grades 3 through 8, so for us that's a little more than 50,000 students.
Okay, so let's make sure I understand your point. Are you saying that everybody that didn't make it probably would have made it or not make it? I mean, what is a percent? I'm looking at percentages.
Sure.
What
and
is
I'm
the
gonna,
percentage of? Okay, keep
I'm
going.
going to come to that, Representative, so that it makes sense,
ahead.
regardless of district
Keep going.
size.
Yeah, sorry.
So in addition, there were almost 8,500 students who were labeled as meeting grade level that we believe actually are reading at least one grade level ahead and thus should be considered masters. This means that in Northside, roughly 30% of our 3rd through 8th graders are mislabeled on STAAR, either at approaches that we believe are meets or at meets that we believe should be considered masters. Using the same methodology yields similar results in Alief ISD and in many other ISDs. Extrapolating that statewide would mean that roughly 720,000 Texas students in grade 3 through 8 are mislabeled on reading STAAR. Needless to say, that's a significant impact. All of us are working towards improved reading proficiency, and Mr. Chairman, I assure you we agree that we know not 100% of our students are reading at grade level, and we know that that's our lodestar, that's our goal. But putting low performance labels on our students, our teachers, and our parents is not productive and only seems to feed the narrative of failing schools. In fact, a student who is consistently mislabeled in a way that indicates performance below their actual abilities could lead to learned helplessness and further low performance. Teachers know that this is true. Every one of the members of this panel, our staffs, and our boards of trustees believe that schools should be held accountable. We also know that there is work to be done in reading. However, we need reasonable standards and metrics that are fair and transparent to students, to their parents, to our teachers and staff. Thank you for your time.
Questions? Representative Burnell.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
We know each other, represent some of your schools, so I just want to talk through it very quickly to make sure that we all and everybody in the room understands the basics of what you're saying. Are you essentially saying that the way that Texas grades the STAAR, or evaluates the STAAR, requires that students perform well above grade level, in fact, into the next grade, in order to meet what we consider the minimum standard, whereas everywhere else in the country, sort of the industry standard, that student would be at grade level? Is that right?
What I can't say is exactly what's going on all around the rest of the country. What I can tell you is that in Texas, it is clear to us that in order to meet grade level, in fact, students in many cases are actually reading above
Well
grade
above grade level. That's the general point here,
That's
right?
the crux.
I like that's part of it.
Yes.
Okay, part one. Part two is part of the point, and I think, HD, you had mentioned this before, that people, and I'm using that term broadly, we'll narrow that down, didn't know that.
Absolutely. It's
Okay. And so that could be educators, that could be classroom teachers, principals, superintendents. They didn't know that Texas had, or supposedly has, this sort of higher standard. So in other words, well, that's my question though, right? I'm just trying to make sure I understand what they're saying. We're not into the balls and strikes yet. So that's the other part of the argument, is that here we have this sort of Texas-specific evaluation that maybe is different than what the sort of general educators would use in terms of Lexiles in evaluating. So, you know, a library book, when you go to the book fair that comes to your library and they say this book is 3rd grade or 4th grade, there's a general understanding what that is, but Texas uses a different standard. And that's part one. Part two is that educators did not know that. Is that right?
That's correct. And I think a part of the concern is around the lack of communication. What did educators know was the standard to which students were being tested? There's got to be, in order for any assessment to be meaningful, it has to be aligned to the standards that it's based on and to what's actually taught in the classroom.
Right.
So there's this notion of written, taught, and tested curriculum.
Right.
And I think that's really one of the crux of our concern is this, what appears to be a misalignment.
Right. And so if I'm a 3rd grade teacher, just taking the example further, if I'm a 3rd grade teacher, I'm trying to get my students up to standard, I order, I don't know, some novel, and it says it's at 3rd grade level. If I'm aware that I know that it's 1 grade level below of where STAAR expects me to be, if I am aware, then I probably should have gotten a 4th or 5th grade level reading material for my students, right? Okay. That means is that about right? Is that the sort of Cliff Notes, non-wonky math guy
Sure. If I could just
version
add,
of this?
If I could just add one additional response. So the importance of teachers actually understanding how students are going to be tested is that teachers are responsible for scaffolding kids up, right? they take a child where they get them, regardless of what that reading level is. They need to know where they need to get that child in order to decide how to approach their reading education through the school year.
All right. At some point, for someone, I'd like to know also how the TEKS interacts with this issue. And I guess the last question I have is, if I spend a lot of time with STAAR as a teacher, if I do practice tests and assessments, and then I reach for a library book that says it's for third graders, third grade reading, should I be able to look at that book and eyeball it and know that it's somewhat below what the STAAR is expecting, or is that an unfair expectation?
I think that's probably a question that would be better answered by a panel that's coming up.
Okay.
My understanding of the answer to your question, because we have asked the exact same question, is that readability is not an easy thing to eyeball, even for somebody who spends all day teaching it.
Okay. All right.
And
Thank
that's
you.
an important point, Representative.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys. Chairman, thank you.
You bet. Absolutely. Let me ask you any other questions? Let me just ask a quick question for you. So, you know, we were saying that, or you said, or you suggested that we didn't know, or maybe the educators didn't know where it was. But I think we're going to see this in another presentation. But I want to just throw that out. Back in 2009, 81st legislature, when STAAR was really kind of created, right? The context or the discussion points around that, and I was on the school board at that time, and we were talking about that, and I remember all our discussions about No Child Left Behind, and 100% had to hit by 2014, I think was the time frame roughly, and then we kept kicking the can down the road. Does that sound about right? We talked about the TEA, Texas Higher Education Board, to ensure the Algebra 2 and English 3 and, of course, assessment instruments authorized under this section to be developed capable beginning a year, measure college readiness. So just, I guess the question I would have for you as a superintendent is that you're like, well, we didn't know, if you said that, that's what you said. We didn't know, or we didn't understand that what the rigor would be associated with that. But I think the legislature, if, you know, ultimately, you know, we get blamed for a lot of stuff. But, you know, if it's something that we created and we put out there, you know, we got to own that, right? Good news is I wasn't here, but Chairman Dutton was, so it's not going to be my fault. I bet he probably didn't vote for it, so.
I voted against it.
Yeah, see, there you go, right? So nobody on this panel was probably with there, and I know where Dr. Alma stood on that. But so I just want you to think about that when it's there, it exists in the legislature. It was originally tied to the kind of the 15 tests. When we went down to 5 tests related to that, it changed it a little bit, right? I mean, but the reality is that our expectation is college readiness, however you measure that, and so the rigor. I just want us to think. Is that a fair question to you?
Yes, sir. I think it is. I don't feel like you'll hear anybody today disagree with that notion or push back on just this broad notion that we want rigor for all of our kids.
Right.
I think the question is, how has it been translated since the legislation was created, and where does it sit today? And is there a misalignment with regard to, again, I go back to this, what are the standards, how are they being taught, and then are they being tested in a way where all of that is aligned? That's a really important thing, in not just in reading,
Right.
in everything
Sure.
that we teach.
HD.
And I was just going to add that as it relates to the creation of a test question, because that's kind of what it's at the heart of some of this, is what went into the creation of a question and a passage that we're expecting a child to read, and at what level does either the state of Texas or the United States of America, that's as much as a question as anything. No one doubts that the college career military readiness standards that were, or military readiness standards back in 2009, they were there. What's in question is everything that we're being told in terms of preparing children, teaching them, and then testing them, and then, oh, by the way, applying the results of that to accountability, which sometimes gets left out of this equation. That's what's at question. You know, if someone's going to claim that college readiness standards can be applied to third grade reading tests, and we can draw some distinctions between third grade reading and whether they're going to survive college and earn a bachelor's or associate's degree. You know, it's a pretty good stretch on what we're asking of a third grade reading test.
All right, fair enough. Who's up?
Chairman Huey, thank you. Members of the committee, I appreciate it. Michael Cardona from San Marcos. So my story is a little bit different in terms of readability. I took over a San Marcos school district coming from Houston ISD in May of 2016, and I opened the Sunday paper, Austin American Statesman, and San Marcos High School is rated in the Children at Risk report as an F-rated high school, second from the bottom, 62 high schools. So I knew that we had a major issue with readability, any kind of reading and readability, because Children at Risk basically is how kids do on reading and math. So we took a little bit different approach in addressing some issues, and we wholeheartedly agree for kids to be career ready, college confident, and military ready. We put all our 7th graders, we had them take the PSAT. I heard Chairman Huberty mention the ACT and looking at other measures. So we made the commitment to test about 2,600 of our 8,000 kids in San Marcos who were in 7th grade through 11th grade on the PSAT test. One, because we wanted to see if we were missing kids. And we were missing kids. We were not scheduling kids appropriately as they were moving into middle school, pre-AP courses, and on to high school. But we needed a curriculum to address that, so we used Springboard in reading and math, and that caused a little bit of consternation in the community because it is pretty rigorous. But we felt better to move them up than bring them down. There was a couple of other things that we did. We worked with our business community, namely the Lions Club of San Marcos, who has this little thing called the River that they make a lot of money off of, in tube rentals. And they made the commitment to join us in getting our kids to be college ready by putting $20,000 to pay for all AP tests and doing SAT during the school day. We did some stuff from the bottom up. Our school board had committed to having kids be on or above grade level. They funded full day pre-K back 6 years ago to the tune of about $1.3 million out of the general fund. But we still knew that we had a lot of issues that we had to address. Professional development with teachers. We had literally no curriculum. Why do we know that? Well, because we had an audit that was done in 2015 that said we had no curriculum. So our teachers really were flying by the seat of the pants. So we reached out to Region 13 and used TEAC's resources as kind of a framework so that we could assess where kids were. We had no assessment system. We used their assessment system. We have since moved to TEA's interim assessments, which will bring up some issues with the readability notion. So we really invested a lot in professional development for teachers. We did deep data dives with our teachers. We changed the structure of our co-teach classrooms. We moved as many of our special education students into regular education classes and co-teach model. Having said, we were stage 4 PBMAS. There were a lot of issues after I took the job. I wondered, what did I walk into?
We all do that.
But kids will respond to the expectation that adults give them. We still kind of thought there was something out of alignment. And while this doesn't have to do with the readability, it brings the question, what is going on? As we moved our special ed students onto a harder test, we all agree they needed to be on a more rigorous test, and they took it online last year. We had this little thing called a glitch that happened, if anybody remembers that. Why is that important? Because my stepdaughter, was in the glitch as it was framed by TEA. The glitch was a 40-minute crash of the system that lost several kids, about 100,000 kids' tests. In our district, it was about 600 kids. Now, we have 8,100 students, 12.8% special education, which is about 1,036 kids. So 600 of our kids were online. These are our most vulnerable kids. They're the ones that struggle. They're the ones that have test anxiety. And when we put them in a new setting, the system failed them. And I'm part of the system. So I'm not casting aspersions at TEA. I am part of the system. I am TEA. I'm just here to make things better.
Let me just interrupt you real quick. So this was the SPED kids, because my kid had the same problem.
Correct.
And obviously, TEA hires the contractor, right?
Correct.
And we go out and solicit. And so really came down to the assessment tool that we bought failed, right? It's
Correct.
not the assessment itself. So, I mean, I
Correct.
just want to make sure I'm clear on that, because, I want to make sure that we're not saying TEA, TEA did the best they could with the contract they hired, but, the technology sometimes fails. I'm not making excuses. That's just the reality of what happened. So.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, okay.
We also had issues the year before also.
Yeah,
There was
yeah,
ETS.
yeah. And I believe they, we'll let the commissioner come talk, but I believe they paid a pretty hefty fine related
They
to that.
did,
so.
and we appreciate that. But our teachers and administrators really rely on standards to be taught at the level that they're supposed to be taught at. And people have mentioned Lexile levels, and people have mentioned readability. I actually have TEA's training for a test question, so I'm going to leave that with y'all. This is a training done October 1st, 2018, and nowhere in here is our Lexile. Nowhere that I can find are Lexiles, and this is for one question on 5th grade math. So they did however long training they did. My instructional coach reports back to me, and nowhere in there is there anything about Lexile levels. There's a lot about universal design. There's a lot about providing other resources. And I say this to say that, it's incumbent upon us to advocate on behalf of our students and our parents, our teachers. And really the bottom line is that when our teachers, students, and parents are in a situation where our children are taking assessments, that when teachers are teaching a standard, and when that standard is going to be assessed, that it's assessed at the appropriate grade level, not 2 or 3 above. And I say that to say, while this is about reading, our 8th grade math is out of alignment. 35% of those questions in 8th grade math are on geometry. That's something that kids don't see really or experience until they're sophomores. So it's not just reading, it is math 8th grade. That's why we made the decision last year to put all our 8th graders in Algebra 1. We figure we're better off just push them all into Algebra 1, if that's the case. So I leave you with this. I've mentioned the fact that I am a superintendent. I'm also a father. One of my children is dyslexic, agoraphobic. On the STAAR test, he would be considered a star, truly. He was commended in every level. You would look at his scores, and he was scoring through the roof. However, he would physically get ill before he took the test. He would literally physically get ill. And so much so that he had to graduate from an alternative setting. Now, when he graduated, he took the TSI. He didn't meet the criteria for math because he hadn't had math in a couple years. He took the ASVAB. He scored a 73. Every military branch continues to call him every day to say, we will put you in whatever you want to be in. As a father, I'm like, no, you're going to college. He's currently in Blinn. They didn't look at his STAAR scores. He walked into his math class that was the required class because he didn't meet criteria. The professor gave him a test. He tested out of 65% of the class and said, hey, you could be done by spring break with your class. Of course, I still had to pay for it. Well, I say this to say that at some point there is a misalignment. We have children in San Marcos in 7th grade, about 72 of them, who didn't meet criteria for STAAR, yet they're going to meet the criteria for PSAT testing. If we're going to push the level of rigor and have kids be college ready, I think there's a misalignment. And really, what I'm asking for as superintendent of San Marcos is to do what we ask teachers to do. Take a step back, assess the situation, iterate if they need to, and then readjust as we go. Instead of just pushing this narrative of it's reliable. Great. If the test is reliable, let an outside party evaluate it. We have outside of audits all the time. It's ordered by TEA. Every year we've been audited in our finance to see if the money we're spending is spent appropriate. Field test questions is another area that has been brought up. If they are valid, let us see them. To my knowledge, in all my 27 years of education, I've never been trained on where we're doing well or where we're not doing so well. And the final thing I'll leave you with is NAEP. If that is the measure, as HD said, why have we not developed training for our teachers if that is an issue? We have training for every tested area through the region service centers numerous times. We actually promote reading and math and pay for teachers to get their master reading teacher certification that really pushes the rigor. So if that's the case, just tell us and we'll adjust. I say this to say my evaluation is all about accountability. How many kids are in AP courses? How many kids are taking PSAT? How many kids are at or above grade level? How many kids are taking the ASVAB? So I'm not opposed to being held to high standards. I just want our teachers to be able to understand what those standards are. And our kids and our families should be able to walk into a classroom and take a test that measures at the end of third grade where they should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Just one. I'm looking at what you get. This is TEA, so it's probably more of a TEA question, but I'm going to ask you because you gave it to us, which is page 3.
I gave you all my copies, so I apologize.
It's okay. I'm going to show you what it looks like. And here, give this back to him. I'll borrow Mr. Bernal's real quick. We can share. So, if I'm looking at that document here, it has this cycle, and so does this? I mean, you've gone through this, right? I mean, I see professionals write items, TEA content specialist reviews items, educator external review committees review items. I mean, with your experience as superintendents, I mean, is this process, are you suggesting this process is being followed? Because if we have external educators reviewing the content, meaning individual people writing and TEA reviews, external educators that are reviewing the content, items are then field tested, we put them out in the field. You know, at one of these points, I'm sitting there going, okay, wait a minute, somebody's got to raise their hand and say this ain't working. And so my question to you is that, have people raised their hand, have you raised your hand and said, you know what, these questions don't work, or the field people don't know what they're doing, or they're not testing it right, and we're kicking it back?
I think they are presented the question. They are not told what the lexile is. They look at the question and they assume and trust that if it's a 5th grade Spanish math question, it's addressing 5th grade math in Spanish
But wait a minute.
at the appropriate level.
Isn't the whole purpose of having the external, whether it's the educators, the external educators, and I'm going to the next page, the point, and maybe where we're having the disconnect here, I guess, is you're saying lexile related to reading. I get that. But if we have these committees, I'm going to read it. It says, you have it in front of you. It says, the purpose is to ensure that educators understand the assessment item development process. Item development is formed by educators provide instructions aligned to the TEKS, and high-quality assessment items are strongly aligned to curriculum standards are developed for inclusion on the STAAR. And then it goes through a whole bunch of other things. And so I guess what I'm asking you provided this to us and say this is you know, this is the process. And that's fine. And I'm just asking the question. You as superintendents and educators, if this is the process and we've got educators that are involved in this process, are the educators standing up that are saying, are we ignoring their comments? Are they being ignored by TEA, do you believe? Or is that not happening? I guess that's what I'm trying to guess. And whether HD or whoever wants to answer.
I can
Randy,
just tell
you'll
you
get your chance.
what our person said is
Okay.
that they show up and they really go over the depth of knowledge, whether it's a level 1, whether it's level 2, whether it's level 3. I asked, do they talk about lexile levels? Like, what is this question on? Is it a 5.9? Is it a 5.2? And he said no. That's one teacher at one session.
You're going to hear a panel later, Chair, that's going to answer in great detail your question.
Okay.
And,
I'll wait.
and obviously the agency can speak for their.
That's fine. But do you see where I'm going?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you know.
Yes, sir.
if-
And I think it deserves an answer, and you're going to get one.
Good. Well, if they're being ignored, I want to know. But
Absolutely.
if they're not, I mean, what I want is the answer. Well, the answer is we got external people involved. We're engaging educators. We're engaging people in this process, and they're not being listened to, or we're ignoring it. They're saying, "Oh my gosh, this is too hard," and we still implement it. then there's certainly we got a problem. But if that's not the case, then I want to know. You know, I mean, that's what I'm getting to. So let's get to you, Randy. Go ahead.
My morning started off as I was walking here, and my name's Randy Willis, Superintendent Granger Independent School District. So as I was walking here with my folders, I stumbled a little bit and I dropped everything. So here I am preparing for this, and things are flying everywhere. I mean, and there was a group of about 7, 8 people helped me gather all this back together, and I went into TASB and re-royal. So if you have tire marks on the back of it, I do apologize, you know, because that was kind of how the day started, and it was like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. But what was really great about it was I had people help me with this, and that's kind of what Texas is about. Texas helped Texans, and it got calmed down and got back together, and so here I am trying to see, hopefully it's in order and you have it there, but if not, I will get it for you. I'm going to tell you a little bit different story in a little different way and how it affects small rural schools, and try to answer a few of the questions that you asked, Chairman. But as we said, we have professionals that will be coming behind us that are way smarter than I am. Granger is a small rural pre-K school district in central Texas with 450 students, 39 teachers, and a $4.9 million budget. I'm going to tell you the story that's being played out all over Texas with small schools like mine. My journey began here back in December of 2014. My superintendent evaluation rating was low in the area of school improvement, and my school board, because of my 3rd grade scores in math and in reading. My school board directed me to improve my 3rd grade elementary scores. As a result, I went to my 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade teachers, my site-based team, and I asked them, why are not my 3rd graders reading on 3rd grade level, as the test is telling us? My assumption was we were promoting kids from one grade level to another and not on grade level. As a result, we rewrote our grading policies. We rewrote our retention policies, all in trying to improve a 3rd grade student. We were in one of our professional development meetings in the fall, in summer of 15, and I had a 3rd grade teacher come up to me, and she said, and shared our research on the 3rd grade reading passages, which is document 1A and 1B, and said, these reading passages are above 3rd grade level, Mr. Willis. She estimated that by using 2 different reading analysis programs between Lexile and Renaissance Atos, and she found that the reading averages for 3rd grade was 5.3. That means that it's on 5th grade, 3rd month reading level. As you can imagine, I was shocked. I'm a simple man. What do you mean it's above grade level? So essentially, what my STAAR results told me was that my 3rd grade students can't read at 5th grade. During the past 5 years, I've made significant efforts to restructure or limit our limited resources to address test scores. My site-based team and elementary teachers asked me to have a 1st grade reading specialist to improve our literacy at 1st grade. Being a very small school has its advantages and disadvantages. Small class sizes allow my teachers to connect with their students in a very deep and meaningful way. But scale of economy limits my district from supporting our teachers and students with additional specialists. I only have so much sand to play with. And with only 37 teachers in pre-K through 12, I have to be very creative with how I allocate my staff, because I can't afford to add another FTE. So 2 years ago, I began reshuffling my staff and assigned a SPED teacher to my 1st grade reading. Reluctantly, I cut 2 CTE programs and teachers from high school so I could contract with my regional service center in order to bring in instructional coaches for 30 days to support my teachers in the testable area. These are hard choices that I had to make in my district, all to build a better 3rd grade student. So, Chairman, I welcome your bill that you're putting out in HB 3, that we're going to have an opportunity to look and give us more additional funding in areas that we severely need, especially for small rural schools that I'm coming from, because these are some of the hard decisions that we make. Granger has a very good academic program. We achieved an 83 in the new accountability rating system. I've had a 100% graduation rate for 5 years in a row. And we've done a few other things, had bright spots in the academic performance report. However, in 2018, with the STAAR exam, 61% of my 3rd graders are not on grade level as per TEA methodology. But if you apply the Lexile percentile to my STAAR results, only 11% would not be on third grade level. This misalignment on categorizing grade level reading, along with the assessment tool that has reading pages significantly high above grade level testing, creates a false narrative on the ability level of our students. It wrongly tells our parents that their children are not reading on grade level. It wrongly tells our teachers that they have not taught our students reading well. It wrongly tells our administrators that our teachers are not doing their job. It wrongly tells our state legislators that schools are not doing their job. The human cost of this misalignment is staggering. Student self-esteem is crippled when they're told they're not on grade level. This leads to hundreds of thousands of students hating to go to school, and what's more important, they lose a passion at a very critical age to enjoy learning. Teachers are dropping out of the system because of the pressures of testing, and then we wonder why we're struggling to attract talent into our profession. Parents want answers as to why their kids aren't performing on grade level. I had a conference with a parent and a grandparent to explain and justify my new better third grade student policies. This grandparent was a former educator from a high-performing school and vigorously debated with me on the consequences of grade retention. I defended my policy on these indicators that his grandson may not be reading on a grade level needed to be successful in the next grade. Summer school and both inside and outside tutorial programs were laid out as possible strategies to improve his reading schedule, his reading level. And school districts across Texas, this conversation goes on 1,000 times with 1,000 students every spring and summer, and the cost of remediation for school districts and parents is out of my realm of understanding. Now, I like data, and I try to make decisions on good data. But the accountability instrument and cut scores have to be aligned. Let me give you one last example before wrapping up. I am one of the few school districts in the state that my students take the OECD test, International Test for Schools. That is 3A and B. I believe that if you want a world-class measuring tool, you have to have that in order to measure if your kids are world-class. Over a 3-year period, my 8th grade STAAR science scores averaged about 50% passing and 50% failing. But yet, on the OECD International Test for Schools, my 15-year-olds met or exceeded world averages. Countries such as Switzerland, UK, Belgium, France, Denmark, Norway, my kids in Granger was on that level. If my school district had been a country, I'd have rated 25th in the world in science. So I can say unequivocally that my students know science, despite what my STAAR results showed. We must readdress our testing instrument. We must readdress our passing standards, and we must clearly define our student outcomes. I'm tired of hearing that my students are not on grade level, that my teachers are not teaching well, that our young teachers are not qualified when they come out, and that our public schools are failing. And I'm tired of misleading my parents on the quality of education their children are receiving, when in fact the measuring tool that we're using needs to be re-examined. I asked the committee to consider the 6 following recommendations. 1, all STAAR tests, not just reading and writing, be checked for readability by an independent third party, professional experts in the field, prior to the exams being given this spring to avoid prolonging the problem. 2, all versions of the STAAR in the past 3 years be checked for readability, and if found to be inappropriate for the grade level tested, the communication be crafted by the third party to parents and students. The third party will report back to this legislative body. 3, if prior year tests are found to be inappropriate readability, the third party craft communication to all educators communicating all Texas educators that are impacted and explain the errors. 4, the legislature create a fund and budget line item to compensate districts for the cost of unnecessary remediation over the past 3 years. 5, we must define what is essential and only assess those essential elements that are needed for student success, and not assess our entire set of standards. a recommendation by the Next Generation Commission on Assessments and Accountability. And 6, we strongly recommend that the members of this legislation and TA do everything in their power to push pause this current testing accountability system until these issues are investigated and resolved. We, the expert practitioners in the field of education who work with our children every day, stand ready to address these critical issues with your legislative staff and the Texas Education Agency staff to develop meaningful and reform in our student assessment and accountability. We need to know, as a student needs to know, a parent needs to know, and a teacher needs to know that we have confidence that a third grade test is a third grade test and is effectively measuring student learning. Thank you for allowing me to tell you the Granger story and the critical issues that we're facing.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Appreciate it. Members, questions for Mr. Willis? I think I know I asked HG this, and this will be, hard what you're saying about the failing schools and whatnot. I think we don't want our schools to fail either, and we're tired of talking about it as well. Can all your kids read at grade level within your school district?
If you look on 1B and you take our STAAR score and you look at their between the 25 percentile and the 75 percentile, they're on some grade level of third grade. So I have 61% of my students that are not reading as per TEA on grade level. But if you apply that bandwidth of Lexile to that, I only have 11%. So when we tell teachers that they're not, when we tell our parents that they're not on grade level, it's that misalignment between the test and the readability, and then how we align the cut score or what measure we're going to say that they're not on grade level. I think the agency does a great job. The blueprints that they put together to give us what we need to do is a great instrument. Okay? I think the state board does a good job in looking at what our standards are. But that doesn't mean that they cannot be improved. It does not mean that we cannot begin to move forward and identify what's really essential and not test everything out there. I think how we measure that, Chairman, is what's important. What is third grade level? If Lexile says I'm sitting there with 61% of my kids on grade level, but TEA says they're not, or that methodology, then that's a misalignment. And we're telling a wrong story to everybody on that.
But I'm not sure that if you statutorily look at it, we're defining Lexile as a measurement of how we measure kids' results, right? I don't see it anywhere. It's not in statute.
No, sir.
We're talking about that.
No,
okay.
sir.
So your suggestion, or they think what I'm hearing from you and the other panelists as superintendents, is that your expectations is that you have worked off of the premise that Lexile should be the measurement related to how those students are performing, and that TEA is using a different measurement tool or different cut score specifically related to that. And I would point you back towards, what the legislature defined in 2009 related to college readiness. And so I guess the question really we're going to have to answer as a committee and a panel is what is the expectations of the legislature for our students, and then giving the proper marching orders to TEA as we go forward. So I think that's important.
Yes, sir. I think that's exactly what we're looking at and what we're asking for. A lot of people do a lot of work on this. Your staff, the agency staff, there's a lot of work that goes in there. But I think this alignment, we have to come to conclusion as to what exactly that alignment is, and then how we're going to measure it. And that we have some quantified data that supports that. And that's what I think is what we're really asking, and you'll hear more of this as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions for this panelist? All right, thank you all for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next panel will provide us information regarding the design and development of the STAAR, and includes Mr. Mike Morath, the Commissioner of Education, Dr. Beth Eckman, teacher, Fort Bend ISD, Dr. Jennifer Schnakenberg, Chief Operating Officer, Meadows Center for Preventing Educational Risk, and Dr. Ellie Sanford-Moore, Senior VP for Research and Development, MetaMetrix. Thank you all for attending today. And I have one. So the other one, I don't think you got. Okay, you got this. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a quick housekeeping question.
Yes.
I was gonna try to invite my other panelists to offer comments during some of my questions, but they don't have independent speeches, so I was wondering if I could just invite them up periodically as I get to a remark.
Are they not sitting as a panel?
They're right here. So if you guys want to sit next to me, why don't you?
Yeah, why don't you all just come? I
Great.
called you up as a panel, so if
You
there's
got it.
questions that we have for you. So are you not? All right, before we do this, why don't you, everybody give me your names and then we can talk about it, okay? So everybody give us your name, who you represent.
My name is Mike Morath, Commissioner of Texas Education Agency.
I'm Jennifer Schnakenberg from the Meadows Center for Preventing Educational Risk at the University of Texas at Austin.
I'm Dr. Beth Eckman, and I've served on the external review committees.
And I'm Dr. Eleanor Sanford with MetaMetrix, Senior Vice President.
Thank you. So they're not presenting, they're just here to answer questions, or what are we, help me understand a little
Yeah,
bit.
in front of you, you have a presentation from me that I was going to go through, and it will take a little bit of time to go through given the complexity of the issue, but I thought I would hand it off to them at various portions during the
That's
panel.
fine.
Okay.
I just want to make sure they're not here just looking pretty. So,
That's right, yeah.
So we're happy
Absolutely.
to have you, but I want to make sure they're going to be offering some testimony along the way. So,
Yes, absolutely.
Because I don't think you just need somebody to support you there. All right, please
Yes, sir.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. In front of you, you have a presentation as well as an appendix with some supporting information should the questions arise. I was going to try to walk through different parts of it. We have posted this presentation online on our website as well. Today we're here, obviously, to talk about the STAAR test, but I think the conversation is really much bigger than just the measurement system that is STAAR. And if I could start just by emphasizing 3 key points. Chairman Huberty, I've heard you mention this several times. We in fact do have a reading problem in elementary school in Texas and more broadly. Our performance, which for some time was on the rise, about a decade ago began declining in both absolute terms and when you make adjustments for demographics. We'll spend a lot of time talking about how to measure reading, but no matter how you measure it, we have, at least over the last decade, been getting worse, and we need to focus on how we get better. The second key point is I believe we at TEA have a duty to be responsive to the concern of parents and educators. So when concerns are shared with us, we make adjustments. We have made adjustments to STAAR based on feedback. We will continue to do so. And the third, as you'll see in the presentation, there is an overwhelming amount of evidence that proves STAAR is valid, reliable, on grade level, based on Texas standards, and predictive of life outcomes. But if I can tie all 3 of these points together, we as an agency and the work that we do directed by the legislature need to support our educators to line on our very high Texas standards. Otherwise, we'll continue to see high levels of frustration in the field. And today, perhaps by coincidence, you laid out House Bill 3, or announced House Bill 3, and there is so much in that gets at the heart of this problem. I'm very optimistic and just want to say my gratitude for you and the members of the House in general. So slide 2, let's focus on STAAR. Every few years or so, a wave of concerns about standardized testing crests. As a result of that, we are periodically called to look at our work with a critical eye. This is a good thing. We welcome these conversations. We've had them before. We will have them again because it's important that educators and parents have confidence in what these tests are telling them. Today, we've heard 2 primary concerns that passages on STAAR, are they at the right grade level? And second, is STAAR's declaration of meets grade level accurate? So you had several educational leaders lay out a very compelling argument that we all agree on. Assessment is important. We have to measure progress. It helps us understand how we're doing. It helps us adjust our practices. And there's general agreement here that assessment is important. The key thing is to make sure that our assessment is accurate in what it tells us. And so what does STAAR tell us? This is slide 4. STAAR is based on the TEKS, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. And it's, just to put it in perspective, we've been testing for probably 35 plus years in Texas, and we've had 5 major assessment systems. Each assessment system has essentially been designed to evaluate more advanced concepts than the one it replaced. The one that STAAR replaced was the TAKS test, which was the first time we were analyzing TEKS. The big distinction between STAAR and TAKS is to what level were we analyzing the TEKS? How do we make conclusions about what students have mastered? And the big difference between TACS and STAAR is that STAAR was designed to be predictive of post-secondary outcomes. So the level of mastery was designed to be predictive of these meaningful life outcomes, college, career, military readiness. That wasn't necessarily the case with prior designs. The reason that we changed this, as Chairman Huberty mentioned, because we don't do things unless the legislature authorizes them. We're an agent of the creation of the legislature. Is House Bill 3 in the 81st legislative session set up this linkage between the calibration, the rigor level of STAAR, and being predictive of post-secondary ready. This was, I think, a particularly wise act of public policy that the legislature made because they see the same things that we're seeing broadly. You can see on slide 5, if we forget about standardized testing generally, we still have a lot of work to do to improve outcomes. And generally speaking, our outcomes are at or near all-time highs. It's been a steady tightening of the screws, as it were, for 35 years and a steady improving in terms of coming out of the system. 6 years after high school graduation, the most recent graduating cohort, only 1 in 4 kids possess a trade credential, an associate's degree, or a bachelor's degree. So this is the problem, I think, that was staring the legislature in the face several years ago, which brought us to build an assessment system that was predictive of those life outcomes. But again, you don't have to look at STAAR to recognize that there is, in fact, a reading problem that is manifested itself in more recent years. And so while our post-secondary outcomes are still at or near all-time highs, the earlier cohort of students is showing some problems. Slide 6 shows NAEP. This is the National Assessment of Educational Progress. It's a random sample of students in every state, taken every other year around the country. There's a bunch of different checkpoints that are done, but we're going to focus on 4th grade reading. What you see there is that we saw steady rises in performance up until 2007. And since 2007, Texas has been on the decline. And it's not as if this mirrors some national trend. You can see the United States did not see a similar decline. And what sticks in my craw personally is that California has actually surpassed us.
Can I stop you real quick? You know, let's dig into that just for a second. Between 15 and 17, so the metrics they're using when we talk about this, you know, explain it for, you know, everybody.
The way the NAEP works. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the NAEP...
What are they testing? What's the test? What are they measuring? And then your assessment, why is this happening?
Yeah, so the NAEP again, it's a representative random sample of students all over the country. They choose students to test between January and March in 4th grade, and they do it in reading. And there's some other tests as well that NAEP has done. It's governed by sort of an offshoot of the Department of Education, sort of this national body that tries to identify critical reading skills, and the students are given a sort of a highly scientific assessment. The interesting thing is the cut points are basically consistent. The test design is basically
developed
consistent.
by, you know, implemented by, who pays for it,
the feds,
who administers it, where is it administered, how are they picked? Help us with that.
Yeah. So it's paid for by the federal government. It's actually started probably 40 years ago. The feds use a random sampling methodology to choose specific districts, specific campuses, and then get specific classrooms. So this came up because 2019 is a NAEP administration year, and superintendents in Texas, they sort of get randomly selected for this. They get a letter from Uncle Sam saying, please do this test with your kids, and so that's how it's essentially administered.
And so we've seen a decrease. Is that as a result because they're testing something that we're not teaching? Is it something that's different, or what do you liken that to?
Yeah, I mean, what NAEP is testing is NAEP is not aligned to the TEKS, so we should be very clear about that. It's a sort of broader definition of those experts.
Is it aligned to Common Core?
It long predates Common Core, so it'd be hard for me to imagine that it was changed to align to Common Core, although I should say I'm not advised.
Or maybe somebody in future panels can share that with us.
Absolutely.
But I don't need to beat this up, but you know, these are facts that you're
presenting. That's right. Yeah, I mean,
and our kids
NAEP
are doing worse than, on average, everybody, including California, right now.
Well, not everybody.
Well,
this was just the
okay.
big states.
California, New York, Florida, Massachusetts, and on average with the United States.
That's right,
Okay.
in fourth grade reading.
Thank you.
And then the next slide shows a comparison because some people have asserted that this is a STAAR-specific phenomenon. This downward trend started before the transition to STAAR, and it's reflected in those results. So if you look at the very next page, slide 8, you can just isolate up to 2007. So while TOS and TAX, they're at different levels, they're assessing different things, the trends are basically the same. We're an upward trend generally on NAEP, we're in an upward trend generally on our state tests. And then you go to the next page, slide 9, and the upward trend for TAX stops. There's no more upward movement. This is the same time that the trend on NAEP began to turn, and then STAAR is showing really the same trend. So again, to isolate this out as some measurement error specific to STAAR sort of is inconsistent with the fact base of a bunch of other assessments that are administered on a widespread basis in Texas.
What is the populations of student growth between 2003 and 2017? And how many students did we grow from
a
when to
lot,
when?
roughly 80,000 a year. And I will say that we got noticeably poorer during the same time period.
So 80,000 a year in a 15-year period of time, right? I mean, so
yeah.
We're talking a significant amount of children, over 1 million kids coming into the system, performing worse.
Yeah, as they're coming into the system, that's right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, of course. Yes, Mr. Van Diever.
Thank you. So we acknowledge that there has been pretty much flat performance over the last several years.
That's right.
Or downward, flat.
Yeah, flat or downward. I mean, these are narrow margins, but these are big numbers of kids. So
what do you attribute that?
It's a great question. So I've asked my research team to try to get to the bottom of it. I don't have something statistical at this point to tell out, but I do have at least a preliminary thought. And in fact, one of our panelists will speak a little bit more about this. But we invested very heavily in reading academies starting in the late 90s. And the way that we invested in those reading academies was initially tailored just for kindergarten, then first grade, then second grade, then third grade. And by about 2003, what we then did was we opened it up to, with the same amount of money, we opened it up into all of K through 8 and math, by the way, which significantly diluted the investment in K through 3 reading capacity in the state. And the only way that would have not eventually regressed is if all of our new incoming teachers were then trained on the same science of teaching reading that was trained and taught in the reading academies. And I think this gets to sort of this idea of viewing the problem systemically. It is. I hear sometimes people say, with the test, well, we're going to blame schools, we're going to blame teachers, we're going to blame kids. This is not the right way to look at test results. The right way to look at it is what is our practice as a whole, as a system. That includes us at TEA, includes legislative policy, includes how we lead our school systems, and to make sure that we're creating an aligned system of support to do that. This is one of the reasons I have a great deal of optimism, because of the laser focus on this issue that House Bill 3 places to try to invest in the capacity of our people. We substantially raised the rigor bar of the assessment, switching from TAX to STAAR. There's no debate about that. The question is, did we also substantially increase the investment that we were making in our people to execute at this new higher level of expectation? And if we don't invest in the capacity of our educators, then, we can raise the standards as much as we want. It's really hard to get there, which is, I think, part of the conversations, again, why I'm actually filled with a great deal of optimism today, given the layout of House Bill 3, that it's meant to address so many of these issues.
So I would never put words in your mouth, okay? But
yes, sir.
I would. But
objection leading the witness. Yeah. Yes,
am I hearing you say that really we probably should be investing more in resources than in assessments?
So you're going to have to forgive a very long answer to that question. I think when we think about state level big picture education policy, there's basically two plays that you can call. You can call the assessment and accountability play, which we started calling about 30 years ago, and you can call the human capital play. And the human capital play is what they started calling 30 years ago in Japan and Korea and Finland and Singapore. And we never really did that. Now, they also made the assessment and accountability play call in the Asian countries, and they're doing both of these plays. We're doing one, and it's assessment and accountability, and Finland is doing one, and it's just teachers. All of them are outperforming us. The Asian countries are outperforming Finland. So both of these are good calls. This is the, and of course, there's a bunch of different ways to measure these things, by the way. So it's not to say that I wouldn't spend money on assessment and accountability, but clearly investing in the capacity of our educators is gonna give us huge results long term. I think the evidence is overwhelmingly clear.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
You bet.
Chairman.
Keep going.
So back to, like, is STAAR telling us this sort of anomaly? Do we have this huge misalignment problem in the system? Slide 10 shows that there are some districts that are knocking the cover off the ball in elementary reading performance, and these are districts that have varying sizes, but they have it's not as if there's 0.0% free reduced rates in these districts that I chose. So it's clear that when you can focus on alignment of curricular resources that are taught in the school, that the results show up on the aligned assessment, the assessment that's been aligned with the TEKS. And so all of this is pretty abstract. I actually think that we need to talk about what it means to know how to read. When we think about what Texas expects, how Texas defines reading proficiency, it is in the TEKS. It is defined as adopted by the State Board of Education, but of course they're working extensively with educator committees. And I am not an expert on reading, so I brought some experts on reading to talk through this. And so I want to turn to Dr. Schnakenberg, who's the Chief Operating Officer of the Meadows Center for Preventing Educational Risk, also the Principal Investigator on the Reading Institute. And of course, this was the place where the Reading Academies originated in Texas. So with that, let me turn it to you.
And can you answer the question that you said that somebody was going to answer at the beginning? And I'm losing my train of thought, but help me. The one that you said, oh, I'm going to turn the related to the God dang it. Yeah. I think that chart and stuff like that. Is that you?
I'm gonna get to the chart
okay.
A little later, but you'll have to pardon. We have a kind of layout.
Okay, I'm not trying to get in your deal. I'm just asking a question there. So go ahead.
So thank you, and I'm here to talk about what reading is. And so research shows that reading is a complex process, and it requires foundational skills such as accessing sounds of language at the individual phoneme level, and then understanding how letters, a letter or letters, can be used at the grapheme level to map to those sounds. And then developing metacognitive skills, such as making multiple connections across the same text, and being able to synthesize information across multiple texts from various genres to both expand breadth and depth of comprehension. So the TEKS, as have been mentioned, include the alignment across grades and skills that are necessary for students to become readers and to become proficient and skilled readers. If you will look at the Learning to Read on slide 12, that is Hollis Scarborough's reading rope. And it is at the core of the Literacy Achievement Academies and the Learning to Read Academies and the Reading to Learn Academies. And it illustrates each of the main complexities behind the word recognition and the language comprehension constructs of reading. Because learning to read is a complex task, it's actually something that our brains are not naturally hardwired to engage in. Students must develop each of these elements within these two constructs in order to be successful readers. They must become more automatic and more strategic with both word recognition and language comprehension in order to become proficient and skilled readers. In other words, when students are no longer struggling with letter names and letter sounds, and they're no longer laboring in decoding of words, they're more automatic and fluent with their word recognition, and so they can be considered proficient in that one construct of word recognition. These word reading skills are included in the Texas state standards beginning in kindergarten and all the way throughout grade 5 within that word recognition component of the strand. Simultaneously, with strong instruction in comprehension and vocabulary, opportunities to express oneself in speaking and in writing, and a strategic approach to learning and applying metacognitive skills, students can enhance their language comprehension portion of the reading rope. Our students across Texas develop these language comprehension skills across multiple genres, using more complex text structures, and these are NRTs beginning in kindergarten and going all the way through the English 4. And so as you can see, when these two constructs of the reading rope come together with both word recognition and with the language comprehension pieces, then you will lead with more automaticity and skilled practice to becoming what we call a proficient or a skilled reader.
So,
well, hold on. Any questions for? Let me ask this question. Mr. Dutton and I were sitting here looking at this, and I'm looking at this. Readability algorithms like Lexile measure only language structures. He and I are sitting here, hearing about Lexiles and reading, and that's the heart of this issue that we're hearing, right? The heart of the issue is the STAAR test doesn't meet Lexile cut scores or things like that. But are we really? Is that what the STAAR test is? Is it measures Lexile? I want her to answer the question, and then you can jump in. But I mean, you're the one that talks about readability and things of that nature. Help me understand that for a second.
So
help us understand.
So I am definitely not the person on the panel who has the expertise in Lexiles. My expertise is in reading and in the development of reading and in professional development for educators to understand how the reading process works for students as they become skilled and proficient readers.
Okay. So,
I was just going to have Dr. Eleanor Sanford-Moore, who's the lead psychometrician and also the Senior Vice President of Research and Development at MetaMetrix. The key thing about why did we invite someone at MetaMetrix, because MetaMetrix is the developer of Lexile. So this is, I don't know, the world's leading expert on Lexile. So she's here.
Well, then maybe you can answer a question.
Okay, so continuing on looking at slide 12 and everything, the reading rope and reading instruction is a complex process. The Lexile measure is a small piece of this complex process and relates to only one of the 8 strands, language structure. A Lexile measure for a text is based on the number of ideas in a sentence and the familiarity of the words in the English language. The Lexile analyzer processes a text in its entirety and provides the Lexile text measure. These Lexile text measures do not take into account text quality, age appropriateness of the content, student interest, student background knowledge, and the context and purpose of reading the text. A Lexile measure for a student is based on his or her ability to read text with adequate comprehension. When a student reads a text at his Lexile level, the framework forecasts 75% understanding of the text. Continued reading at this level promotes student reading growth. The Lexile framework brings the student and the text together using a single scale that measures the language structure strand.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Mr. Vandy.
Okay, thank you. I hate to interrupt you, but I wanted to stop you there, and let's talk about the 75%. When a student reaches 75% level of Lexile, then that's considered acceptable, and actually that's where we want that student to be because it encourages them to continue to develop their reading skill.
That's correct. It provides enough challenge still so that they are having to work at it a little bit so they improve their reading ability over time.
Well, is it fair to say, though, that if we are testing that student on STAAR, we're not the purpose of the STAAR is not to encourage them to read at that next level. The purpose of the STAAR is for them to be able to read that question 100% with 100% understanding, so they know what the answer should be, or they at least know what the question is asking. Is that fair statement?
Yeah, I think we've got two different things going on with the passages and the items. So we need to think about each of those separately. We'll talk a little bit more about what it means with examples of text. So maybe if we go through those a little bit more, that may help.
I was going to say, why don't you take them to the next slide?
Representative Gonzalez actually has a question for you.
Well, and I just, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Representative Van Dever. I think that's kind of where there's a misunderstanding or break in the purpose or the function of the assessments, because I think that's kind of, for me, at the heart of the questions for me for today is it an assessment tool, or is it a tool that is also trying to move people? And if it is, that's fine, but I'm not necessarily sure the public, parents, and maybe even teachers know that that is the function. And I think that creates a disconnect and therefore can lose trust, right? And I think that's important.
If I can, I think we have maybe two slides, and then I want to go right back to that specific point, because I think we'll address that fairly clearly. On slide 13, this is really meant to compare and contrast the dichotomy of the language structural element, the lexile element, and then the breadth of reading proficiency. Dr. Sanford-Moore, turn it back to you.
Okay. In this slide, we've got two examples of text. So let's look at the first example. It presents a sophisticated science concept, probably from upper elementary or middle school, using words familiar to students. We've got the sun is a ball of gas. In this case, the lexile text measure will be low due to the simple language. Now, looking at the second example, even though simple language is used, this text will have a much higher lexile text measure because it includes multiple ideas. As we've seen in these two examples, the lexile text measure is influenced by the number of ideas and the familiarity of the language. When it comes to determining if a passage should be included or eliminated from use on an assessment, the lexile text measure by itself should not be the only criteria. From my experience developing state summative assessments for the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, we would first select passages based on content appropriate for the grade, and then begin to filter them by various criteria, including readability. So again, you've got different dimensions of reading that we're talking about, and STAAR is meant to assess the entirety of reading proficiency. Lexile's focused on a fairly narrow element of it. And if you used lexile alone to make your grade level determinations, you'd end up with some fairly inappropriate grade level determinations. There's an example of that on slide 14, where you got a Dr. Seuss book that's theoretically a couple of grade levels above Grapes of Wrath, and nobody's using Grapes of Wrath in third grade in Texas. So this is why you don't apply that methodology solely in sort of evaluating grade level standards. And this gets back to I think both Representative Van Dever and Representative Gonzalez' question about, all right, well, what is really STAAR telling us? And so on slide 15, lexile is essentially an assessment of where students and texts are. Think about it sort of today, and actually their studies are based on a couple of years back, based solely on the dimension of language structure. And it gets to sort of at a level that you can comprehend about 75% based of those language structures. STAAR is a completely different assessment. It is about where students need to be, not where students are, but where students need to be. Remember, it's predictive of meaningful life outcomes. And not based on just one dimension of language structure, but the entire domain of reading proficiency. So if I were to sort of make an analogy, it's not that we're talking apples to oranges. It's sort of like we're talking about a core of an apple and then the rest of the apple. These are both useful tools, but you wouldn't hang your hat on a definition of grade level based upon lexile alone.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you. So I get that this is just one measure, okay, but I go back to, these are children. These are not. This is not a machine that we can predict the response. These are children who have all of the things going on that children have. So is it possible, do you think that it's possible that because maybe we're putting questions on the test that are in those upper bands of Lexile, and we know that Lexile is accepting 75% comprehension, we get that we want reading to be challenging, and I would still say that's something we want in the books they're reading, not in the test questions they're reading. But let's accept the fact that we want reading to be challenging. Because these are children and not machines, what happens when we reach that level that goes beyond challenging and becomes frustrating, and then the child shuts down? Is there any acknowledgement of that?
Yeah, so I am asked, I mean, it's the children and machines analogy is apt. I mean, the Lexile measure is actually a quantitative sort of computer algorithm of analysis. I'm asked from time to time, are we testing at the level of fluency or are we testing at the level of frustration? And I think the answer is yes. We're testing because it depends entirely on how well prepared and how rigorous the curricular exposure the student's life has been up to that point. There are some students that are exposed to rich curriculum instruction both inside the school and, for that matter, outside the school, and therefore they get to interact with even at the master's grade level, and master's grade level is predictive of post-secondary rated to the tune of sort of 75%. Chance. It's the same rigor level expectations built in the SAT, ACT, and AP exams, daisy chained all the way down. If a student's been very well prepared, then these tests are going to be very easy for them to demonstrate mastery on. If the student, if we have not organized our supports generally in the system, then you're going to have students, I think, that have frustrating experience with this.
Well, and the students who have frustrating experiences, I mean, these are already high-stakes tests. And so, you know, I think there's evidence that would say that the child's anxiety level, some children's anxiety level is pretty high going into the test. And then they come across a question that they're having, they reach that frustrated level. And now their anxiety is, you know.
I think there's somebody on the panel that's better equipped to answer this than me. Dr. Beth Eckman is a fourth grade teacher in Fort Bend ISD. She's also a doctorate in curriculum instruction, specifically in the area of reading, and is president of the Coalition of Reading and English Supervisors. So I'd like her to address that because I think, frankly, she's going to have more expertise on it than I would.
Okay.
I think Representative Gonzalez has a question.
Well, I'm going the same line, but if you feel this is going to help, then I'll come back.
Okay.
Okay, so you want me to talk about frustration of students?
Yes, generally. But the concept that the child is already at a high stress level going in, and then they come in and sit down and begin to take this test, and they hit one of these questions that is at that upper band of Lexile.
I've seen a variety of things. I have served as a literacy coach, a reading specialist with students with dyslexia. I've worked as a coach in schools of high poverty with kids that are highly struggling readers. I currently work at a average school that's got really strong readers and some kids that are slightly struggling. So I've seen the gambit. Mm-hmm. Some of the kids will get to a point where they're struggling and they will shut down. I've seen that. But I've also seen kids who rise to the occasion, and it depends on how they're set up. It depends on how they're prepared. Are they given those tools in their toolkit so they know what to do when they hit a point of struggle? Now, there are some kids that frustrate easily in course of life. Mm-hmm. You know, they hit a tough patch and they don't know what to do. Right. Period. And so when they hit that in reading, they do the same thing. They don't know what to do. But if we've given them what they need in their toolkit, they do okay.
So I think the follow-up to that then would be, are we, as an agency, as whoever, are we giving our teachers the resources they need to prepare that student?
Not always.
To meet that?
Not always. The reading academies were phenomenal for giving the K-3 teachers what they needed to get what they needed. Those are not as prevalent as they had been. And the incoming teachers don't have those strategies that they needed. As I've been coaching teachers throughout the state, they don't have all those, they don't have the skill set I have. Right. I've got 29 years of experience, so I've got more skill set than a lot of teachers do. But the incoming teachers just don't have those skills, and we're not investing in those teachers as we used to.
So it would be your testimony that
we need to invest in human capital. That's the best bang for your buck right now. Programs are not it. You've got to invest in human capital.
Thank you. And just one more question, real quickly, and I'm not sure who is the appropriate person,
Okay.
but at what point in the life of the STAAR did we begin using Lexile measures?
Sure, I can speak to that. We've always used teachers. Dr. Eckman's actually one of our teacher reviewers. So on slide 16, it's this question of how do we select passages and ensure that the passages are on grade level. And so there's a pretty massive process. It's in your appendix. But at its core, we're talking about the judgment of professional educators that are practicing classroom teachers that sort of sign off. There's a 4-part test that's featured there. So we rely essentially on the judgment of Texas educators. Now, I'll skip to sort of answer the other part of your question. On slide 18, the agency has always used, when I say always, I don't know, after about 15 years, I can't necessarily say always is always, but for a long time, the agency has used a mix of 5 different readability measures in early passage selection. Now our processes have changed. I've gotten a lot of recommendations from folks, and we've made a bunch of changes over the last 3 years. But they were used to inform sort of early passage selection internally, but not as a hard and fast sort of strict guide. So Lexile concerns, again, this is not a new concern, as the panel before attested. In my first 6 months on the job, I heard this a lot. In fact, I met with Randy, and he showed me some of his findings. And so I directed our staff to modify the passage development process so that we would not be putting passages on the STAAR that were outside of what we thought would be appropriate Lexile ranges. And so those changes started in 2017. It takes a while for those things to show up, and it's got to be developed, tested. It's a big, intense process. You got to field test it. But the 2018 STAAR test actually was the first place where the results of that were live. And I think every single passage in 3 through 8 was within our recommended ranges, but one exception, and I think it was in 5th grade. Or were below. There's a few that were below, but I don't think anybody's complaining about that. Anyway, so we saw that take effect in 2018. And of course, the basic issue of is the test valid, is it reliable, is it effective? You can kind of look at the results between 2018 and 2017 when this change took effect, and there weren't sort of material variations year over year in overall performance. Clearly, the broad concept of reading proficiency that STAAR is designed to assess is much bigger than just Lexile computed or any other algorithmic computed passage complexity. So if I can, I'd like to go back to Dr. Eckman to talk about her process as an external reviewer of STAAR items and STAAR passages before they go out for use in production tests.
Yeah, and then after before you pass the mic, let's go to Representative Gonzalez, and then we'll go to Representative Meyer.
Oh, thank you.
Hold tight.
I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but
Horse isn't dead yet.
the horse isn't dead yet. It will be by the end of this hearing, probably. But here's what I'm struggling with. We have now heard twice that if young people have the tools, then they won't get frustrated, right? And that they'll be able to be successful. I understand that. However, I think there is then, going back, and I'm not going back, this disconnect between making sure the kids have the right tools, but if we're not communicating that the tools aren't about assessing grade level, but assessing also encouraging growth, then are we I just feel like I understand that if they have the tools, they won't be frustrated. My challenge is I don't know if they have the tools because I don't know if we've given them the right information because we haven't communicated, because this is the first time I've ever heard, this is my second time on PubEd, that we're not testing for the grade level, but we're testing for growth as well. And I don't know, and maybe I'm just haven't been paying attention, but I doubt that. Does that make sense? And I think that's where I'm starting to get
Yeah, I think your
frustrated.
question makes sense, but I don't know that I would say that that's how I would characterize it. The STAAR test is designed to assess grade level specific, mastery of the knowledge and skills. And masteries, we actually have mastery of the knowledge and skills, and we have meets grade level of the knowledge and skills, which is a lower level of proficiency. We have approaches grade level, which is again a lower level of proficiency. So we can measure growth year over year, but the STAAR test itself is designed to measure summative proficiency of students. When I think Representative Van Dever was talking about was, pushing children to learn and to read.
So I'm trying to say what he's saying.
Yeah.
Everything Gary Van Dever says, and then put my question on top of it, right? So,
so what I think, and I would go back to our practitioner experts. You're going to want a mix of complexity of text, and you want to build a curricular experience for the students that is extremely engaging and rich. And if you're successful doing that, it's a big if because I would say this as our experts, we weren't wired to read. That's not the way the brain works. If you're successful at doing it, then the students experience one of these assessments without much frustration. But if you're not, and whether it's you or what I would say is us collectively, I'm supplementing educational resources at home with my 4 young children. Then we get frustrated. So I don't know.
So then I just have a couple more questions then on that.
Okay.
So, but can you maybe agree, Commissioner, that there might be a sentiment because of that, trying to create this experience, that there might be sentiments of misalignment?
Well, so you heard testimony that ISIP, which is an assessment from iStation, not affiliated with Apple, that its designation of Tier 1 is X, and so then kids walking into the STAAR test are all, how come they didn't pass? Well, the ISIP designation of Tier 1 was based upon how a below-average child did in 2015. That's actually where it's literally like what goals did we set for our kids. So ISIP was normed at the 40th percentile in their last norm sample, which was several years ago. So there is clearly alignment problems in tools that are used by districts all over the place. This is a problem. It needs to get fixed.
I don't mean to interrupt real quick. I know because I'm going to turn it over to you here in a second because I got to go jump with somebody that needs to have a meeting with me today, so for a few minutes. But I'd like these answered while I'm gone if we can, or if you can focus on these. Number one is that you're the assessment person, right? Or you've been on this. I'd like to know relative to the test when they come to the educators themselves specifically. Are you involved in that process? Is TEA listening?
Yes.
Are we? You don't have to answer them all right now,
Okay.
but I'd like to understand this, at least on the record, so that everybody and the members understand this. Meaning, is this a waste of time or is this actually happening and not? Because what we're hearing from superintendents is that the questions are not grade level, or they're not meeting grade level, or they're not doing something. And I just don't know where the disconnect is here. If we have educators like you that are involved, that are experts in this, help us understand. Two,
Absolutely.
I want to understand, for the record, I'd like to make sure that, when we talk about Lexile scores and everything else, the narrative around this problem has become, well, it doesn't match the Lexile score, therefore if it doesn't match the Lexile score, it's not relevant. We have to have some sort of mechanism for reading. It's required under federal law. We all know that. So that's, so we have to make sure that we have that. But I want to make sure that we have educator input and then it's being listened to and that it's effective as we're going forward. So those are kind of important questions with that. And making sure that, are we testing at grade level or are we over testing? And then finally, Commissioner, please, if you would give to the committee, I know you have recommendations. I don't think you're suggesting that there's not improvements that can be done and things that we should not be doing. And I want you to spend some time talking about those things so that because if it's broken, we want it fixed.
Right.
and we want to know if it's broken, and we don't want to get into this counterproductive debate. I hear it, and I'm not suggesting we are Representative Van Dever or Gonzalez, but I want us to acknowledge if there's a problem, what is the problem, and what are we doing to fix that problem? That's what ultimately I want to do. So, thank you.
All right.
I'm just going to continue with my questions then.
Sorry.
So I'm almost done, Chairman.
Take your time.
So going back to then, TEA does all this work with the teachers and then you assess the test, correct?
Correct.
And when's the last time you assessed the test?
When's the last time I assessed a
Or
test?
TEA, I should say, the agency.
It depends on what you mean by the question. So we did a independent third-party verification that the test was valid and reliable, as ordered by House Bill 743 in the 84th legislation, sponsored by one Representative Huberty, and that independent verification essentially showed that the test was valid. And one of the measures of validity that was analyzed was that the test bears a strong association with on-grade curriculum requirements.
So I think.
Sorry.
So I have a part of that study. I'm going to read something I have, and then you tell me what you think about it.
You bet.
At grade 3, 17 of 40 items are rated as partially aligned or not aligned by at least one reviewer. This was true for 10 of 44 items at grade 4, 18 of 46 items at grade 5, 7 of 48 items at grade 6, 10 of 50 items at grade 7, and 5 of 52 items at grade 8. So if you have items, a large portion of items that are not aligned or misaligned, and you can still pass the test, but you still have, so it's like if I have a test, but if it's misaligned, then I may not be able to get 100% as a student. I'm already starting at a deficit because I'm not aligned with the test. Does that make sense?
It makes 100% sense.
And I want to know if TEA addressed those misalignments that were identified in the validity study.
Yes. So short answer is yes. In your, my apologies in advance, in your 70-page appendix, if you turn to page 36, there should be some page numbers. It says STAAR test process, STAAR test construction process improvements. Yes, ma'am.
Everyone.
So I'm just going to kind of walk you through a few of these, and this is actually one of the questions Chairman Huberty asked before he left. A few of these, both a history of process changes and then process changes that are sort of on the deck. So one of them, Representative Van Dever asked earlier about, was when did we make like the hard and fast, like don't go above a certain Lexile rule. So I asked staff to do that in 26 based on this feedback. Our processes were updated in 2017, and that's that first 2-page memo. It just shows you that was done. So we now actually don't put passages on the STAAR if they're not within these Lexile ranges. Slide 39. We stood up a teacher institute independent of the external review panel. So Dr. Eckman serves on an external review panel, but we started a teacher institute in 2017 where we brought in 200 Texas teachers, it's basically 100 teachers over 2 weeks, to do this massive deep dive on the student expectations and the assessment. And out of that, we have a sort of bunch of item development occurring, but we also have a new process called early passage review that essentially before a passage moves forward to have questions built from it, we have an actual external early passage review now that's done, and you can see some data from 2018, the early passage review committee participation. On slide 41, I reorganized a bunch of staff at the agency. So we used to have 2 separate operational divisions. One that was curricular support. These were people that were essentially neck deep in the standards, working side by side with the State Board of Education. And then the second was an assessment division. These were people neck deep in the assessment questions. And they were 2 different groups of people. So I combined them. So they're now one and the same groups of people. So the people that develop the highest level of internal expertise at the agency are also the same people that work on item development. this gets at really the heart of what you're talking about, Representative Gonzalez, because I'm not going to be satisfied until that comes back, a report like that comes back with 100%. Although I will tell you that reasonable people will always still disagree.
And I get that you can't be 100%, but I think I'm concerned about the big gap because it starts a kid at 80 as opposed to starting a kid at 100. And I'm going to, as you continue through this, in your deep dive, did you account for diversity, i.e., content? So I'm from the border.
Yep.
I may not understand. An example in the New York Times article for it was building sandcastles on the beach. I had never seen a beach till I was, in college.
So for many years we've had very diverse teacher selection processes for the educator review panel. So that's been a fairly common process. You have some data on that in a little earlier in this deck, pages 33, 34 or so. But let me get to the heart of that. I'm going to skip a couple more pages and go to page 45. These are pending STAAR improvements. In the most recent Lexile dust-up, I reached out to one of the superintendents on the panel, and he brought a group of educators and experts to talk to me. And they offered several suggestions. So we actually, coming out of that meeting, was like, we're doing one of those suggestions. But this list on page 45, these are changes that are in the hopper. And specific to that New York Times example, if you go to the third bullet, prior knowledge, we want to update the passage selection process so that in addition to all of the other screens that we've done forever, that we also do a cross-curricular vertical TEKS alignment screen. So let's say that it's a passage about something that you could think of as social studies-ish. Ideally, the content of the passage is content that they have been taught in social studies in the same year or earlier.
Like George Washington.
Yeah,
but if you had to learn about George Washington, it would align with
that's
the
right. So to the extent possible, we're gonna modify our passage selection process to mitigate the need for sort of outside prior knowledge and make sure that it's covered in the breadth of the TEKS. Because I mean, the TEKS are a unique resource. It's not just English and math. It's science and social studies, and there's like 4 or 5 other category areas. These are what teachers are sort of legally required to teach in the state of Texas, and so we want to make sure that in every way possible that the test aligns to that. Another thing that's been surfaced, and you heard one of the panelists earlier mention this. So let's move away from reading for a moment. You want to make sure your math test is assessing math skills, not reading. And so I've asked the agency and then of course all of our vendors to do a top-to-bottom review of our process for discerning reading level of the items on the math, science, and social studies tests. And you can't use Lexile and these readability algorithms, unfortunately, because all those algorithms require a minimum number of words and questions are too short. So you're going to have some kind of human judgment process, but I want a very explicit human judgment process that's based on readability. So these are all changes that I've sort of ordered. Some of these were ordered, a year ago, some of them 6 months ago. At least one of them came out of a meeting that was surfaced due to all of this publicity. So we're trying to be as responsive and adaptive to the field because it's one thing to say, do we have a valid on-grade level assessment? I think the research is compellingly clear. We have a valid on-grade level assessment. It's reliable. It's another thing entirely of, do we have an assessment that everybody believes in? And that's a different standard because now you got kind of a communications challenge in addition to sort of a psychometric and design challenge. And so I want both to be true, and we're working on from a continuous improvement process as an agency to make that a reality.
And I appreciate your hard work, and I think we both want we want that to be true as well. And I think if we have a better understanding, that can be possible, and then we can identify and tell you what's happening in our districts, because I do think there is that disconnect in the final thing you talked about. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. Also, I'm not who you are, but all the white coats, welcome. It's hard not to notice you. I don't know if I should brush my teeth or eat a vegetable, but you guys are welcome. Thank you for being here. Representative Meyer, are you're in the batter's box?
Yeah, no idea. No,
Thank
I'm
you
kidding.
for joining us in this riveting conversation today.
It is great. I want to go back about 30 minutes, and I apologize because of something that you said struck on me. I have anecdotal. So I have a 7th grader, a 5th grader, and a kindergartner. So I'm literally in the midst of this. And in your response to both Representative Van Dever and Representative Gonzalez dealing with the test and making sure, that while they're taking the test, there may be questions which may frustrate and become harder. Well, last year I took my 4th grader to school on STAAR testing day. She was bawling, did not want to do it. Very high stress. For whatever reason, my 7th grader didn't quite have that issue. My 4th grader did. Well, she came home that evening and she ran into whatever one of these questions that you're talking about, and she was able to finish, but it was very tough. Here's my question. I want to make sure I understand your testimony. I don't get why we would have a test for a child in 4th grade that would evolve in such a way that you are trying to, in your words, challenge, in my words, frustrate, to where if we're really trying to get to the knowledge of a 4th grader, of a child, is it really wise to have that component in there? And maybe I'm misunderstanding your testimony, that you literally are putting questions in there that are designed to, again, challenge, mind, frustrate, which can throw a 4th grader off or a 5th grader off. Like, I get it if you're taking the MCAT. I get it if you're, but I mean, if we're really trying to get to what they know, if we're really trying to get to what they know.
That's why the white coats are here.
Again, y'all happen to be here. I get it, because they're older and prepared. Can you explain that to me? Because I think that's part of what Representative Van Dever was trying to get to.
Number one, I didn't create the test, and I'm not here advocating for the test itself. Okay. What I said was, when they hit points of challenge, and that's what I was asked to express to Representative Van Dever, was what do they do when they hit points of challenge? They either rise to the occasion or they frustrate and shut down. And I've seen both happen, okay? There are kids that come to school with test anxiety. There are schools that do nothing but test prep and get the kids all stirred up for testing. There are schools that do what happened to me when I was in school. You showed up one day and, oh yeah, there's a test. And so there wasn't that sick feeling when you got to school. This state of high stakes testing has helped create that sense of there's a lot on the table when I go in to take this test. It's really important. We've created that and fostered that sense for our kids. This test is so important that I've got to do my very best. It's not just that they've hit a hard question. We've created a high-stakes testing environment for our kids, that it's so important that they've got to do well. And that's part of their frustration and their sense of angst with this test. And we have done so much test prep with some of these babies that they feel that angst all year long. And that's where the problem has come in.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, knowing all that, what would you do to change it?
Exactly. That great question, Chairman. That was going to be my next one.
Yeah.
Okay, so in an ideal world, I know we need accountability. I know taxpayer dollars are going for this, and they don't want to just say, hey, go teach my kids. And there's no accountability. I totally get that. And I don't want to be the one that just says, trust me, I'm an educator. Give me your money, and I'll do what I think is best. That's not realistic. That's not the world we live in, and I get that.
But that's at the other extreme.
But that's at the other extreme. Right. You're correct. But I don't think this high-stakes environment that we've placed our kids in is a healthy environment. I don't think it's healthy for teachers. I don't think it's healthy for schools. I don't think the A through F is healthy either. I don't know where I'd go from here. I don't know how we dial that back a little bit, but we need to find a way. I think it's a conversation that we need to have about dialing it back some. I think the message needs to be to administrators and to teachers to tone it down some. Okay. Because there's so much importance that's been placed on it at this time.
And if I can nibble on that same question. So,
well, before you do.
Yes.
Yeah, please. Well, unless you're answering.
I was answering that exact question. Okay. Yes. So in the 70-page appendix, I also included some slides that y'all have seen before from me on legislative options to consider. So on slide 66, and I mentioned this last time, there's no federal requirement that stakes be placed on students. There's a federal requirement that you have an accountability system for the adults, but not for the students. And so we in Texas require kids to pass, as a matter of state policy, require kids to pass the test in 5th grade, 8th grade, and in high school. We don't in 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 7th. If they don't pass the test in 5th and 8th grade, we actually make them take the test again. And then we might promote them, or we might even make them take the test a third time. So it may be worth some legislative attention as to whether or not that's the proper policy framework, and there's probably some ancillary benefits to that. That's one thing that is a potential option. I think,
Commissioner, just real quick, sorry, explain to me the difference again between you're not grading the child, you're grading the teacher? I mean,
actually, yeah, you're when you think
walk me
about
through that, because that seems to me to be one and the same almost, but please.
Well, so as a matter of state policy, if a student does not meet grade level on the 3rd grade STAAR, there's no formal consequence to the student. Now, there are accelerated instruction, meaning basically provide some support to the student, but it's not like you have to hold the kid back a grade. Doesn't apply in 3rd grade, doesn't apply in 4th grade, does not apply in 6th, does not apply in 7th. But it does apply in 5th, does apply in 8th, also applies to the EOCs in high school.
Right.
And so you could theoretically remove that state policy requirement. In an attempt to remove all the stakes, at least at the student level. Now, I am not sure that that's really going to solve the ambient pressure that adults place on students, because adults are feeling that pressure as well. But at least there's not any formal pressure as a function of law placed on students as a result of the test, given that kind of change. I would say the other issue is, and this is incumbent upon us at TEA, we've got to better support our school systems in the practices that are designed to support appropriate curriculum and learning environments, not in sort of let's create a bunker mentality, and tell kids this is the most important day of your life, because it's not, and lock everything down on testing day. And what that really means is I think we need a series of best practices and training recommendations on how to conduct a sort of logistics around assessment and the sort of processes of instruction support. And I think that can be done in the reading academies, but also would be done separate from the reading academies just formally.
I have a question about that, but I want to make sure we get to.
So if I could finish, follow
Yeah.
up. So for this committee, one of the things we should do is take a look at some of the state requirements regarding these tests.
And what Commissioner Morath was just pointing out is investing in human capital again, which brings us back to investing in human capital for proper learning environments and proper assessments and importance placed on assessments, or lack of importance placed on assessments. And I don't mean that's the wrong wording, but
emphasis.
The emphasis placed on assessments, so that your child's not getting out of the car sick to death and terrified of going to school that day, or the day of the practice STAAR test that we're going to have, or the benchmark we're going to have to tell me whether or not I have to go to tutorials during recess.
What would happen though if you just had, because we have these letter grades and all that kind of stuff. What would happen if you just had pass or fail?
In terms of just the STAAR?
Yes.
What would happen?
Yeah.
Do you mean at the campus level or at the student level?
Yes, at the campus level.
Well, we had basically pass-fail for 5 years. That was...
well, at the student level then. I mean, if you had it at the student level.
If they passed or failed the grade, or just the STAAR test?
The STAAR test.
Just the STAAR test? It depends on how you're going to hold the campus and the teachers accountable for that. If you've got high stakes testing and the campuses and the district are held, it trickles down.
And what I would say, Chairman Dutton, on that question, this is another change that happened in the last few years. If you turn to page 43 of the appendix, what we used to tell parents about the STAAR was fairly undecipherable, frankly. So there was a term called unsatisfactory, there was a term called satisfactory, and then there was a term called advance. We changed these to reflect the original benchmark design of STAAR. So it does not meet grades level, approaches grade level, meets grade level, masters grade level. That is also some change to try to provide better transparency for parents about student performance, but it's also caused, I think, higher level of angst, because the parents are like, hey, I'm not only approaching grade level, what gives? This is appropriate give and take, I think, between what the what the STAAR is telling students and the different sources of information that parents might be getting about their students.
Because seeing all the white coats out there, I was thinking about my daughter. My daughter went to Southern Cal Med School, and they only had pass or fail. And I couldn't understand, well, if it's good enough for doctors, why is it not good enough for third graders?
They like that. All right.
Yeah, and I thought, well, that's kind of strange. Because, of course, then she told me something that lawyers like you were suing doctors for medical malpractice, and then they get their grades. So now you can't do that. But I don't know. I just, I think part of the high stakes testing relates to students trying to make a certain grade on the test and that kind of thing.
Trying to get advanced and get to the high stakes.
And part of the frustration is getting there, and not just. I mean, if somebody says, "Well, all you got to do is pass it," we just got pass or fail. That's all.
I got you.
Whether or not that takes a lot of that away from it, I'm kind of considering it and thinking about that, but I'm not sure, based on your testimony, whether that happens or not. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I had one other question that's been bothering me, and that had to do with this chart right here. How much does spelling have to do with reading?
Ask these guys.
So spelling is considered to be encoding while reading is decoding. And generally, if you are a strong reader, then you have a better chance at being able to encode words. And spelling practice is very important when students are writing and when students are being asked to express themselves.
And the reason I asked that is I remember, some of you all may, years ago, I bought my son a speak and spell, and he figured out how to make it work and do all kinds of things. And one day he said to me from the back seat, "Well, Dad, I can spell all these words. Pretty soon I'll be even know how to read." And so I stopped at the store and bought him a book. And because I thought, well, he knows more than I do. So I gave him the book, and he started reading the book in the back. And I thought, well, that's amazing. But I wonder, do we still have spelling in schools? Or do we not have that anymore?
Yes, and it's part of our standards.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, because I never hear kids talk about it.
It's part of our standards.
But it is part of the standards. Okay.
That's right.
All right,
Thank you, sir. Representative Sanford, you're up.
Well, I think they took the fun out of me asking my question because they answered during this dialogue most of it. But it just seems to me that we have a lot of information, but not a lot of gelling of a solution. I see some recommendations that you guys provide, but that would assume, for the most part, that the pressures put upon the testing process, the assessment process, is coming from the state, I believe. But as I listened to you, you mentioned teachers and administrators creating a culture of stress. And then I looked at the grades 5 and 8 being different from grade 4, which was Representative Meyer's grade, I believe. So his example leads us to believe it's not because it's high stakes, because it's not, right? But it's because of a culture that's been created within a school or a school district. And then the question for us, I think, becomes how much is the state complicit in creating that culture that pervades even a grade that's not taking a high stakes test?
Right. I think it's a fantastic question, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about this because one, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's really a sort of culture of the campus issue, and two, that then inherently belies there's not going to be a simple solution to that because changing culture is not particularly easy, and so it's how we invest in our principals, our school leaders. It's how we invest in our teachers, how we train them coming into the profession, and the practices that we train them on. It's what TEA does to sort of help support districts in thinking through how to create the right testing environment, and that sort of de-stresses, not in-stresses. I mean, it is in fact a bad practice to take your kids 4 weeks before testing and then start giving them worksheets. That actually will reduce their scores on the test. But it happens all over the place. And so inherently, I think we're talking about an investment in our people. And I can't offer you any quick or easy solutions.
All right, I'm gonna try to take some of these questions and package them into something that's simple for me. I know we need to move on, but I think it's important. First of all, I think part of what I think I hear you saying is that there's use in the test, both for the student and the educator, maybe as a diagnostic, as a roadmap.
It's very useful for me to assess. I know the kids, one of the superintendents said earlier that it comes at the end of the year, and often I get the scores after the kids have left.
Right.
But it does tell me how well I've taught my curriculum over the year.
Right.
It's useful information for planning for next year's purposes.
Right.
May not help me with that student, but it does help me with planning for the next year.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if there's a way to deploy it in such a way where it acts as a sort of barometer for where a student is, so that the rest of the year could be used working on their strengths and weaknesses. The second thing is, it strikes me that in Representative Meyer's example, and I've got a young kid, and I know you have.
I got too many.
Yeah.
We're very blessed.
You're a busy man. That whether they rise to the occasion or not is more of a test-taking skill than any measure of their ability. Because when I was a kid and I'm reading a comic book, there's no occasion to rise to. I'm just reading, right? Or when I'm learning, the occasion part sort of betrays where most people's everyday existence is, with the exception of folks like, taking the bar exam or the MCAT, the folks in the back. I just sort of wonder where the rising or falling to the occasion fits in the general sort of education of students. Not that I'm opposed to them taking exams. I'm sort of wondering where that part fits and how much space it takes up. But the third part is this, and I'm going to go back to a question that we had that I asked you in my office, because this is still my primary question. Several times during this conversation, we've talked about investing in human capital, whether or not teachers are prepared. And in my mind, and thinking of the first panel, I'm thinking about how much people knew. Because aside from the wisdom of having a STAAR exam at all, or how it's deployed, or what it means, is the original reason why we're here, and that is that some educators believe that there's sort of a misalignment between STAAR and everything else they've been doing, right, and using. That seems to be the issue, right? I'm a third grade teacher. I've been doing X, Y, and Z, and then my kids take the STAAR, and then they get scores, and then I see the scoring rubric, and it's different than I expected or anticipated. That seems to me still to be the primary issue, aside from the validity of the exams and everything else. So let me ask the question this way. I am a third grade teacher. I'm not. I'm a third grade teacher. Alternative universe. My school has been IR 2 years in a row on this issue. I am trying to get my students at grade level. I'm using the textbook that my school has purchased. I'm scouring the internet for other materials. I'm buying books from the book fair that are said to be at third grade reading level. Our report cards have Lexiles on them, right? Progress reports. Should I have known that when my kids take the STAAR, my students take the STAAR, that they were going to be evaluated in this way? And if I so that's the first question. Should I have known? 2, should I have known that there's a rubric that I have to sort of funnel all of my lessons and materials through to make sure that it's on the sort of Texas scoring rubric, as opposed to what seems to be what everyone else uses? I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but it seems to me that there's a disconnect between what people knew they should have been doing and what our expectations were. And does that make sense? Like, how was I supposed to know? Or should I have known and I just dropped it? Whose fault is that?
I was aware.
I'm not saying there's not a predetermined answer you have to give me. Like, tell me that I'm wrong. I just want to know.
And I'm kind of interested in her perspective on this. I have a thought on it, but I wanted to know from a practitioner who's
the first four guys seem to be surprised, right?
Yeah. I mean,
can I build on your question? And I see that you
I
wanted
still want an answer though.
No, I want the commissioner to answer, and here's why. I feel you are the leader of education in the state, right? And you should have an idea of what you expect teachers to know, right? Like, you do know. That's great. You have 29 years experience. A third-year teacher, would you expect that third-year teacher to know?
So if we had a teacher preparation process that had a strong gate, meaning that you can't enter a classroom and be legally responsible for molding eager young minds until you establish certain credentials. And then one of the things that you would apply on that gate is reaching some sort of encyclopedic knowledge of the TEKS, not just in the abstract sense, but at the appropriate grade level rigor. This should be part of every preparation program for a teacher going into a given grade or subject, because you have to be able to distinguish between grade level rigor. So if you did that, then everybody would know.
Well, we don't have that.
Yeah.
Right?
But we don't.
So my question is, I'm super interested in what we should be doing, right? That's all we've been talking about for a couple of years now on this committee, is how to make things better. But I guess I'm asking the question for the third grade teacher who's watching this, and he or she is asking, I didn't know. My question is, should they have known? If they didn't, who should have told them? Where are they supposed to look? And how are they supposed to assemble their class and the materials of their class to hit that standard?
And what is TA's responsibility in that whole?
Yeah, so I mean, if TEA's role is just building the evaluation system, right? This is what mastery of student knowledge is. We're going to bring all the experts from around the state that we're going to demonstrate it. Boom, and then we publish a bunch of white papers. And there's all this stuff is available, and then that's the end of it. TEA's involvement. I'm not sure that's a good communication strategy to get to 350,000 teachers, but that's basically been how TEA's been resourced. TEA's operated. The reading academies were perhaps the best example of investing in it. But for the rest of the way the public education system is structured, you got the foundation school program, it's putting money into school systems, and then the locals are in charge. And so the locals have to then know to draw down the right kind of training, right kind of expertise. And so it's this balance between what do you want the state to do and to sort of create resources so that they're readily available, and then how much do you just have districts, running the show?
So are we saying then, and I know there's probably a complicated answer, so I'm not trying to trap anybody, but are we saying then that the panel of 4 superintendents should have known and then deployed that expectation to their teachers? Because I'm still trying to get back to the point that I don't know if the third grade teacher knew. So if they're using the textbook that their district bought, and then they're using resources from a variety of places, and they're Alexiled for, let's say, third grade reading, if they're using that, should they have known that would have been insufficient for them to get to meets on STAAR?
I think where it comes down to is, do you understand the rigor of the standards? How much training have you had in the standards? Have you analyzed the release tests? Have you tried to write tests yourself? Because that's where, when I said I was aware, it's because I've taken the time to try to write tests that are similar and struggled with that myself. I've also analyzed the standards to a great depth. Now, the average third grade teacher with 3 years of experience has not done that, nor have they had the time to do that. And so no, they don't know.
So let's go from 3 to 5 or 7. And
whatever.
If I start to screw this up, you guys fix this, right? But my point is, it just seems to me that there is, and I'm not even assessing blame, but it seems to me that there's a disconnect between what our expectations are and what we've outlined and outfitted these teachers to do. If I'm wrong, someone tell me.
There's not enough time to analyze all of that needs to be analyzed. But that's how you learn it, is you study the standards, you study the assessment, and make the two meet.
And this actually dovetails back to something Representative Van Dever asked. Investing in a rigorous assessment is important and valuable. We've done that. Having accountability so that the assessment's paid attention to, we've done that. But that only gets you so far. We've got to make sure that we invest in our people to sort of be able to differentiate rigor levels on this, and it takes actions that we haven't historically done. What I'll turn you to the very last page in the appendix. We at TEA, I mean, like, I see these problems. These are real problems. They need to be fixed. Now, you know, we are resourced the way that we're resourced. We do what the legislature tells us, and we try to squeeze every nickel that we can out of the dollars y'all give us. But we've crafted a strategic plan focused in this particular case around our Texas Reading Initiative. We started this a couple years ago to stand up resources to make them available to educators more comprehensively, to begin to shift this, because we're 6 years into STAAR, and we haven't yet been able to communicate effectively and support our educators effectively. So we're going to have to do all of these
Right,
things.
but that's my point. And I'm going to ask it one
And
more
we
time.
haven't done these things before.
I'm going to ask this question one more time, and then I'm done. Right? The first four panelists, who are district leaders, seem surprised. Right? They seem surprised. I'm not saying they're right. Maybe y'all conspired to seem surprised, and they're not. But they seem surprised. And so my question is, should they have known?
So it's what's your expectation of district leadership? I think you've got a couple of superintendents that are coming after me. You can ask them too. I don't know, because for me as a former school board member, I would want my leaders to have learned all this. Yes, I have. My expectations are that high.
Okay. And I'm not even saying they're unfair expectations. I'm sort of, we're talking about third grade teachers, and you've got superintendents saying, the superintendent's the one leading the charge on the whole issue. They're the reason why we're having this conversation, right? And so, should they have known? They just seem surprised that there was some sort of like decoder ring you had to send this stuff through to figure out what the Texas standard was, and they all seem aghast that it's like that. And so, my question is, did they just miss the boat or the bus?
I think I probably
Train.
need to say something here with the Lexile measures. One of the things is they don't define, a grade level is not defined with a text based on a Lexile measure. So when we're talking about those charts that the Lexile measure was here and that was a grade level of 3.9, that's not anything that is associated with the Lexile measure. That's putting various pieces together and probably drawing an incorrect conclusion at that point.
Okay, so then my last question is, and I'm done. If you're a third grade teacher and Lexile is not the appropriate measure and to prepare for STAAR and to get to meets on STAAR, how do you assemble your class and materials to make sure that you're teaching in such a way and deploying materials in such a way where you're going to hit what our expectations are? And I have no problem with high expectations, by the way.
Yeah. I think this is one of those places where you know where the student is based on their measure on the STAAR assessment with their Lexile measure there. And you can look at your resources and those Lexile measures and compare those things. What we're doing here now is we're bringing in another designation of what we consider grade level with that grade equivalent and that 3.9 there. That's something external and it's separate from that. And so I think there's that confusion.
So can I also just jump in on one topic that hasn't been brought up yet, is curriculum. And I think that as a first, second, third grade teacher, if you have strong curriculum that is aligned with the TEKS and you have been taught your curriculum, you have a scope and sequence within that curriculum that actually helps support the instruction of reading in your classes across all of the elements within those two constructs within the reading rope.
Are TEKS aligned to this rubric?
So the TEKS are aligned. I'm not a curriculum writer, so I will say that I know that there are curricula that are aligned to the TEKS, and that when educators receive new curriculum, when there are new standards put into place, then they are trained on that curriculum and they are able to execute that curriculum, and they also have support for that new curriculum in place from the purchasing of their curriculum from a vendor.
Okay.
Which I am not.
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate you and the committee's indulgence in my long questions. So I'm going to go to Representative Van Dever.
Make sure I didn't get hit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of clarification questions for me. To back up to the development of the questions for the test. Those and the teacher review. Those questions are actually developed by the test maker and then reviewed by the teachers, not written by the teachers. Is that correct?
You want me to go? Yeah, go ahead. And then there's a visual aid that helps describe this too. I'm gonna find, while she's talking, I'll find the visual aid.
Okay, I didn't even get to talk about the teacher review committees, and that's what I had prepared. The teacher review committees come in, and we look at the questions that have already been prepared. So they come in to us and bring us the passages and the questions, and we look those over, and we look at things like interest level for the kids, because if they're not going to be interested in it at all, it's going to be difficult. We look at text complexity. So are the sentences, like one of the examples that they had given, that where the Lexile level would be higher because of all the complex sentences and compound sentences. We look at that. Are there too many of those in there? Are there too many simple sentences? We look at vocabulary. Are our special populations going to be able to access the text? Is there enough support, context support, to help with that? We look at those kinds of issues. We look at the test questions themselves and look at vocabulary and distractors. Are the distractors good distractors? Are they too close to the right answer? Are they going to help the kids? Are they given too much support? Are they given not enough support? We look at all of that. They take our suggestions. We have, when I was there, we struck some questions and said, no way, that's not going to work, and they struck it. They also asked us, well, how would you rewrite that? And we rewrote that. We rewrote some of the passages to make them work, and they took those back.
So I recall, I think I recall that the process for a teacher to be selected for the review process is the agency sends a letter to the superintendent and says, we're going to seat a panel, and can you submit a name of a teacher that you would like to have on that panel? Is that?
I was told I was recommended, and I have no idea by whom.
Okay.
And
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, are there qualifications for a teacher to sit on that panel?
Monica Martinez, Texas Education Agency. So, Representative Van Dever, you are correct. The process had been that there was either a nomination or an approval by the superintendent. The commissioner talked about a lot of the process changes we've been working on, and one of those process changes, and we modeled this after the Teacher Institute process, is now teachers must apply. We have a universal application because we're trying to encourage as many teachers as possible to participate in the process. We ask them a series of questions. We ask them to report on their STAAR scores. We ask them a variety of questions about their knowledge and expertise in the content area, and then all of that from the application is considered as we look to build all of these different committees.
Okay. And then I want to jump, and I apologize for jumping around, but I've just been saving my questions.
There's a lot.
As we've gone through. I wanted to look at page 37 of your appendix.
The appendix.
No problem. And it appears to me, the two charts, yes, with the grade bands.
Thanks, Mark.
Am I reading this correctly that we are phasing out, or we're moving away from using the stretch band?
That's correct.
And we're doing that because we believe that's part of our issue, that the stretch band is really where we're running into the problems of
so it's perhaps useful. Let me turn it to Dr. Sanford-Moore at MetaMetrix to describe what the Lexile reader grade range is and the Lexile CCR text grade range is, because I think it's just useful to know, because these are where these ranges come from.
Yeah, the reader measures were, this sheet right here is talking about the text measures. The reader measures are based on the information on our website and shows the, what I'm going to say is the typical range of readers. It's the middle 50% at the middle of the year in each grade level. And that's from a national sample of like about 3.5 million students who got various assessments that reported Lexile measures. The Lexile text measures came from looking at the materials that students interact with in the classroom. So they're English language arts, science, social studies, and math textbooks. This work began back in 2008 to look at those and carried through 2012, looking at what materials students were having to interact with at the time. Then looking at that in relation to what they were going to be having to access and read as they entered college or careers right after high school. So looking at those two and understanding that relationship. So we looked at each grade level and found out the range of materials there. And again, it's the middle 50%, talking about that typical materials.
So back to
Yeah.
this. So you think about the Lexile stretch band. What we're talking about is what the average textbook is representative of. The sort of middle average textbook is representative, and then the current Lexile band is what the average student is representative and where they are today. And so our goal with STAAR is to assess reading proficiency as defined on the TEKS in a way that's predictive of post-secondary readiness. The passages that we put in front of them, given this framework, basically the goal of passages is to be about average in terms of their language structure complexity.
Okay. Well, I guess my thought was if we believe that the stretch bands are not appropriate, and that's what is that a accurate interpretation of the decision to move away?
So the decision to move away was because I hear this concern about Lexile all the time. We've had independent validity studies. The STAAR is valid and reliable measure of grade level curriculum, but we want people to believe that it's valid, reliable measure of grade level. We don't want it just to be, which it is. We also want them to believe that. So the decision here is to try to create a test design process that reaches some level of being beyond reproach. Now that's never going to be true, but that's essentially our objective. So that's really the driving force behind this particular policy decision.
So there would be no reason, because it'll take a couple of years to phase this in, this moving away from the stretch band.
It may be illustrative to consider a passage we included in this deck. I got to find the thing. I'm sorry, it's on page 7, the Cupcake Queen. So this is
appendix, 7 of the appendix?
Of the appendix.
Okay.
This is a passage that was selected and used in the 2018 third grade STAAR reading test. It has a Lexile score that is right at the top of that stretch band. But it was included, and so when you think it would not be in the current band. So I had got some feedback on, like, tell me all the selection process. And so as Dr. Eckman said, the selection process for the stuff is real rigorous. And they were like, can kids identify with this? Can they see themselves in the text? And what they decided was to choose this even though it was in the stretch range as opposed to the current range, because they thought that the protagonist in the story and sort of the way the story was, that kids would have a high level of identification on this test. And as it turns out, that turns to be a much more powerful predictor of question difficulty than so many of the other things. And you have some statistics that back that up a little bit later in the deck, that on slide 18, there's not actually really any relationship between the Lexile level of the passage and how difficult the items are for kids, which seems to be counterintuitive, but it's because there's just a lot more to reading proficiency than language structure alone.
Are we seeing the same issues or similar issues with the Spanish STAAR?
We have so this memo doesn't include the policy recommendations for Spanish Lexile, but we actually adopted the same Lexile constraints for both the Spanish language reading and the English language reading. So that those changes, like all the changes that we're making for the English language STAAR, we're also making for the Spanish language STAAR.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, absolutely. Dr. Allen.
Yes. Thank you. We've been here now approaching 4 hours almost. It's 3.5 hours we've been here. We've heard from superintendents, we've heard from teachers, all saying or expressing their frustration with the test. And so I was just wondering if you hear what I hear, and with their frustration when the children meet the frustration level on the test, it says shut down. Not only do they shut down, they get sick. They're sick before the test. They're sick before the week before the test. They're tired and burnt out from testing and testing to prepare for the test. Some kids who are frustrated commit suicide. Texas kids have a higher level of suicide because of that. Parents have great expectations for their children in terms of passing the test. It's important that they get into college, that they are successful as adults. And so, with the test, stressing them out is what we're doing. We are causing a grave disservice to our children. I heard you say that there were no formal consequences to failing the third grade test, but those are some of the consequences of failing the third grade test. What you and I know as the state of Texas prepares prison beds for children who fail the third grade. They look at those numbers and they decide these are how many beds we need 10 years out when they become 18 years old. And so with that in mind, I wanted to also talk to you about teachers. They're dropping out of the system too. They're dropping out of the system. Principals are dropping out of the system. Frustration over the test. Average principal is retiring now at 52 years of age, and they're not coming back into the system. The pool for new teachers coming in is dwindling. We can't give the scholarships away for people coming into the profession. So I wanted to know, back to the question that Representative Huberty asked, do you see a problem? And my question is, are we now going to try to fix it? And that's for the commissioner.
Yes, ma'am. So, I mean, yes, I see a problem. I mean, I speak regularly about the challenges that we have in recruiting, supporting, retaining teachers and principals is the most important thing, and we have higher levels of churn than we've had before in the profession, and we've got to be laser focused on solutions for that, but even more broadly. It's one of the reasons I'm optimistic. Again, today, House Bill 3 is announced that has several key components from a finance perspective that are going to be designed to improve teacher recruitment and retention, that are going to be designed to improve the support of educators and school systems to support educators in pre-K up to third grade. These are important things to happen. We as an agency have adopted a strategic plan that is attempting to sort of, I mean, this is a Gordian knot. These are all interrelated problems. And there's not going to be any simple solution to it, because if there was a simple solution, we would have already done it, because everyone loves children. This last slide speaks to what I think are some significant levers with regard to the problem of third grade reading, and how we improve early learning and reading generally. But they won't work if we don't significantly increase the support that we give to teachers. We got to love on those who love on our kids, and teaching is not an easy job. There's nothing about it that is easy. It is actually, not metaphorically, like it is brain surgery. They are molding minds.
That's right.
And they're doing 20 simultaneous surgeries while the patients are not under anesthesia. 22. And so this is an extremely difficult work, and we are blessed that we have a lot of people that are full of missionary zeal and that have been given every talent that God can give a person that is working in the classroom.
Right.
But the broad question for us is like systemically, are we organizing the resources and policy framework to shift the culture in a way that is going to have positive outcomes for students? And like moving culture is just not easy.
And I think that's the bottom line for what we're doing today, when we're hearing from everyone who are venting their frustrations, and I think we've come to a conclusion if we are making the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman. And I really appreciate you saying those last few comments. I think for me, one of my concerns is you keep saying, well, we need to be doing this, or when you were responding to Representative Bernal, it's like, well, that's why we need to be doing this, but we're not doing it. So can you, I think for me...
What are we doing?
Well, no, it's not even that. It's recognizing, and you kind of did an honor, that the third grader right now, or, you know, Chairman... I was like, what's your name? I know your name, Morgan,
So
sorry. Morgan's kids who are already in the system going through this journey have already had teachers who've been in the classroom who didn't know that they were having to do this because, and I feel like our job should be setting up everybody for success. And I'm worried that for the past 5 years, we have not been doing that. And in order to move forward, we have to recognize what we haven't done in the past. And so I hear you. I appreciate you recognizing that. But going back to building on what Morgan started and Representative Sanford started on this, and then you responded, like the culture of the campus is part of the issue. And then you went on to say, and TEA supports and is there to help campuses figure out how to create, or, yes?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Okay. TEAs are how to create this environment. And here's my concern, thought, idea, whatever, frustration. I think collectively it's not, yes, campus culture is an issue that young kids like Dr. Allen is talking about who struggle in the frustrations. But I also believe that the legislature, the agency, etc., are part of the forces creating the culture. And I think, you know, if we want to go back to your comments and statement about A through F or whatever, I think that if we're going to have this conversation, we have to also talk about culture. We have to talk about what 3 things is TEA doing to change the culture, and what 3 things maybe the legislature could do to change the culture. Because if that's a component to what Dr. Allen is saying, that can't be ignored. And then I have 2 more questions after that.
So I mean, I will take full culpability. TEA, we as an organization, are not doing everything that we should be doing to help shift campus cultures out of this high-stakes mindset. We're nowhere near. As a leader, what we're doing at the agency, we're not where we need to be. I remember about the month 4 on the job, I sent a memo out to all the school systems in the state and said, don't cover up all the stuff on your walls during testing. That's unnecessary. And there was a few other things. It was just like, dial it down. It's a good step. It's necessary, not sufficient. Because when you think about how do you sort of support a cultural change, you know, a memo ain't going to change the world. It involves relationships, it involves investment in people, it involves a lot of communication. So it's how often are we and my assessment team, for example, out in the field at regional service centers talking to lead testing coordinators and principals about these issues of culture and sort of working through that. It's something I've charged our director of assessment with, sort of standing up that work, using the resources that we have, and we're stretched pretty thin. We're doing a lot of stuff, but I don't want to say that as an excuse. We want to work to solve this problem. But that being said, like there's every actor in the play has played a part, or a part to play. So I'm committed to improving our support of the field in this area. But we have 1,200 school systems, and they're all they're all local.
And I want to ask to be a partner in that. I think what Representative Sanford asked was really powerful. I think that we have to look at this cultural issue part on campuses, and I think the legislature has done a lot to also put pressure, and I think the agency is responding to us too. And so I think that there's a lot of work to be done, and I think figuring out where work needs to be done is a first step. So next question. I am building on Gary Van Dever's question. who he stole from me. I think he's looking at my notes. Sorry.
Too early for all that.
I just giggle around Gary Van Dever. What can I say?
Now you're going to make me call him Representative Giggle Van Dever.
STAAR Spanish. I get that you're also doing the Lexile thing, and maybe teachers don't know. I think that's a other area of complexity. You're trying to get a young person to learn English and learn Spanish and read on grade level, and now you're not even saying read on grade level plus, right? And I just want to ensure that TA is also putting that lens of cultural content, because if it was difficult for English, I'm nearly 1,000% positive it's going to be more difficult in Spanish, and I want to know if you're taking extra steps in STAAR Spanish to make sure that you are doing the cultural content part.
So I think the short answer is yes, but what I'll do, what I'll commit to you is to regroup with the team after the hearing and make sure that I'm confident that we have action steps in place to also drive improvement as aggressively as possible.
Okay, thank you. There you go.
Chairman Dutton, you're up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me come at the problem from a different perspective, and this goes back to a couple of weeks ago. I was in Houston and talking with a school teacher, and what she said to me struck me as somewhat strange, because she first said to me, Harold, Representative Dutton, you don't understand that I have a lesson plan I have to follow. And I said, a lesson plan? She said, yeah, a lesson plan. I have to be at a certain place by a certain time. I said, well, suppose the students are not there. And she said, well, the instructional coach at my school says this is where I got to be. And I said, well, irrespective of the students? And she said, well, and I said, so if your lesson plan calls for you to be on chapter 3 and the kids on chapter none, I don't think that's a good outcome. And she assured me that she has had to be on chapter 3.
Yeah, so you're hinting at the, if you're operating on one brain at a time, it's hard. If you're operating on 22 brains at a time, it's a lot harder. And this concept of differentiating instruction to ensure that all students reach mastery, but all students aren't the same humans.
Yeah.
It is, when you see that practice done well in a classroom, it is amazing, but it is exhausting just to watch. And I would say that I don't see it executed with fidelity, except when I'm in the absolute best classrooms. And let me turn over to Dr. Eckman to speak on this, because
that's part of the culture
it is
we've been
really
talking about.
hard. The work is really hard.
It is hard.
Because that same culture causes teachers to respond in a certain way. And I think part of it is, they're responding the same way with the same frustration level almost as some of the students are.
Well, we have so many standards that we have to cover in a year that we're held accountable for.
Right.
And smaller districts have different. The local districts are responsible for their own curriculum. I come from a larger district, and I'm fortunate to have a huge curriculum department that's written a really good curriculum for me to follow. But within that curriculum, there is a lot to cover. So it's up to me as a master teacher to know when to go forward, when to go back and reteach, and when to come back, and where I can cut corners and where I can move faster or where I can slow down to make more steam. Again, you go back to human capital. You've got to give, like the reading academies for reading, to those younger teachers who need to know how to adjust that instruction. You've also got to go back to that campus culture, because an instructional coach that's worth her grain of salt will know that you've got to pace that, and you've got to know where to slow down so that you can take more steps forward.
Well, because one of the things I talked to her about is, she said something to me, or as this other teacher did, that what she finds most amazing in her classroom is that every book starts on chapter 1.
Mm-hmm.
Every child she gets doesn't start on chapter 1.
No, they don't.
And they have to get some kids to
chapter 1. Yes.
And so, but if the lesson plan calls for me to be on the second week, I got to be on chapter 2. That creates a frustration, not only, I guess, in a teacher, but also.
That's where small group instruction comes in, and that's where you have to differentiate the lessons.
Well, do instructional coaches tell teachers where they got to be, irrespective of the student achievement?
It depends on where you're at and what the culture is of that campus.
So that does happen.
That does happen. Yes, it does.
That's a tragedy.
Yeah, there's places where there's phenomenal practice that is awe-inspiring and even intimidating, and then there's places where the practice is not where we want it to be.
And that can happen within a district, not just across districts.
How do we stop that?
I'll give you $1 million if you could tell me that make
well,
that happen.
Well, they pay me $600 a month.
Because I don't know how. I served as a district level coach and I couldn't make it stop in one district. It's just a variety. There's pockets everywhere where that happens.
It's just a continuous investment in the capacity of our people. It's the resources that we provide, ensuring that the training is done by the best and brightest, and we recruit the best and brightest, and that the resources are well vetted, and that we constantly engage in reflective practices because we're going to make mistakes. Yeah. And so
I don't really blame the teacher as much as I blame the culture, I guess.
It's a systems issue. It's not.
It's systems, and what I will tell you is that everybody out there that I've come across is doing the very best they can with what they have, because we all care about the same thing. We care about the kids.
Because I thought about it this way, that what our culture does is says we mix kids together based on age, not on competency.
Correct.
And if we ever start to focus on putting like kids together in terms of competency, we'd be way ahead of the game.
That brings up some more problems too.
But all this, you got to be 6 by September 1st. That kind of stuff. I mean, that basically just does nothing but discriminate against parents who had fun on New Year's Eve.
I'm not touching that.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not touching that.
All right. Are we good?
I mean, that's the real part of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, you understand my point.
I do.
All right. Okay. Are there any more questions? Are you going to keep going?
No, I'm not. Did you actually get to cover your participation in the teacher vetting process?
For the most part.
Great.
I do have one more thing I'd like to say, though, if I could.
Yes, just be ready.
Just real quick. I want to thank all of you for the House bill that you put out today. Your investment in teachers and education is very much appreciated. Speaking as a public school teacher, I really appreciate what you're doing this year, and continue the great work. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you guys very much. All right. We've got another panel. I'm going to say a couple of things. First, I'm going to announce the panel. Second, I'm going to remind people we have 5 more, which means that brevity should be at +5 bills, so brevity is appreciated, but not to the extent that you censor yourself. And then after I read the people coming up, let's all literally take a 1 full solid minute stretch. All right? So, Andrew Kim, David Vinson, and Mike Waldrop. Make your way up. Everyone, including the committee, just give yourself a solid minute. Including you, Giggles.
Yeah, doing well. Appreciate you being here, sir.
You are going to talk the most, aren't you?
What's that?
You are going to talk the most, aren't you?
Oh no, I am just following the lead of the giant of education. Basically,
from
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the invitation today. My name is Andrew Kim, the Superintendent of Schools for the Comal Independent School District.
Thank you, sir.
I'm David Vinson, Superintendent of Wylie ISD in Collin County. I got to qualify that, make sure you know that.
All right.
Mike Waldup, Superintendent, Frisco, Collin, and Denton County.
Thank you, sir. In whatever order you'd like.
Mr. Chairman, I know that the time is very important today, so I'll be very brief. I know that certainly you heard testimonies this morning as well as this afternoon further. I'll just be brief and just let you know that in our school district, in the Comal Independent School District, just to go and advertise, we're 589 square miles in between San Antonio and Austin. We believe that necessarily the readability of the text is not the reason why students are succeeding or potentially failing. Certainly, I think the fairness of any assessment is very important, but we do believe that instruction or teacher quality issues related to systems in terms of what we provide as a school district, and certainly, as you mentioned, the culture of the school district, in terms of how we allocate resources, identify resources, is really the most important thing. So certainly I can answer any questions related to that, and certainly the discussion that you had with other panels, I think has been very appropriate, and certainly supporting, certainly through the introduction of the House Bill 3 today, I think is a great start to that process.
Yeah, I'm going to step out for a second. That's what I'm going to ask. And this is going to be for any of you. I know you haven't testified. And I should have asked this to the commissioner, but I'm going to ask it to y'all. So the commissioner just said, sorry to put you on the spot, Commissioner, that we do have potentially a problem, right? I guess my question is STAAR testing is about to happen next month. Do you feel like your teachers or your campus knew that we were testing in this different, like your Lexile Plus is what I'm going to start calling it now? And do you feel that they're prepared to do the test next month? And if you don't feel you had that information you were set up for success, and your teachers were set up for success, what would be your recommendation to this committee?
I'll just start by saying that in the Comal Independent School District, we use an additional formative assessment called MAP, which is measures of academic progress by NWEA. And we've been on our third year. In fact, I believe Wylie Independent School District also uses as well. And so we actually use that to correlate the work that, in terms of rigor and preparation for that, for the STAAR test. I'm confident that our teachers are ready for that, and we certainly monitor our progress of our students in terms of reading levels, especially within second grade to third grade, even in kindergarten, first and second grade going to third grade. So I do believe that. In fact, we had multiple meetings in the recent weeks to talk about where we might fall in terms of predictability regarding STAAR tests using the MAP test. So I do believe that that's the important thing. But going back to what you said earlier with the other panel, we do give quite a bit of time and resources, but time more than anything else to our teachers to really collaborate and talk about these issues. A sense of autonomy to talk about the curricular issues, adjustment issues related to where the instruction is. And once again, I think that notion of instruction is the most important thing in trying to improve upon the scores.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Ours would be this. We use MAP. We've been using it for several years. And with regard to student performance, STAAR test to us is going to be something that you're going to be taking way later in the year. So the MAP test actually gives you those three levels of it, those three assessments, so you can get the checkup where they're at. That, coupled with daily instructions and a really effective professional learning communities, basically take these kids, like y'all were talking about, someone getting behind, and puts them in tiers, 1, 2, and 3. And so the more comprehensive support goes to those third levels of support in special education. So the rigor has went way up over the last couple of years. So has the big amounts of tweaking that it relates to a special education student be required to pass that test. So when we look at where we're at, we know with regard to MAP a pretty significant predictability level of where they're going to be when they're going to take these assessments. And so that's where we are. Because here's the thing. When you're talking about reading, you're talking about those 5 areas of reading. And phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary development, reading comprehension. And so MAP carries 4 of those. One that needs to be taken care of is basically fluency that we get with basically running records. Those can only be accomplished when you're meeting on those professional learning communities and deciding where they're at and that lets them have a better understanding about where they're going to go.
Thank you.
All right. Did you want to hear from all three of us? Yeah, well, as far as Frisco goes, I feel certain that our teachers are prepared. I think it's been a surprise to everybody, the level of rigor. We've been very successful with STAAR testing in Frisco. We're an A district. We were one of the highest scoring districts in the state of Texas with over 50,000 students. 91% of our third graders were approaching standard. But as far as a tool for our teachers to diagnose reading issues and to teach our kids to read, the STAAR is not a helpful instrument for us. The STAAR, as far as we're concerned, the STAAR is the state's test. We do what we do to get prepared for it. We align our curriculum, we unpack the text, we do all those things. But for assessing reading, we use a more holistic, performance-based assessment to diagnose reading issues. So as far as the STAAR goes, that doesn't do that for us.
Sure.
It's simply something we do because we have to. We're trying to teach kids to read, and we're trying to diagnose reading problems, and we use a completely different assessment for that.
Do you use one assessment?
We use multiple assessments. One that we commonly use is a DRA because what it does is it actually gets to the crux of what's wrong, what the issue is with a student. That's something the STAAR can't tell us. And we give it to our struggling readers, we give it 3 times a year. It helps us measure growth. That's something that's very difficult to do in real time with the STAAR, and even over time it's significantly difficult to do as well.
Understood. Okay. You want to give your presentation? Or
Absolutely. What I was going to say is my big thing that with regard to where we want to go is, well, I think the time is better spent asking who's taking it and basically the resources to prepare them. So when you're looking at these kids that really struggle academically, it's out of your hands from a state perspective. It's federal special education requirements that say a student will take these exams, they're going to do these things. And ESSA pretty much says if a kid is in 6th grade and they have a 2nd grade reading level, you're going to assess them at that 6th grade level. Now you're going to talk about and you're going to measure progress, but if they're not prepared to do that, that's really super difficult. That's going to be, though, a federal requirement in terms of those ESSA standards. It's not yours. But if you go back in and look, what we're talking about is really taking that idea and saying, how can we find a way to federally kind of engage our legislators to say, what can you do to make it more reasonable in terms of those expectations and standards? And the other thing that we're talking about is when you're looking at those 3 tiers of success that kids are going to have, that tier 1 where kids just get it generally, down to that tier 3 and tier 4, those kids need comprehensive support. And they need it by 3rd grade. And so when they can read successfully at that 3rd grade level, it's going to be demonstrably different than what you would have if it was going to be 6th grade, 7th grade, because it gets more and more difficult. So having the ability to get those kids and capture them at those early grade levels with small group instruction, and then, as the commissioner just said earlier, the last time we really had big gains is when we provided reading academies and we incentivized it for teachers, because you invest in the teachers, it's going to make a big difference in the others.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions? All right, thanks. You're up.
Well, that was basically my presentation based on the question. I will tell you, regardless of what we end up doing with this test, it is a high stakes test. It's not something that's very meaningful for us as a district. We do use other measures, and I would hate to see us elevate it to an even more high stakes level by tying other things to it.
Understood.
All right.
Understood loud and clear, actually. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Waldrop, are you saying that you do well on the STAAR test because you ignore the STAAR test?
No, I'm not saying we do. I'm not saying that at all.
No, I heard what you said earlier, but that you don't. You're aware that it's coming, but you do it because the state tells you to, because you have to, but it doesn't hold any meaningful educational value for your ISD.
It's not a significant diagnostic tool for us to assess a student's ability to read. It doesn't give us the information we need. It's written at a grade level standard, and if you don't pass it, that means you don't read at grade level. It tells us nothing about why you don't read at grade level. We have to go deeper with that.
So your students' performance isn't affected by the STAAR. Again, I might be doing a giggle Van Deaver by putting words in your mouth, but
Please don't.
Please. Sorry. Pardon me? Okay. I've lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
Do you want join the club?
You looked him in the eye, didn't you?
I did. I did. But it doesn't add it. If you didn't have to do it, your kids would still be performing at the. You would think at the levels that they're performing at.
Our job is to teach third graders to read. That's a critical issue for everyone. The tools we use to diagnose reading issues so that we can pinpoint exactly what's going on with the student. We don't derive that information from the STAAR test.
One of the earlier panelists discussed that they use it for planning for the next year. Do y'all use it for that purpose? Is it helpful?
Well, one of the issues with the STAAR is there's a timing issue. You take the test in the spring, we don't get the results back until June. Kids are gone, teachers are gone. So when you come back in the fall, there's a significant number of students that have regressed, so they're not even where they were when they took the STAAR. There may be students that have progressed far beyond where they were when they took the STAAR. So for us to get a baseline for a new group of students moving forward, we actually have to assess them in the fall so we understand where they are. So the STAAR is not very useful to us in that regard because of timing.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Yes.
add to that, please?
Of course.
I do believe, though, the STAAR test does for us in our school district a validation of our system. Whether or not we're particularly choosing a certain resource, certain product that our teachers are using in the classroom, whether or not our calendar meets certain criteria for professional development days, certainly hiring and some decisions that we may particularly make. So it does validate some of the work that we do. Certainly, I think we have our own various systems that we run, if you will, sort of, if you would just be thoughtful to say that we have our own offense and defenses that we run, but certainly it's a validation to that in terms of the work. So I do think that it's an important thing. I do agree that it doesn't necessarily give us the diagnostic information that we need about a third grade or fourth grade student, perhaps, but it does give us some of that.
Do you feel like that you use it for internally for internal validation or for external validation?
I think both. Certainly, I think the new system of A through F, and especially the numerical association, the grades that we get, the relative performance information in regards to growth, I think is a very helpful one. Because if you want to improve, and improvement is an important factor, you kind of need to know relative to who you're performing against. And certainly, we don't just compare ourselves to our neighboring school district, but others that we would like to compete against. Because our kids are frankly competing against students coming out of different areas. Frisco is one of those school districts that we look towards for modeling of best practices and other things that we look forward to. Certainly we can learn from those things to see whether or not we're doing some of those things or not. And I think the statewide system of assessment gives us some of that indication, some understanding about who's doing the great work. First, perhaps visit, learn from. I think that best practice, I think, is a very important way to identify.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. All right, members, any other questions? Thank you very much, gentlemen. You got it. Okay, next panel. Dee Carney, Andrea Bailey, Laura Darden, and Jody Pilgrim. So some of these folks have had to go. I'm looking to lose. So I'm just going to go like this. Assume we have 3 more after this one. Yes. Okay. We got. Including this one. Okay. I'm trying to go fast. All right.
Yeah, all right.
You're up.
Would you like us to all introduce
Sure.
you? Perfect, perfect. I'm Dee Carney, and I'll be testifying on behalf of the Texas School Alliance.
Hi, I'm Dr. Laura Darden, and I'll be testifying on behalf of Round Rock ISD.
Great.
I'm Andrea Bailey. I'm testifying on behalf of Mesquite ISD.
I'm Jody Pilgrim. I teach at the University of Mary Hardin Baylor, and I am testifying at just literacy expertise.
Thank you so much. Please.
All right. So good afternoon, Vice Chairman Bernal. Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to have a public conversation about what we've learned during the last 6 months with TSA's research question around this alignment of STAAR and the TEKS. So when we started our research in October, we confirmed first, and if you will, look in your manila folder, I've got just a few slides for you here. We confirmed first that educators, parents, and communities have been told by TEA that STAAR measures grade level knowledge and skills. And if you look on slide 4, this is an actual, where it has TEA in the corner, that's a TEA slide. And then down in the bottom, we've referenced when that presentation was made. And this presentation was made to the Public School Finance Commission a year ago. Then we also confirmed that teachers, the TEKS that the teachers are expected to teach and students are expected to learn. And if you will turn to slide 5, you can see that TEKS analysis there and highlighted in blue. It does say grade level text with fluency and comprehension and read aloud grade level stories. So once we did that, then the first thing that we learned is that the STAAR reading passages used to assess our students were written 1 to 3 grade levels higher than the on-grade level text specified by the TEKS. And this information has been confirmed by 2 separate research studies, both of which used a variety of readability formulas, which is standard operating procedure for determining the readability of text. The first one, if you'd like to see it, is on slide 7. Dr. Becky Sinclair, Dr. Susan Zabo, unfortunately could not be here today, but their 2012 readability study was the first time that this was looked at. First year STAAR came into being. They applied 5 different readability studies, and they're listed there for you to the STAAR reading passages for grades 3 through 8, and concluded that the reading passages, except for 8th grade, were written at least 2 grade levels above the targeted reading level. The second study was done in 2015, published in 2016, and the author is right down here at the table with us, and she'll explain more about it, but just know that in her study they used 6 different readability formulas, including Lexiles, to determine the passages were 1 to 3 grade levels above current grade level. We also learned that psychometricians use Lexiles differently than teachers and reading vendor programs do. And we also learned that TEA has been aware or was made aware of this misalignment in the past. In our meeting last month with the commissioner and TEA staff, we learned 4 things. First, we learned that TEA has not applied readability formulas to the proposed reading passages before asking the educator item review committees to approve those passages or not. The second thing we learned during that meeting was that TEA does not provide readability information to those educators on those item review committee panels as part of the decision-making process. The third thing we learned was that TEA has recently started including readability on the proposed passages, but it will be the year 2020 before those passages will be included on STAAR. Most importantly, we learned that Texas teachers' assessments, those internal metrics that teachers are required to monitor their students all year long, show that thousands of students indicate they're reading on grade level, but STAAR mislabels them as reading below grade level. And you heard Mr. Chambers and Dr. Woods testify to that methodology. So in summary, during the past 6 months, we've learned that Texas is testing students with reading passages that were 1 to 3 grade levels higher than enrolled grade level instruction, and students who are caught in the middle of this misalignment are impacted by negative consequences as discussed in the New York Times article, which we did include that with your packet if you haven't had a chance to see that yet. So thank you again for this opportunity. I'm happy to answer questions that you may have.
Representative Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I was looking through your packet here, and I was noticing the NAEP 2019 facts for districts. And, you know, there's been some discussion in previous committee hearings about NAEP, STAAR, you know, are they an appropriate comparison? And as a new member of the committee, I've been a little foggy on that. So I'd just be curious, since you've included the material here, if you could help members compare STAAR and NAEP, and, you know, are they an appropriate comparison? One, and then I may have a follow-up question for you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, Dr. Laura Darden can speak to the curriculum differences, right? NAEP uses a NAEP framework, Texas uses its standards, but NAEP #1 serves a different role than STAAR. STAAR, as we just talked about on slide 4, is designed to assess what students know and are able to do at that grade level. NAEP is not. NAEP is a standard. It's an assessment given, you know, nationwide, same assessment nationwide. It's a different purpose than STAAR. Secondly, what most people don't know about NAEP is just given to randomly selected students within randomly selected schools in grades 4 and 8. For example, in 2017, for the 4th grade NAEP reading test, only 340 Texas schools were selected to be a part of that, and it tested about 7,100 students. Now, that's a statistically valid method called random sampling. Got it? But when you consider that on STAAR, we had 400,000 4th grade students take reading. That's a little bit, again, a little bit different in the way the test is administered.
Right.
Right. And then also, I agree with you, it's a little fuzzy about NAEP because there's a couple of different ways you can report the results. And that's one reason why I included that NAEP packet for you. Do you have just a second if you'll look in that NAEP packet?
I've got it right here. Perfect.
Perfect. So one way to report the results is just an absolute ranking, which if you look on that NAEP packet, this is, it's labeled slide 27 because, again, this was the commissioner's deck when he spoke to the Texas Commission on Public School Finance. So he showed these slides then in January. You'll see it's an absolute ranking. And then on slide 28, you'll again see 8th grade reading. That's an absolute ranking. Mm-hmm. But then he also shared, which a lot of states use this. It's the Urban Institute's methodology, if you will. And you can see then in 2015, Texas overall, when you adjust for the demographics between states, you can see that Texas was #2 in the nation in 2015 on NAEP. And then you can see on the next slide, in 2013, again, demographically adjusted between states, that Texas ranks #3. So then the next slide I've included for you is from the 2018 TEA annual report. And you'll notice at the top, we're back to 46th, 42nd, 19th, and 25th. And those are, again, using absolute rankings, the raw score, if you will. They're not demographically adjusted. So you can, I went to the Urban Institute, and if you will look on a few slides back, and you can use their adjusted or unadjusted scores, and it moves. The yellow dots are unadjusted when they account for demographics within the state, the blue dot. And you can see for 4th grade reading, Texas ranked 14th. And for 8th grade reading, Texas ranked 20th. Not where we would want to be, but it gives you a more apples to apples comparison when you look at the demographically adjusted data between the states rather than just a ranking.
So would it be accurate to state that NAEP is really more a measurement of our state system than maybe of our students?
It's certainly an indicator of your state policy.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Whether that's funding, whether that's curriculum, it's an indicator of policy. And I am going to let Dr. Laura Darden follow up on that curriculum piece.
Yes, thank you. And again, I don't want to chase this bunny too far down the trail, but I've been curious about the discussion about NAEP and STAAR and how there may be some similarity or not. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Good afternoon. One of the significant things to understand about NAEP is the context in which it checks for student comprehension on what they read is very different from anything that occurs on STAAR. So on STAAR, they're reading passages, they're reading questions, they're selecting a multiple choice response. But on NAEP, a third of the assessment is open-ended. And so they're expecting 4th graders and 8th graders to provide a written response, refer back to the passage, provide direct quotes to support their evidence, and that's not a standard that we teach. It's not even in our TEKS and SEs. So a third of the assessment is asking them to do something in a context that they don't have any experience with in our classrooms.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman. Oh, sorry. I had a question, and this can be for anybody on the panel or Dee. I just wanted y'all to comment on the presentation from the commissioner earlier where he said that readability algorithms like Lexile are only measuring a small part of kind of the whole set of reading skills, and that the STAAR kind of measures all of them and not just language structures. Do you have a comment on that? Because that seems to be kind of part of the crux of the issue of comparing the two.
I think that question is best answered by Dr. Jody Pilgrim.
Okay. Sorry to skip ahead.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You know, it's good to get into it. You know, I think we label every student with a Lexile number, but I think it'd be beneficial to have a Lexile number for that passage if we're going to have a Lexile for every student in the state. Wouldn't that make sense to know what Lexile the passage is written on? And I'll get more into Lexiles when I talk, but you know, I think that's important to consider. It's just one. Okay, so when we look at readability, there's quantitative, which is what Lexile would be. There's qualitative, where you look at what was mentioned in the New York Times article, where Dr. Afflerbach looked at, you know, the appropriateness of the student's background, and then there's that student piece to look at. So it's just one piece, but if we're going to assign a Lexile label to every student, it makes sense to look at the Lexile of the actual passage that they're being asked to read. Okay.
I have a few more questions on this, but I'll wait till we get to your testimony.
Ready? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Laura Darden. This is my 29th year in education, and 20 of those have been directly involved leading curriculum and assessment design at the district level. I'm also a national curriculum and assessment auditor with a national firm, and I teach at the university level as well. We're very fortunate that TEA has included teachers in the STAAR assessment design, and so I want to reinforce that. Teachers are an integral part of that design work, and it's essential that they have the opportunity to really look at the questions, look at the passages to determine if these things are appropriate to use on the assessments. But the very first thing that has to happen anytime you design an assessment for reading is you absolutely have to know that readability level. Whether you're using Lexile, really we prefer a preponderance of formulas to be used so that you can look across what those formulas tell you, so that you have an average of the readability. But that is absolutely essential. The first step really needs to be where teachers understand how those passages are leveled. Our Texas standards require this based on the directive that students have to show mastery in grade level text, as Ms. Carney referred to a few moments before, and as you have copies in front of you of those standards. The second level of assessment design does, as TEA mentioned, involve having teachers looking at those passages to determine, first of all, is there enough substance to this passage to really assess the standards the way they should be assessed? But second of all, is the content appropriate? Is this something that an 8-year-old can comprehend and understand, or do you already have to know something about that when you walk in the door? So those are two key pieces, but the very first piece that you start with, typically with assessment design, is you have to know the readability level, since it's a reading assessment. So on the other hand, we're fortunate that TEA has chosen to provide educators and families with a powerful website that actually does this very thing. It provides information on texts so that teachers and their families can help select text that is appropriate for them. So it is a resource that's provided publicly. It's available on the website for use with families and teachers. It's designed to match books to readers so that the majority of what they're spending their time reading is at that appropriate level of challenge and really ensures that they can comprehend what they're reading. So that's really good news. But you can imagine how troubling it is for our families and our educators when they look at those STAAR result reports
and they look at the Lexile levels that have been provided on that free website from TEA, and they realize that there's a very large disconnect between where their students are expected to perform on STAAR and where that resource website says that it's appropriate for kids to be. So STAAR is saying they have to be up here, but yet this resource that aligns to every book available for sale on Amazon and every book that's leveled in our public libraries, it's a complete mismatch between the two. And it's really important that we have transparency about this. So we've taken this very powerful tool, very powerful resource, but in the same breath, we're going to have to tell our families, even if you use this tool, your kids are not going to be prepared to be successful on STAAR according to the level of the passages that we're discovering. So why does text level matter so much anyway? We've heard some discussion back and forth. And one of the most important reasons why is because reading happens in very well documented stages. And as those texts grow in difficulty, the skills and strategies you have to have under your belt also have to increase. In fact, if you took the Texas standards and laid them out next to increasing difficulties of text, the harder a text is, the more quickly it takes you out of that grade level content and sends you into strategies and expectations that are actually multiple grade levels above where you are. And so when students are provided with stories and articles that are above grade level, it actually changes the TEKS and SEs that they have to have mastery of. It sends them out of grade level content and into content that in all likelihood their teachers have not provided, unless they just provided it because it felt like the right place to go with their kids. But it's certainly not something that's documented in our Texas standards. So this forces a student to have to employ strategies that are out of their grade level range in order to be successful on a test that's written beyond the grade level in which they're enrolled. And when we go back to the TEKS and SEs, it states, we're assessing you on text that's in the grade level for which you're enrolled. In other words, this causes an assessment to test curriculum that's beyond the zone of the classroom unless they have a teacher that just happens to be armed with the knowledge of standards beyond the grade level in which they are enrolled. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Please, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Laura, thank you for your service to our home school district in Round Rock. So you mentioned that these readability algorithms are an essential part of kind of the first stage of selecting a grade level text. The agency in their presentation earlier today said that these kind of readability algorithms based on language structure are inappropriate as a sole measure of grade level text. Are those two statements mutually exclusive, or do you agree that it's as a sole measure it's inappropriate, or would you disagree with that?
Really, you have to have a two-step process, as I mentioned. The readability levels are an absolute perfect place to begin to determine if those passages, according to multiple readability levels, are falling within that grade level band. But then the second thing you do is you really bring in that expertise of your teachers. You ask them, you know, if perhaps this passage is a little bit on the high scale, when we really dive into it, is there enough support as students read? Are they going to be able to comprehend? Are they going to be able to use strategies that are within that text? So it's really a layered approach. That readability piece needs to come first, and then educator expert, especially when they have knowledge of the TEKS and SEs and how those roll out, that has to be the second layer.
So does that mean that having a STAAR passage that's one grade level above or even two grade levels above in terms of readability, like a Lexile, is that inherently a problem? Or if you have, if you have that second layer, then possibly it is on grade level.
When you come back to the TEKS and SEs, it explicitly states that they must be assessed in grade level text. And we have other forms of assessment in place that we refer to as diagnostic in nature, that will allow a classroom teacher to be able to see how far you can take a student. And but those are diagnostic in nature. But when you are, the issue is when you're assessing state curriculum, you have to assess what is in those state documents. You have to. And the only text that's allowable in those state documents is on-level text. At this point in time, that's what it says.
On-level text in terms of readability or in terms of a
In terms
holistic-
of the grade level TEKS, it specifically states third grade level text.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mhm. You're welcome.
Good questions. Okay, you're good?
I'm cooked.
All right, any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Andrea Bailey. I'm the Elementary Language Arts Coordinator for Mesquite ISD. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. Students are at the heart of decisions made each and every day in Mesquite ISD, and I care deeply about leading our elementary language arts program to build readers who think critically and who love to read. I don't believe that how a student performs on one day should be the only measure that we use when determining if they're reading on grade level. We use multiple measures when we are determining if a child reads on grade level. And each one of those tools addresses reading skills in a slightly different way, which gives us a better picture of the whole child. In Mesquite, we understand the importance of students reading on grade level by third grade. We are growing students each day to reach that milestone and beyond because we want them to have future choices. Holding students accountable for thinking using texts that are engaging and on grade level is valuable. Educators speak the same language when talking about text readability, using a simple conversion chart which allows us to compare different text gradient systems. Unfortunately, we cannot speak the same language with the creators of STAAR because they haven't released which text gradient system they use. This is like shooting an arrow at a target in the dark. We as educators want to aim in the right direction, but that is an impossible task without understanding where that target lies. According to Fountas and Pinnell, who have done extensive research in the area of reading, each level of text, just like we've just heard, requires more critical thinking of the reader. And this is why using text 1 to 2 grade levels higher than a particular grade to measure end-of-year success is problematic. Imagine how a student must feel when they've been told by their teacher throughout the year that they are reading on grade level, they're successfully comprehending the text, and then that child takes STAAR for the first time and is met with texts that are more difficult than they have ever read in the past. This student works hard because they believe themselves to be a reader, only to find out that the STAAR test says that they are approaches grade level. Approaches grade level means that this child who thought he was a reader now needs targeted academic intervention and will likely miss something like choice reading time to sit in a small group for acceleration. This can be the reason a child begins to think of himself as a non-reader. I've actually seen this happen. The introduction to our new English Language Arts TEKS states that the standards strive that we have a more literate Texas. They want to create a more literate Texas. It is my hope that these hearings bring legislators, TEA, and educators together for the students of Texas. And this is the perfect time to do that. The new ELA TEKS begin in the fall, and this is the perfect time to have these discussions and think about that before we move into new standards.
Thank you. Please, Representative.
Thank you for your testimony. So are you saying there's a disconnect between the TEKS and the STAAR?
Yes.
Because you're familiar with the TEKS and you utilize the TEKS, but then you're surprised by the STAAR results.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because our kids are being tested on using texts that are 1 to 2 grade levels above where they are reading. And I will tell you that if you're just looking at the text on the STAAR test and just consider genre, that test is very rigorous. Our third grade students have to understand how to read because our standards call for this. They have to understand how to read informational texts, fictional text, poetry, and when you read those different genres, your brain does a different thing. You have to think differently. Specifically, informational text, there's a lot of topic-specific vocabulary that's in those pieces of text, and they have to understand and comprehend the vocabulary that's present. So it's very rigorous just considering genre.
Thank you. All right, members, any other questions? All right. Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. So, what I'm hearing you say is somewhat consistent with the first panel, and that is that that heartbreaking scenario you described, where you were assessing these kids leading up to the STAAR test. You know they're on grade level, or you believe they are, and then they take the STAAR, the results come back, and they are not there meeting standard. So, you know, that's a problem, and that's why we're here, right? I mean, and it doesn't sit well, I don't think, with anybody that we've got this occurring. So the question is, back to what Chairman Huberty said by starting out the committee today, is, you know, how do we go about fixing it? And so, without, you know, giving us a 30-minute diatribe, if you were sitting in my chair, what would you do?
Well, the first thing that I would do is to apologize. I think when we apologize, that goes a long way with families, with everybody involved. I think that's the first very important thing that needs to happen. And I think the next thing is that we just need to figure out how to align the pieces of text on the test to grade level TEKS, so that
Agree.
they're grade level pieces of text.
Seems pretty simple, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Well, that's where I'm just confounded, trying to figure out where the breakdown is occurring. Because, you know, if we're going to have, it's like I said the other week, if we're going to have a measuring stick, it needs to be an accurate representation of what we're measuring. And if we set the standard through TEKS as to what that standard should be, then that has to line up. And so, I don't know, Mr. Chairman, it's just, I know this is an ongoing discussion, but
this is exactly why
we're
here.
We need your help. I mean, you're on the front line, and so I know that all the members of this committee and your representative are very interested in your helping us. And so I just want you to know that we are listening and that we want to respond and be, you know, solutions oriented and be truthful and frank and, you know, just and straightforward with people, and not have a system to where what we're saying doesn't seem to be what is actually taking place. So that makes sense. Thank you.
Help me with this. You're not opposed to a question that's a little too hard, are you? To see if somebody's stretched beyond the level.
I would.
Where does it cross the line between a challenge and a discouragement?
Well, I believe that our standards are quite rigorous. They ask students to think about text in lots of different ways. And they ask them, and when you move into our new standards, I would say we've upped the game even more. They're even more rigorous. So I believe that our standards are rigorous, and they ask kids to think deeply and to critically think about what they're reading. And so if we are wanting them to be measured on grade level TEKS and see if they've mastered that critical thinking, the best way to do that is to give them a piece of text that is at grade level, so that
it's
they
already challenging.
right,
It's already rigorous.
correct, and that way they can show you how well or how critically they can think.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? So I think back to Representative Ashby's point, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad exercise. Once you're done, very quickly, maybe tell us what you think you would do if you were in our position. I think it's a great question to pose to the panels. Yeah.
Okay, I have a little bit of repetition, but before I start, just think about, as I tell you a little bit more about Lexiles and readability formulas, I want you to think about the difference between rigor, which Andre just mentioned beautifully about how we want our students to think critically. Yes, we want that. We want rigor. But think about the difference between rigor and difficulty, which is not what we're preparing our students for, okay? So we've talked about a lot about Lexiles, and in my literacy courses, one of the things we do is we look at readability formulas, and we look at the different ways to examine that text complexity from that quantitative piece we talked about earlier. There's over 200 readability formulas out there. They're available, they're easy to use. And so one of my students in my literacy course just happened to run the STAAR test through this was years ago, through an online calculator, just like the teacher from Granger we heard about earlier did, and found that it was written several years above the intended grade level to be assessed. So this led to other readability discussions in class and led to a future study with a graduate student who is now a teacher, and I'm pleased to say is here in this room. Michael Lopez did a beautiful job of analyzing text readability. We started by looking at a 2012 study, though. You always want to look at other research, and you heard about this study by A&M professors Dr. Sabo and Sinclair, who looked at readability passages of the 2012 STAAR assessment and found that it was too difficult. Okay, so Michael used the same 5 readability formulas that they used and added the Lexile readability formula and looked at 2013 through 2015 grades 3 through 5, and the findings were similar. We found that the tests were written 1 to 3 grade levels above the intended level to be assessed, with the exception of the 5th grade STAAR test in 2015. Okay, so this has implications for our teachers and for our students, as you've heard today. So when we think about the way teachers are trained, our teachers are trained to look at the level of which, the appropriateness of the text they use. Okay, and you heard a superintendent earlier talk about how we use other assessments. So we use assessments to determine independent reading level, which is the material we can send at home for our students to read on their own without our help. We teach at the instructional level, so I may be teaching a 3rd grader on 5th grade material in my class. We differentiate. We don't want to leave anyone behind, and we want to let those that are excelling excel. So we differentiate instruction, but we train our teachers to avoid material that's written at the frustration level. And what I mean by frustration level is any material that they may encounter where they don't know 90% of the words. Well, if a passage is written 1 to 3 grade levels above their grade, then you're more than likely frustrating some of these students. Okay, and so what that means is that we avoid that frustration level because it may affect their motivation to want to read. Okay, at the heart of every reading program should be that love of reading, right? And not only are we frustrating students, which we heard about from Representative Meyer earlier, we're frustrating them on the day of the test, but on benchmark days, on common assessment days. So they're getting a lot of exposure to this text that may be at a frustration level for students, which is the concern that we're discussing today. So I mentioned to you that I'd like you to think about that rigor. We're for rigor, we're not for lowering standards, but we are for looking at the difference between rigor and difficulty. Okay, and I appreciate this time. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm glad to answer any questions that you have for me.
Members, any questions?
Mr.
Tellerico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is a Lexile level synonymous with grade level?
Lexile, grade, they do a little bit different than some of the other readability formulas. So if I was to run a passage through a Fry readability calculator, it gives you a number that's very easy to tell what grade level it's written at. Your Lexiles, you see that range, so the Lexile band. So you can sit here and say,
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
Is a readability formula synonymous with grade level? So
yes, it can be equated to it's an estimate. It's not a
because I think the agency's argument.
Science, it's an estimate. Yes.
The agency's argument earlier, and I'm trying to just.
So it uses, most of them use sentence length and vocabulary to, like maybe how many syllables. Some of the formulas
words
look
per
at
sentence.
the words, the number of characters in the words. So they use a variety of different formulas, but most of them it's sentence length and vocabulary.
Because I think the commissioner's argument earlier was that readability formulas is one piece of figuring out grade level or on grade level.
It's a great start, though. If we're going to give students a Lexile, right?
So, because I mean, the kind of charts that they gave us, it was like a small piece rather than a larger piece. So maybe that's where the disconnect in this conversation is occurring.
Okay. You have to remind me what chart. I'm not sure. I didn't have those in front of me.
This one with the rope.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
This one right here.
I don't have it. I've seen that rope before, yes.
Yeah.
So, yes.
So they've got it, I mean, they've got it as kind of 1 out of, what is that? 8 or 9? Okay. So, I mean, so kind of the implicit argument they're making is that Lexile is kind of a less relevant part of determining on grade level texts. But y'all would disagree with that?
I would be concerned that again, back to we're using them though, so why wouldn't we look at it for a passage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but there's many. I wouldn't just depend on one. There's
Sure,
many
sure,
ways.
sure.
So, when you look at passages, you could look and, compare passages that are written at a, similar grade level. You also have to look at genre.
Right.
We know that informational text is very difficult for our students.
Right.
So there are many factors. Yes, that's correct.
I will say, though, readability is the foundational level for all instruction in reading. The very first thing you learn when you become a literacy teacher is that the level of the text it makes all the difference in the world because of the characteristics. So I'll use two texts you're probably familiar with, Charlotte's Web versus War and Peace. They're very, very, very different skills that are required out of both of those. Both of them require inferencing. You have to make inferences when you read both of those. But when you look at Charlotte's Web and making an inference about a pig and a spider versus War and Peace and making inferences about human relationships and dynamics and conflict, those are very, very different skills. And so readability is the very first thing you learn about when you're a classroom teacher, because you have to make sure that you understand how those varying text levels differ, because the difference in what you place a student in can completely tank their reading performance or help them to fly. It's essential.
So in your expert opinion, do you think the agency in the presentation earlier was mischaracterizing the role of readability algorithms in determining grade level texts?
I would tell you that in my role as a curriculum director and a writer of literacy and a trainer of literacy, providing lots and lots of professional development and the extensive training I've had as a reading recovery teacher as part of my PhD program at the University of Texas, readability is critical. It's critical, and it's what our TEKS are based on. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can pull out grade level text and walk you through the TEKS and SEs and show you how those characteristics change and align beautifully with those TEKS and SEs, and that's why it's mentioned that it has to be assessed in grade level text according to the state standards. So it is absolutely essential.
So that does seem to be where some of the disconnect is in this discussion. Last question. So I know that the agency relies on educators to inform some of the testing items. Can an educator, without using a computer algorithm, determine readability of a text? So just, I guess, based on just by eyeballing it.
I taught kindergarten for 10 years, and so I will tell you that as a kindergarten teacher, it was easy for me to be able to look at a piece of text and know which grade level it was on, which reading level it was on, just by looking at it. But when you begin to move into texts that are more complex, it's quite difficult because there are many factors to the complexity of a piece of text, including vocabulary, sentence length, sentence complexity, and all of those things play a role in the readability of a piece of text. So it would be very hard for me to look, and I have a lot of experience looking at pieces of text and thinking about how to use them and which reader this piece of text matches with this. It would be very difficult to look at a piece of text that is like Charlotte's Web if you were unfamiliar with it and know what reading level it was on just by looking at it.
So you think quantitative analysis of readability is an essential, critical, absolutely necessary part of determining on grade level, and the current system for evaluating our assessment items that the agency uses, primarily using human beings, it doesn't allow for that kind of quantitative analysis.
And to make another important point, and I've served on those educator committees as a classroom teacher, sure. And I will tell you that when teachers walk into those committees, they are operating off of the assumption that TEA has done its due diligence. Mm. I mean, it's just like a student in a classroom operates under the assumption that what the teacher is teaching is what really needs to be taught. Well, when you sit down in those committees and they start putting text in front of you, you are operating off the assumption that these folks are far more informed than you could ever be. Why would they ever put text in front of you that wasn't grade level appropriate? And so the work begins when you start diving into the passages to determine if there's enough content there, context there to support the reader. But I think we do have to honor the fact that that there is a large assumption, and rightfully so, on the part of educators that those passages are ready and vetted.
Right. Well, thank you for that testimony, and for the rest of the committee, I'll also validate that. I mean, as in the classroom, I could never, just by eyeballing, differentiate between a 6th grade Lexile and a 4th, 5th, 7th. I mean, kind of in that grade band. It's incredibly hard to do. That's why I relied on Lexiles every day.
Members, any other questions? I want to just reaffirm something that Representative Ashby said, and I want to make sure that we get this right. Is it correct that the TEKS versus the STAAR score expectations are misaligned? So that the TEKS are requiring and instructing people to teach at a certain grade level, and then when the students encounter the STAAR, take the STAAR, and we look at the STAAR scoring rubric, that there's a disconnect there. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Wholeheartedly.
Surprise.
We're trying to say this
Okay.
in unison. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We can count it down for you, but I think that there's that's essentially like a blueprint for sort of sold success and failure in reality is, I think, the best way to put it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next, Diane Miller, Amy Vidals, if I messed that up, correct me, Sarah Nichols, and Cynthia Ruiz. We can.
Oh,
All right. Thank you for hanging out with us and staying.
The drive to Houston's going to be a long one. My hands are cold. I know. I'm freezing.
Thank you. Not today.
For this problem?
Sorry, ladies. At this point, I'm assuming you know the drill.
Introduce and then go back?
Yes.
All right. Well, good afternoon. I had good morning on my script. That was wishful thinking. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Diane Miller. I'm a literacy educator. I've got 20 years of experience in Texas's K-12 education system. I'm currently serving as the Assistant Professor of Literacy at the University of Houston downtown, and I am also the past president of the Texas Council of Teachers of English Language Arts.
I'm Amy Vidals, and I am an bilingual interventionist with Round Rock Independent School District. I've been teaching for 19 years in grades K through 8th.
I'm Sarah Nichols. I've taught for 12 years, with 8 of those being specifically in grades 3 through 5 reading.
And I'm Cynthia Reese. I taught high school English for 14 years and just recently stepped out of the classroom. I'm one of the teachers that y'all have talked about quit because of testing.
All right. So I listed all the things that I do, but I do want to be clear that I'm here as an individual citizen. I'm not representing the University of Houston system with my opinions, but I am here as a mom, a voter, a teacher, and a Texan who just happens to have a little PhD in literacy education. And I'm here to tell you that today's focus on our state assessment system is critical, long overdue, and much appreciated. So thank you for your time. I've had the honor of working alongside and observing teachers who are doing a damn good job for our Texas students. So much has changed since I began teaching in 1995. Whole group lectures covering skills have given way to differentiated conferences. Top-down novel selections are being replaced by student-selected texts, and soon lower-level genre-based TEKS will dissipate as we embrace integrated authentic standards. Much has changed and improved to create a more authentic and engaging literacy experience for our children, but we must ask ourselves if our assessment has changed to keep pace with the times and the research. The current misaligned assessment results give us a disconnected and inauthentic one-day snapshot of our students' growth. Moreover, the pressure of the test compels teachers to focus on isolated skills and test prep materials that do not honor what we now know about authentic instruction. So the Texas Monthly article that we have all read calls the validity of the STAAR reading assessments into question. So I'm not going to go into a lot of details over that. You've heard a lot of testimonies already, but I want to add one critical component to that discussion. Vygotsky taught us about what he called the zone of proximal development. It's a sweet spot for teacher scaffolding. Now, Jody explained that we use that concept to classify text as being on a student's independent, instructional, and frustrational level. So in our field, there is a consensus, though, that you have to have that aid of a more knowledgeable other, and sometimes that's a teacher, sometimes a peer, but that's what's needed for a child to navigate that instructional level text, one that's just beyond their independent level in order to comprehend well. So if you have assessment passages which are read without the assistance of a more knowledgeable other, it should fall within a child's independent level. If an assessment is comprised of passages that are at the instructional level or even more disastrous at that frustrational level, then the test isn't allowing the child to demonstrate on his or her own abilities how they can read. Now, any literacy teacher worth their salt will tell you that the numbers only tell one part of the story. But when you combine these out-of-sync readability statistics with you've got a developmentally inappropriate testing situation that requires students to sit for 4 hours and read about sometimes boring, irrelevant topics. The possibility of the online testing environment is unfamiliar to some of them until they sit down at the computer that day. Okay. Or the kids could just be having a bad day. The threat of losing school electives to required remedial classes, the stress of an entire school district's reputation on the line, and then you've got the real estate market fluctuations from test scores. You have a recipe there for thwarting even the best intentioned and well-prepared efforts of Texas's students and teachers. So how should we proceed? Y'all have asked that question quite a bit. Well, generally speaking, we should build upon our newly revised ELAR standards and connect them with authentic assessment practices that serve to inform instruction with usefully reported, timely results that accurately showcase children's literacy abilities. Students should have multiple, instructionally aligned and developmentally appropriate opportunities to demonstrate growth throughout the year. And teachers should be free to facilitate that growth with research-based strategies that they can meet the needs of all of our diverse Texas learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? All right.
I just want to say the time we've been sitting here today is about the length of time that our kids are taking these STAAR tests. So we just hit the 4-hour mark. So think about how our brains are right now.
But did they get that stretch?
Sometimes,
Yeah.
but not all.
Yeah, exactly. All right. That's a good point. Thank you for that. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. When asked to speak today, I immediately thought that I needed to focus on the students. That's my job. So to highlight this, I wanted to paint a picture of a student, a former student of mine, an English language learner named Carlos. Carlos, like all of my students, was an English language learner, and as a 4th grader, he came in below grade level in reading. And by mid-year, according to the Fountas and Pinnell benchmark assessment system and all mid-year screeners and district assessments, he was reading on level. His comprehension was excellent, and he was doing really well in class. And I remember at a parent conference telling his mother how proud I was of him, and she just, glowed with excitement, and she said, "Muchas gracias, maestra, hemos trabajado mucho en casa," which translates to, sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. Thank you, we've worked so hard in the house. Sorry. I assured his mother that I was confident that her son would pass his reading test because according to all the data, he was on level. And then he failed. And I didn't know how this had happened. He was on level. His comprehension was incredible. I was in shock. He was in shock. His family was upset. And I knew what would happen to Carlos. He'd be put into reading intervention, after-school tutoring, possibly Saturday school. Maybe missing some fun activities, during the school day. So in the end, we have a test that didn't show the true nature of what he could do. You see, when students fail the STAAR, it's wrongly assumed by teachers and administrators that they're below grade level or that they didn't receive the instruction that they needed to. They feel defeated, and I honestly think, and I think this too of my own children, why should I work so hard in school? And recently, after reading the articles that were published in the Washington Post and others, I thought about Carlos and the disappointment in his face and thinking that he didn't know the test was too hard. All he knew that he failed. And so his hard work and dedication didn't pay off. So we want our students to work hard and make progress and be fairly evaluated, but the STAAR exam does not accurately reflect their effort and growth. We need to have a test that we can all have confidence in and will serve as a fair and accurate tool for students, parents, and our teachers. An effective test that can be used to recognize student successes, but also help us identify where they need extra help. So today's test does not meet that standard, and I know we can do better.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Go right ahead. As it relates to Carlos' story, how did you know he was reading at level?
So we use the Fountas and Pinnell benchmark assessment system. You probably don't know much about it, but it's a system A to Z, leveled readers. A is kinder, Z would be middle school. At the beginning of the year, we assess them, see what level they're on. It assesses accuracy, fluency, comprehension in the text, beyond the text. There's even a writing component, and it tells us where they are. And it helps us form our guided reading groups and teach them at the level that they're at. Because we never want to teach them to frustrational level because they lose. I mean, they just can't. It's just the frustration. So.
Right. And so, when would he have taken the STAAR test that really discouraged him?
When? It was two years ago.
At the end of the year.
I'm sorry. The year that he took it was March, I think. Yeah. March.
In March. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In what grade level again?
It was 4th grade.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so just to sort of go back to this Teeks question that we asked before, during the course of the year, the teacher assumes and thinks that all the things they're doing that are grade level appropriate will be sufficient to sort of reproduce the kind of performance you're getting throughout the year from the student, and then when you take the exam, something else happens.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're saying is that the recent conversations and articles that we've been reading and having explain a lot about that experience. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Next.
Okay, my name is Sarah. I represent myself as a mom. I have a current 3rd grader and a current 5th grader. I also am a teacher at a K-8 school. And last year I was the 3rd through 5th grade reading teacher. So I had 3 tests, 3 classes. That was me. I was that person. And I knew, so I'm touching a little bit on what was earlier, as the 3rd grade teacher, I knew the bar. I knew what my kids had to do. But you're telling me my kids that came from another country 2 years ago, you're telling me that my spec ed kids, you're telling me that my kids that are dyslexic, that I know have a reading difficulty, are having to meet that bar 2 years ahead. And so that's where my frustration as a teacher was. I'd put my kids up against any 3rd grader in the state on a 3rd grade test. I wouldn't bat an eye at that. But making those special pops, as we call them, based off of our data we get from TEA, try to reach that same bar, I don't think that was justifiable. So as a teacher, as an educator, I know there has to be accountability. I know there does. And no matter what you decide or we decide or whoever decides, somebody's not going to be happy. But I ask that we look at it from the kids, what's right by the kids. Every day during my teaching and now in my new area, every day I think, am I making decisions that are right by kids? And so that's kind of what I choose to go. So the data I gathered all year long wasn't necessarily consistent with what STAAR reports gave to me. I used iStation. It's an online program. It tests monthly. Once a month, they test. Or you can do, like some people said earlier, you can do it once every 3 times a year. iStation is a program that the state of Texas, that TEA helps fund for schools. One of my concerns with our STAAR reading assessment becomes evident when you look at the discrepancy between the STAAR and the ISIP scores. And the ISIP scores come from the iStation. ISIP is an option provided on the commissioner's list of reading instruments. And ISIP, on that list of instruments, because there's multiple instruments on there, ISIP is one of the most well-rounded. It's one of the ones, I think it misses in one area. It hits all the recommended areas and then some. So it's a pretty valid resource. According to the ISIP reports that I pulled all year based my instruction off of, 85% of my third graders were at or above grade level in reading. And then when I get my STAAR report that looks at meets and masters, only 58% were there. In fourth grade, I had 83% of my kids, based off of ISIP, at or above reading level. STAAR, 56%. And then the same thing was in fifth grade. 67% of my kids were at or above level according to ISIP. And then when I got my STAAR report, only 33 were at that meets and masters level. As a parent, this is confusing. I get it as a parent because I have a reading background. But trying to explain to a parent, your kid's right on grade level, here's the reports, I'm giving them to you once a month, bam, your kid's not on grade level. It's confusing for parents. The most concerning aspect of the STAAR reading assessment is the readability score of the passages the students are required to read. I'm going to be looking down because I'm going to quote some things from some TEA documents. So according to the Texas Assessment Program FAQ found on TEA's website, STAAR is an assessment program designed to measure the extent to which students have learned and are able to apply the knowledge and skills defined in the state-mandated curriculum, the TEKS, like we've been talking about. The FAQ goes further and states that every STAAR question is directly aligned to the TEKS currently implemented for the grade or subject or course being assessed. According to the third grade TEKS, like the panel before me has said, students are required to read grade level text with fluency and comprehension. The same statement is made in the fourth and in the fifth grade level TEKS. So my question that I've been asking is, why on earth are we trying to assess the mastery of grade level TEKS using reading passages that are not on that grade level? According to studies that we've heard about, the average reading level for the third grade was at a fifth grade level. Fourth grade was sixth and seventh, and fifth grade followed the same suit. I would go out and say that assessing our students who are average, an average third grade, they're where they need to be developmentally appropriate, are English language learners. Students who receive special education services or 504 services, it's unethical to give them something that we know they're going to fail. There may be some outliers, like they said earlier. There may be some kids that surprise us. Go them. By golly, as a teacher, I'm going to push those kids there. But I had a kid in fourth grade last year who cried all the way to school on that writing test day. She got masters. There was no need for her to cry. She was very capable. She doesn't have any of these sub-pop labels. And she still felt that stress level, and that's what's hard as a parent. So I thank you for listening to me, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. Members, any questions?
Chairman, just two.
Oh, yes, of course.
First of all, thank you all for being here and sharing your stories, and thank you for being educators. So there are people who said that the articles that we've gotten, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Texas Monthly, that those aren't accurate. So I just want to be on the record. You believe that that those studies are accurate studies of the STAAR test.
One more time, rephrase. I'm not rephrasing.
Sorry,
repeat it. No, it's okay.
I haven't had enough Red Bull. So there are people who challenge the studies that are documented in the articles
about the readability.
Yeah, right. They're like, oh no, those studies aren't accurate. We're actually good. But based on everything, and I love your example of the ISIP issue because I feel like, well, I'll go back. But
I mean, if something is research-based enough and good enough for the state to pay for us to use, I would think that it would be a valid tool for us to use. I've taught 3 through 5 reading for 8 years. I've had those reading tests on my back for 8 years, and I would say that no, not always, are the passages on grade level.
And so do you feel as an educator, and you've been an educator for a while, but maybe even as a first, second, or third year educator, that we have given you, TEA or the state, etc., all the tools to be successful? Or I feel like we gave you tools, and then those tools didn't align with what we were asking you to do.
Okay, so I'm going to say my first 3 years of teaching, I taught third grade reading, and I had no clue what I was doing. No clue. I had great scores, don't get me wrong. I had great scores. I didn't know what I was doing. I took, I think, 6 hours in college on elementary reading. I went back, and since I knew I was, once you get in a STAAR testing subject, you're kind of stuck there. If your scores are halfway decent, they don't really let you out. And so
you're trapped.
You are, and that's okay. I love it. I wouldn't trade a minute of it. But so I took initiative and went back and got my master's degree as a reading specialist and a master reading teacher. And so it wasn't until then that I had even an idea of what I was working towards. And so I'm in a small K-8 school. There's one teacher per grade level. Once you get into third grade, there's one teacher per subject because we're departmentalized because of testing. I mean, and so, no, I'm in a position this year where I'm kind of a coach type person. And so my first, second, third year teachers coming out of college that we're hiring, they have to have a lot of support. And if I didn't have a reading background, I don't know that they would have, I don't know that we'd be on such a great path that we're on at my school right now if they didn't have someone who had, someone who had a reading, who had a reading knowledge.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Hi, thanks for being on this committee. My name is Cynthia Reese, and I taught high school English for 14 years, 8 years in the DFW area, and now I taught 6 years at Connolly High School starting in 2012, so the year that STAAR became implemented, and I was there for all of that. And I do tell people I quit 50% because of testing, 50% because our state does not prioritize the mental health and well-being of teachers and students. So truthfully, it would take hours to tell you the details of my experience with STAAR, so I'm just going to focus at the issue at hand. Is STAAR misaligned? I can only speak to the English 1 and 2 tests, but I'm emphatically telling you, yes, they are misaligned. They're an egregious excuse for valid assessments, and they are irrelevant and don't show or value what teachers and students do in the classroom every day. TEA recently released a statement to the Houston Chronicle Post regarding the recent concern over grade level appropriateness of STAAR passages and said, STAAR passages underscores a greater problem, that for more than a decade, Texas students' reading performance has remained flat or has declined. We know this not only from STAAR scores, but from TAKS before that. So I truly believe our reading performance scores have remained flat or declined because of STAAR and even TAKS before that. STAAR reading does not allow for students to make genuine connections to the text, and it only gives a snapshot of what a student may or may not understand on any given day. So here's the thing. When I was a classroom teacher, I used two different approaches when teaching reading. The first is more traditional, which most of you probably experienced. It involved reading books considered classics like Of Mice and Men or Julius Caesar. And I had to find ways to make the books more relevant to present day in order to motivate my students to take interest and understand how the books did apply to their current lives. I knew students understood what they were reading by checking for understanding daily. They'd respond to quick short answer questions or exit tickets. They'd partner talk with someone in class, and then finally they would create original projects, poems, and presentations that showed how the book connected to their worlds. The student work I received would vary widely, but that's because my students varied widely. We don't teach standard students. They are all different. The second approach, which the literacy coach mentioned before, is where students are allowed to choose any book of their choice. Of course, I still had students who told me that they hated reading or weren't good readers, but once I helped them find a book that interested them, their attitude and their performance changed. I'm thinking specifically of a student who was chronically absent and had an average of a 51 in my class. He told me he hated reading and only watched Netflix. When he told me his favorite show was Shameless because it reminded him of his family, I recommended that he read The Glass Castle. He later admitted to me privately, not in front of his friends, that he actually enjoyed the book because it reminded him of his own life. His performance improved in class because he was able to connect to what he was reading. Again, the books students chose would vary widely because my students had a wide variety of interests. They're not cookie-cutter readers. The STAAR does not allow for this or show these types of connections. The reading passages chosen are the most random and irrelevant passages I've had to read as a teacher, so it's no wonder students struggle to find any interest. Students want to read to learn, not to be judged. When a student reads a passage knowing their understanding of it is tied to graduation, the fight or flight response in their brain kicks in, and I've watched them fight. I've watched students take retest after retest after retest, trying to do the best they can on a test that is designed against them. STAAR results consistently show this gap. But instead of figuring out how to make reading relevant to students and allowing them to read, just to read to improve their scores, their skills, we punish them by demanding that they keep retaking a test we already know they struggle with. The STAAR test is punitive when it should be diagnostic. If you want scores to go up, let students read and let teachers teach. Invest in classroom libraries. Listen to experts like Kelly Gallagher and Kylene Beers instead of testing data. Listen to teachers, and for crying out loud, listen to students. They are the ones sitting in the classrooms today, but will be our leaders, our workers, and our caretakers in the future. That's just the reading portion of the test, by the way. There's a whole separate writing test. And the writing test at the high school level required students to use reading skills. They had to do revising and editing passages where they had to read passages to find the errors, but that included reading skills, even though they were being told it's a writing test. And then for the revision part, students had to read passages of fake essays and determine what revisions should be made to make the fake essay better. This is not how revision is taught in the classroom. Revision is messy and happens in writers' notebooks and on rough drafts of essays. Writing is hard and requires time. It does not belong in the multiple choice section of a test or in a 26-line box of an essay that's included in the STAAR test. I could go on and on, like I said before, about the 26-line essay and how it limits students' creativity and ability to express themselves, but I'm just going to address one of the questions that was asked earlier, and what would I do if I had the chance to fix this system? I would invest in our teachers and students. The millions of dollars that have been spent on this testing system should be reallocated towards our teachers and students. That means providing counselors that can actually counsel students, focusing on social emotional learning skills, increasing fine arts programs, building classroom libraries, letting students shadow at the offices and workplace, bringing them here and seeing how our justice system works or doesn't work sometimes, increasing ROTC programs, increasing trade, technical, and vocational programs, and increasing field trips that show kids how what they're learning at school is used in the real world. And I would just ask all the members of the committee to just think about real quick, how many of you took a STAAR test to graduate to get where you are today? And how many of you consider yourselves to be successful? And then go one step further, how many of you have to take a test or show some standard, some data measurement of what you're doing as a legislator? How do we measure what you're doing successfully? I don't think it's standardized testing. So, any other questions?
Thank you very much. Members, any questions?
I don't have a question of her. I'd just like to ask TEA, who is the director of reading now?
Who do we have from
Do we have
TEA?
somebody here from TEA?
Wanna chime in so you can answer the question and us not break any rules?
Okay.
Monica Martinez, Texas Education Agency. The current director of English, Language Arts, and Reading is named Shalane Marion.
Do it again.
Shalane Marion.
Marion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. No questions? Representative Talarico?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I think I echo a lot of the sentiments on this committee of an appreciation for your work and your willingness to share your stories here. I wanted to go back to the first testimony about, there's a part of your testimony where you talk about authentic assessment practices and advocating for that as a way forward. And I just was curious about what that looks like in a classroom setting, and if others want to chime in about what they see as the ideal form of assessment, if you believe in assessment at all.
Oh, I do believe in assessment. I think that Mr. Chambers stated that very clearly at the beginning of the day, that none of us are here decrying rigor or decrying assessment. That's not it at all. But we need to see where kids are to begin the year. We need to see where they are in the middle, and we need to see how we've done at the end. And getting a test that the results don't come into the summer is not going to inform instruction at all. So we need to look at a nice marriage of formative assessment and summative assessment. And if the formative assessments aren't connecting to the summative assessments, then that's a disconnect, that's a problem. So, in preparing for this testimony, I called a lot of friends off of the record and asked them, are your performance assessments aligning to what you're seeing with STAAR? And district after district after district told me no. One district in particular is using a Lexile-aligned performance assessment 3 times a year, sold by a very well-known publisher, and their numbers are quite off the same way that you were talking about your numbers. And so authentic assessment would be multiple measures. If we're asking them to write in multiple genres and read multiple genres, then we need to be looking at multiple genres of demonstration of that performance. Portfolio is probably the best way to go, and it's probably the most expensive way to go, but we've got to figure out. I looked at the report from the TEA final report on their portfolio pilot, and this is what page 3 says. The pilot further demonstrates that when adequate resources, time, and training are provided, assessment can be meaningfully incorporated into routine instructional practices so that student learning is reflected accurately and in alignment with classroom instruction. So it may be expensive, but we've got to figure out how to do it because we're hurting kids. So we've got to figure out where to put that money.
And I would just, can I just?
I was going to ask Ms. Ruiz to.
Yeah, I would just add to that, and I believe it was the commissioner that actually said this, surprisingly, remove the high stakes from the testing. It's not just the campuses creating culture, it is coming from the top down, like Representative Gonzalez said. There's no point to it. And if you believe that students just aren't going to take it seriously, whatever, part of them already are not. And there's reasons behind that. And that's a deeper conversation to have. There are bigger issues happening on campuses every single day that make STAAR tests seem completely irrelevant. And it is. But I do think a portfolio assessment of some sort that includes different genres, like she was saying, but also a performance piece. Also, we've had students that have to do oral reports and actually have public speaking skills and communication skills, things that will actually translate into the workforce or into college, depending on which path they follow.
Okay. All right, thank you. So 2 things from you. One is I hope that if we are able to make some significant changes, that we'll have you back.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that.
In the profession. That'd be great for us. The second thing is, one of you made me think of textbooks. Let's go back to 3rd grade for a second. Is the textbook or the list of textbooks that you can use for 3rd grade reading? If I was a 3rd grade teacher and I got a book for my class off that list, is that textbook at grade level or is it above grade level so it prepares my students to pass the STAAR?
Well, the textbooks we have right now are old.
Okay.
So I will go kind of, she is using the Fontes and Pinnell assessment piece, and that is, I'm on the textbook committee for my small school currently.
Sure.
And when we are on that path, we already implement part of that because, like I said earlier, I mean, if you think about we're testing these 3rd graders on a 5th grade level.
Right.
That'd be like testing a kindergartner on a 2nd grade level.
Right.
They don't even know their ABCs.
So when you
How are they?
so when you're selecting a book, knowing that, do you select a book at 5th grade or do you select a book at 3rd grade?
No, I select a book based on the kids' level. I meet them where they are, a little bit higher, and the growth that you see when you do that for kids is phenomenal.
Right.
But textbooks, you were asking about textbooks. Textbooks are typically, well, man,
I get. Here's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, yeah.
The reason I'm asking the question is because you would imagine that a textbook is supposed to be a plug-and-play part of the blueprint or the roadmap to get where you're going. And unless there's a requirement that the textbook somehow meets the standard we expect teachers and students to get to, it's almost like we're sort of mandating that they don't.
So they're supposed to align to the TEKS. Mm-hmm. That's been our...
Right, but if the TEKS don't align to the...
Correct.
Okay. Got it. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, may I just compliment
Allen.
this panel?
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
they were brutally honest. They have nothing to lose. You're not tied to a school district, so you could express your opinions, and I appreciate that. You've been the best panel we've heard today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Will Fullerton, Annalise Hardy, Catherine Wadbrook, and if I messed it up, let me know. And Karen Bordovsky. Yeah? All right. So many people have to leave, so we're taking who's here. No. Second to last. And then
Just the two of us? We may have lost a few.
okay, you want to see, so, let's see, who's,
I'm Will.
I was going to say, you're Will. All right, that's okay. Please.
Annalisa Hardy, Clear Creek ISD.
Karen Brodowski, Ingram ISD.
Thank you.
Will Fullerton, Texas Aspires.
Thank you, sir.
Can you start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for hearing our stories.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks
here
for
today.
waiting.
Yep, happy to. It's been a wonderful day. I became an instructional coach in language arts in the 2016-2017 school year in Dickinson, Texas at Barber Middle School. The year prior to that, I was a classroom teacher with 6 years at Barber. One of my team's first tasks of the 2016 school year was to dig into the prior year's STAAR data to inform our instruction. We were proud of the instruction that we provided to our students in 2015. In 2015, we had lengthened our literacy block by 30 minutes. We learned together in a professional learning community. We connected our students with texts they loved. We increased the volume of their reading. We upped the relevance and the rigor of our curriculum. In reference to something that was said on a panel earlier today, we knew just what to teach and how to teach it. We hit the ball out of the park in 2015. So, in spite of what we knew was our best effort, our students' STAAR performance in 2016 declined significantly in the area of 10 percentage points. What worried us most was when we thought of our students' individual capabilities, when we thought of their names and we thought of their faces. We knew that they should have done better. Not only should they not have gone backwards 10 percentage points on our campus, they should have at least treaded water. In an attempt to understand what had happened, I decided to do a little data analysis, and I compared our students' scores on the 2016 test to their reading levels. My goal for these about 350 students was to discover the average reading level needed to show proficiency on STAAR. So I created a list of about our 350 students, and I sorted their STAAR scores into 10 percentile bands. Does that make sense? Like 90 to 100, 80 to 70? I plugged in the reading levels that the kids had at the time of the test, and I averaged those to see the average reading level required for each score band. I found that the average student reading level required was significantly above what we would expect to see for their grade level. For example, the average reading level of our 6th grade students who met recommended performance on STAAR was around 9th grade, or almost 3 years above grade level. We wondered on my team, does a 6th grader in Texas have to read like a 9th grader to be just where we'd like them to be? These were not even advanced kids. Our advanced kids needed to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10th grade plus on their reading level. When I ran the test through different readability calculators, which I've done every year since then, 8 of them to be exact, I discovered what I thought was the reason. The readability of the 2016 test was on average 2 years above grade level that you have heard many times today. You can see my readability results on the second page of the papers that were passed out to you. I realize that readability is not a perfect science, and that's why we also heard today that several readability tools should be used to level these texts. I also realize, though, that if I write a test that's out of the comprehension reach of the students taking the test, I'm not going to get valid results.
The money that's been spent on STAAR in the state of Texas is not even giving us skill-based data that is usable. I also resent the idea that we've heard today that if the student has the right tools in their toolbox, they'll be able to show proficiency, mastery, or advanced performance on STAAR. It is inappropriate for many reasons to ask a 6th grader to have 9th grade tools in their toolbox. Finally, I cannot stress enough the effect that these scores can have on students. The culture on my campus was right, and the culture in my classroom was right. If anything, I de-emphasized the STAAR to my own deficit. But I still witnessed every year dozens of students crying when they got their results. I had one little girl lock herself in the bathroom, and we had to go get the custodian to drag her out when she got her unsatisfactory results. She interpreted that to mean, regardless of what we all said, that she was an unsatisfactory human. If we have an exact right culture on our campuses, that will still exist. If there's even a chance that we've made students like that who are exactly where they should be as readers feel like failures, we must change something. We must investigate what's going on. Finally, if we want to know if students have mastered the standards that they should have been taught in the school year, it seems a very simple thing to say that they must be tested at a level of text that they can solidly comprehend. Right. I don't understand the difficulty there. We heard from TEA earlier today that STAAR reading represents level-wise where students need to be. And I jotted down a question, is that true of Math STAAR and is that true of Science STAAR? Or on Math and Science STAAR, are we assessing what it was that they were to learn standards-wise in a year? This was news to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you very much. Ma'am, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to come today. Currently, I'm an assistant superintendent in a small district in Texas in the beautiful Hill Country. I've been an educator and proud of it for 32 years. 20 of those years were in the classroom. So I still consider myself a teacher. I've been blessed to be surrounded by teachers and students most of my lifetime. Teachers are special people who give generously of themselves every single day. And their reward lies in the success of their students. That's what's most important to them. Accountability data is a powerful tool to help teachers drive instructions to close gaps in their students' learning. I've worked with teachers in collaborative groups to build their capacity, analyzing their TEKs to make sure that they understand what the state expectations are and their students' data on assessments with the goal of aligning instruction to state expectations, which will lead to student success. The power of the data is dependent on the reliability of the instrument it is representing, in this case, the STAAR test. During these meetings, we look at different resources to utilize, and repeatedly, no matter what we use, there are always alignment issues. Even when we use resources recommended by TEA, which has been referenced several times today. If we use those assessments, our students score much higher than they will on the STAAR test. So if we want to get a true predictor, we have to use those release STAAR questions on little mini checkpoints and the benchmarks. Those are the only true predictors we use that are accurate. Another confusion of these meetings is appropriate teacher expectations. In other words, which one of these levels, these targets, is considered passing and being on grade level? When STAAR was first implemented, the common belief was that approaches was close enough to grade level to be considered passing, with meets and masters being a higher level of skills. Part of this confusion stemmed from the fact that for a student, approaches is considered passing, but for a campus and district, meets is the state expectation. So for a third grader to meet expectations in reading for a campus last year, they had to score 76% or above. Factoring in the data that shows that the readability of the test is 2 levels above grade level, that 76 becomes an even higher target. It makes me question as to whether the targets are labeled correctly. Here's the story of a small rural school in Texas. Last spring, we tested 67 third graders in our accountability group. 84% of our elementary students are economically disadvantaged. 84%. And we have a large population of EL, English learners, and students with disabilities. All of these factors affect instruction, pacing, and interventions. About 30% of our third graders qualified for online embedded designated supports, which are great. These are wonderful tools that TEA has made available to students who are English language learners or students with disabilities. While these are powerful and useful, students need to access and utilize these supports independently without reminders or encouragement from their teachers to use them. And not only that, it takes additional effort and time during an already lengthy, rigorous test. So your students who are struggling the most have to put the most effort in the test, and it takes longer. Often the test becomes a measure of stamina rather than skills. I come back to accountability and database decision making. For these to be valid, the data source must be reliable and grade level appropriate. That data source right now that we're being measured on and that our children are being measured on is the STAAR test, and we're making decisions that affect the lives of students and our limited resources. It has to be reliable. The children of Texas are depending on it. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions you have.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you very much. Sir.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you all for y'all's time today. Already getting underway. My name is Will Fullerton again. I'm the Executive Director of Texas Aspires. I'm here today to address some concerns with the STAAR test and the need for objective student achievement measures in Texas schools. You've heard from lots of experts today, so I'll keep mine pretty brief. The state of Texas needs an annual measure of what students know and what they can do. And we have a well-designed measure in STAAR. As you can see from the handout, just before you, it's 2 pages. The STAAR test has already been found to be valid and reliable for the purposes of assessing students' comprehension of our state's learning standards. In addition, the STAAR test is designed with Texas teachers using their experience at grade level and in the subject for every single STAAR test. The assertion that any of the dedicated public servants of Texas are deliberately involved in setting students up to fail is just factually incorrect. The legislature and TEA have made numerous improvements and adjustments to STAAR since 2012, as can be seen in the timeline on the second page I've provided. Now, STAAR test scores more accurately reflect nationwide assessment findings in Texas. Far too few Texas students perform on grade level. Further, in psychometrics, if psychometrics need to make small adjustments to the STAAR assessments, those can be made to future tests under existing law. Legislative action is not necessary and would undermine an assessment system that is already serving its legislative intended purpose. In closing, I would add that if we're going to invest billions of dollars and additional dollars into school finance from the state level, then we need a statewide measure of how those investments affect student achievement. STAAR already tells us that, and it tells us what our students know and what they can do. If additional state investments increase how much they know and can do, STAAR results will show it. Thank y'all.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions? All right, thank you all. Thank you for being here. Okay, Maria Buford, parent San Antonio, Jennifer Rosenboom, parent out of Denton, Christy Hassett, Texans advocating for meaningful student assessment.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Doing good.
Today I'm here.
Tell us who you are and...
My name is Maria Burford. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I'm a parent
There you go.
of an SAISD student. I have 2 there, but today I'm really worried about my 12th grader. His name is Neil. He's an academic student who's got a 3.0 GPA. He's 68 out of 219 with dyslexia and Erland syndrome, but yet he cannot get over the EOC 1 and 2 English. He is now going to be taking it for the 9th time in April and the 7th time for English 2. He has come close, but not past it. In light of that, he's had to take the SAT several times, the TSI, the ACT. This senior year has been miserable, to the point where you're holding a 6'2" male, and he's crying and saying, "I am so dumb." Every time he gets so close, he breaks down and feels that he's so dumb. I can tell you that his entire time he's been in high school, the only thing he can remember is that he's dumb. But yet, he has been offered a $13,000 scholarship to a 4-year university because he's an accomplished musician as a trumpet player and a band, and he got $4,000 on top of that for academics. So to say that the STAARS test lines up with the academics and everything else is wrong, because I've actually sat with my sons and printed the test, gone over it, did context clues with them and worked with them. Nothing aligns. I am totally involved to the point where they call me the overly passionate parent on my side of town. I help every administrator, every teacher, every parent in the district and beyond, because I believe children should have an education. This is not an education. This is a testing system that makes my son feel inadequate. So I will tell y'all, the only thing, he's a 504, the only thing that's increased in our lives is the amount of medication and co-pays that we're paying. And none of y'all are paying those. We are. And we don't make as much as a teacher. But we try to find every avenue we can. So when y'all say y'all need to fix the problem, I can tell you how to fix it. I can tell you exactly how to fix it as a frustrated parent. Start making a law that says, hey, you local districts don't have so much authority. Because all my sons do in intervention is go to a computer. Reading interventions are System 44, Power Up Lexa, Ingenuity. All these things have to be done. Now the question is he going to graduate? Because he's only passed 3 out of 5. And now he's worried. He was told in December by a counselor, you don't have to pass these tests. And yet I get a phone call less than a week ago that he will have to retest. So am I here to ask for a pardon, or am I here to ask for better education? I don't know. You tell me.
Members, do we have questions?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Bernal.
You said he's 504?
He's a 504 dyslexic with Erland syndrome, like
well,
us.
as soon as you're done, we'll exchange information.
Okay.
There was a bill that was passed that should apply to some students, keeping them from having to retest unnecessarily. What high school was he at?
Sam Houston High School Hurricanes. He is a he just signed a contract for the $13,000 at Jarvis Christian College in Hawkins, Texas, and I'm very proud of him.
Yeah.
And I've got another one coming up, so if I have to come back up here, I will.
Okay.
And he's special ed in 504 as well.
Well, you're all welcome here. I'm a Jeff guy, so.
So, well, I'll leave you my card because I'm the OPP of the East Side.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I'd only make a comment. I hear you, my son's 504 and had difficulties getting through that. And we do have some bills that are coming up that talk about individual graduation committees, so we identify and look at those kind of things as well. And we've got bills that we're going to do on assessments that I think are going to look at ways to reduce.
We keep getting different answers on that.
Do what now?
We get, like TEA gave us one answer that we needed a portfolio, we needed research. Then Region 20 gives us another answer. Then I get a call from the head counselor saying, okay, well, he's got to do this in Ingenuity. So it's always something different. So right now he feels like he's not going to graduate.
Well, I think Representative Bernal will help you.
Okay.
And we'll exchange information. We'll get there. We'll get there for you. The bill, the reality is there's a portfolio base, and it's a litmus test of all the work that he's done and the body of work that he's done, not just one particular test in one particular time.
And that's what we were told, but then we called it, the district called us from the head counseling department, and she said, we don't do it that way. Our district does it off of the Ingenuity system online, and he has to review the EOC 1 and 2, and then we'll count those points in that grade, and then we'll decide.
We'll sort it out.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Questions? All right. Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Rosenboom, and I'm from Denton, and I'm going to get emotional. So, warning you now. My husband sent me with Kleenex, so hopefully one will be enough. Did you hand them that packet, please? Yes, please. No, this is my testimony that she's handing out. It's the story. Oh, hey, thanks. I'm going to step back, and I've been here all day, and this has been an extremely interesting experience, and I appreciate the invitation that was given to me to be able to be here as a parent. Earlier, I heard a subject matter expert who was talking about when the kids have adversity and they have the test anxiety, how do they rise to the occasion in the real world? And I hope this answers that question, because not all students are cookie cutter. And I am so sorry.
No, take your time. Take your time.
This is the story, and what I'm going to speak on now is just an abbreviated version of what you guys have. There's a lot I will not mention, just for sake of time. This is the story of how the STAAR and the state of Texas has failed my son and allowed him to slip through the cracks and almost robbed him of his dreams. My son, Austin Siegfried. Austin, what a great name, right? Truly Texan family. He was set to graduate from Denton High last May. Very much like her story, let's just take it a step further. That was until days before the May 25th ceremony, we were informed he would not graduate. He grew up in Denton, spent all 13 school years in the Denton ISD school districts. He made every attempt for all of his EOCs through high school except one, and that was during the summer when he was at Boy Scout camp. During his freshman year, he joined JROTC, and he fell in love with the structure and the pride that came along with the program, and he continued that all 4 years of high school. It's important to note that he almost quit high school during the Christmas break of his senior year because he could not pass 3 of the EOCs. That was English 1, English 2, and Algebra. I was not planning on mentioning the 504 that he had because I don't think that was relevant to all of it because he couldn't pass 3 of them. The IGCs didn't matter because he had 3, not 2. It's also important for me to share that he signed up to join the Army 18 months prior to this. He had a ship date of July 1st that was contingent on him graduating high school to serve for our country. I am so sorry, y'all.
No, you're fine. Sorry.
He came back after Christmas break, and he decided he did not want to quit. He wanted to try. So he came back in the spring, and he made his ninth attempt at his EOCs, and he didn't pass them. He did earn enough credits, and he did earn the respect of his administrators to be able to walk at graduation. He just didn't receive a diploma, and he wasn't able to fulfill his contract for the Army. This is where what do the students do to rise to the occasion? He spent the next 5 weeks finding an alternative. He scrambled to find that workaround. He found a private school in Florida that gave him the opportunity to graduate, and he made his July 1st ship-out date. He passed basic combat training in the U.S. Army with their new standards where the success rate is only 72%. He also graduated from AIT and is now serving at Fort Bliss. He passed the Army's stricter standards, a test from Florida, and the ASVAB. But he couldn't pass 3 EOCs even after 9 attempts. He also had tutoring, he had intervention. This wasn't a surprise. He knew what he was walking into. I still can't seem to find any expert, and maybe those who testified earlier can answer my question of how many students after the 9th attempt finally pass a test, because nobody can seem to tell us that.
We'll get an answer. Don't worry, keep going.
Thank you. The state of Texas failed Austin, my son, yet Florida and the U.S. Army had more confidence in him and supported him in his dreams to make them come true. Texas can do so much better for our kids by removing the high stakes requirements. And I don't want her son to follow suit. Again, this was that, how do they rise to the occasion? I have watched him pass a hunter safety course. I've watched him pass his driving course when he was 16, 17 years old on the first try. It's not a test anxiety issue. And he does have dyslexia, and he isn't a perfect student by any means. But that's okay, because he beat the system. And I'm so proud of him, which is the whole point of all the tears. Thank you.
You're welcome. Absolutely. Did your school district not offer an IGC for him, Individual Graduation Committee?
They did, and they took care of 2 of them, but there was still the 3rd. On the back of your packet that I left with you guys, there's actually a chart where I charted all of his EOC attempts. I started his sophomore year talking to counselors. What are we going to do to set him up for success? I can't have him not graduating. This was even before the Army contract had been signed. I was an active parent, just like she was, trying to make sure he graduated. They did try the 2 IGCs, but there was still the 3rd. And when I asked in December what we were going to do to make sure that he graduated in May, they said he has 1 more attempt. And then that week when we were told he wasn't going to graduate, they said he needs to take the next test, which is like 2 days before ship out.
Right. Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay. Christy.
Christy Hassett with TAMSA, Texans Advocating for Meaningful Student Assessment. We are a parent group that has been around since 2011, advocating for meaningful, age-appropriate assessments. And we're still here. We actually get emails all the time trying parents with concerns of age appropriateness is one of the top concerns that they have. We definitely agree that high stakes has not been the catalyst to change reading within Texas, and we advocate for the removal of high stakes. Actually, as a side note, I'm sitting in here waiting, and I'm getting 2 notifications on my cell phone from my child that's got 2 different tests, grades that have come in. We as parents want assessments. We're not against assessments. We want meaningful, age-appropriate assessments. So a few of the challenges that we have been notified of over the years on the different levels or different kinds of age appropriateness issues that parents have seen. The rewriting of English 1 and English 2 EOCs. So there are lots of districts that had the rewrites on the scoring of EOCs back in 2016. 2017 poet Sarah Holbrook said she could not answer the questions of her own poem within the STAAR test that year, which is an issue for most of us parents. Of course, the studies that we've referenced before in previous sessions that you heard about earlier, cultural bias is definitely one of the things that is definitely still prevalent. I know TEA tries to address this, but I've got one of the examples in the packet that I have handed out to you that shows an example of a bias that is still prevalent. That's actually even time sensitive because the cartoon that they referenced was put out well before the students taking the tests were even born. One of the things that we found on the TEA's website itself, a lot of the issues that we've been having today, post-equating. So TEA post-equates the test. After the test, they reevaluate the difficulty level of the test, and in their own instruction manual, it says post-equating might be preferred when changes in item presentation or instructional practice have occurred. So instructional practice could have occurred after. So if our teachers are teaching well, they might need a post-equate and change the test. And so we as parents have an issue with the fact that we want our teachers teaching well, and they shouldn't be dinged if they're teaching well and now the students are getting the content. There's been a lot of talk about the approaches. Passing standard used to be a standard that was on grade level, at minimum on grade level, but it's still on grade level. One of my children has had approaches in the past. We've had conversations at the table. Okay, you need to try harder, you need to do better, what can we do, how can we assist you? So approaches is still on grade level, although we want our children to perform even higher than that. When they're tagged right now with approaches, they do have a remediation, they're pulled out, they have struggling issues, and we as parents really do not like the fact that they are labeled and they absorb that label into themselves with they're just approaching grade level. So that's definitely an issue, that they're miscategorized and they have other issues within the students. We are definitely all in agreement that we need to set expectations, but we also all need to know what those expectations are. One of the other things that we have seen is on the TEA website, they actually did a research study on Lexiles. So TEA has posted on their website on Lexiles, and there's been a lot of talks about Lexiles themselves. And in the study was to determine a mechanism to provide reading levels that can be matched to text on STAAR reading English 1 and English 2 results. So on the TEA's website, they're saying that they're using this Lexiles to match to STAAR reading and to provide Texas with Lexile measures on STAAR reading English 1, English 2 assessments, and develop tables for converting STAAR scores to Lexile measures. So the TEA website says that they're currently doing this. These are some examples of books that actually are correlating to one of the figures that we have. So the top one is actually within the approaches grade level, and it's definitely within the 3rd grade reading. The next one is Hoot, if you've ever heard of Hoot. It's in the meets grade level. It's the old standards. It was not within 3rd grades. When they changed it to the stretch Lexiles, it's now within 3rd grade, but Scholastic says this is usually around 5th to 7th grade reading levels. And then this one is my favorite. It's actually listed as a Lexile on the 3rd grade reading STAAR for 8-year-olds. These are still children who are losing their teeth. They're 8-year-old children. This is Sense and Sensibility. Most 19th century literature, your 8-year-olds are not reading 19th century literature, but it's listed on the high master's level within STAAR. We as parents see this as an issue. Another thing that we've also noticed is that TEA has changed Lexiles. So the TEA says that they're going to keep the performance level standard for 5 years. They are still possibly changing the cut scores, and the Lexile levels have changed since 2016. They've increased in rigor. So if the TEACs are the same and they're on grade level, but they're continuing to increase the Lexile level from year to year within the STAAR, we as TAMSA see a problem with that. We also really want to know how many APAC and TPAC recommendations have been used throughout the years, because they have lots of meetings with TEA, and how many of those recommendations has TEA actually implemented. And so some of the things that we're requesting is to make sure that these are age-appropriate levels for the educational standards and the reading levels. To verify them with educational professionals rather than psychometricians within TEA or anybody else. We want the educational professionals verifying that. Definitely remove the high stakes. I loved your comment about removing of the high stakes, Representative Dutton, because we as parents, they haven't helped us, and so how can we make sure that these are aiding our children? Definitely ask. We've seen a bill that came out. Let's ask for a waiver from the federal DOE and suspend the tests until we can validate these tests for our students, and recalculate the tests of the students who are currently failing, to make sure that the students who are currently labeled as failing can be reassessed in the future. And one last thing, I've seen in the football analogy, I have 3 boys, so we're big football in the house. One of the analogies that was used was that they pretend the refs had gotten together and they said, okay, we're just going to change it. Instead of at the beginning of the field goal or of the end zone, we're just going to make it now you have to pass all the way through and go to the end of the end zone, but they don't tell anybody else. It's kind of how parents feel that they're not describing the new rules that they've set in place. No one else knows, but a few people, so they don't know what target to hit. So that's greatly appreciate all your patience today. Thank you so much for allowing us to come.
You bet. Happy to have you. If there was any questions at all? Okay, we got your recommendations on that. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
I just want to say one last
Oh,
thing.
yes, ma'am, please.
I've mentored in my community for 20 years with parents and teachers, and
Mhm.
stuff, and kids. And I think that if we get rid of these high-stakes testing and all this other stuff, then maybe we could stop putting a label at risk. And remember that these children are never at risk. They're at potential because they're children. It's our right to do that. So I think that might help because my son is suffering from severe depression. So is my other one. And I had a teacher tell me, I know what's wrong with your son. And I said, what? She said, he has no confidence. And it's because of all the testing.
Okay.
So that might be an answer too.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate you all being
Thank
here.
you.
Any questions, Representative Ashby?
I would just comment on that. If you'll stick around,
Yes, sir.
I think you're going to hear a few bills and that might suggest help is on the way. So, thank you.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that is our panels for the day. And I believe there's some, based on, apologize, wasn't here the whole time, but I know some of our takeaways where we're at. Encourage that if we have some ideas and concepts, certainly we're going to hear some today, if we have some ideas and concepts of things that need to be addressed within the current legislative statute, I remind the members of this committee that filing deadline is Friday. And so whatever great ideas that we're going to work through here, and especially if TEA has some fixes along the way, I think that will be very important. Yes, sir. My office will be closed on Friday. I don't know about yours, but I encourage my vice chairman, who just walked out, and the rest of the freshman members of this panel to keep your offices open all day on Friday so you can accept all those bills. Only good bills show up on the last day of bill filing. That's it. Always. Yeah. All right. Let me get my place in history here, and we'll get going. Trying to see what we got. Tony Tinderholt sitting in the audience being a good egg, huh? You learn anything, Tony? All right, good for you. Okay, so now we are going to move into our bill process. And are you coming back, Amy? Let's get Chandler out of the chair and Amy back in the chair, and then we'll get ready to roll. Do I have my bill anywhere with the bill book?
That's what I just asked.
No.
It's somewhere.
Okay, you ready? We are going to do Tony's bill because he's here. So, you ready? 525. All right, the chair lays out House Bill 525 and offers a committee substitute for the measure. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt to explain his bill.
Thank you, Chairman Huberty and members of the Education Committee. I appreciate having the opportunity to lay this bill out. And yes, I did. I learned quite a bit today. We've been watching on TV and learned quite a bit of stuff about testing today. Parents, teachers, administrators, and students have all expressed a desire to lower the burden of high-stakes testing. As a state, Texas administers 22 standardized tests annually. HB 525 would eliminate 5 of those tests, aligning Texas with the minimum standards required under the federal Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA. As substituted, HB 525 would eliminate the following tests: 4th and 7th grade writing STAAR, 8th grade social studies STAAR, English 1 EOC, and United States History EOC. According to a UT Texas Tribune poll taken in February 2017, the #1 way to improve K-12 education in Texas would be to reduce standardized testing requirements. It was rated above increased funding, raising teachers' pay, expanding pre-K, and introducing school choice measures. It's the only solution polled that would save money as well. As legislators, we often make promises to lessen the testing burden on our students. Cutting 5 exams and aligning with minimum standards under ESSA is a great way to fulfill that promise. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I respectfully request the right to close, sir.
All right, thank you. Members, are there any questions? This bill, we've seen this bill before, I know, many times. So, but we're happy to continue having this dialogue and discussion. And I believe you do have some witnesses, and we'll give you the right to
Yes,
question.
sir. Thank you.
You bet. All right. Well, we're going to call them up. Sarah Stevenson, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill. Sarah Stevenson. All right, we're going to show Sarah. Oh, you got to move quicker than that, Sarah.
I just don't even know how to react when I get called.
Well, you stand up and you come and tell us what you want to tell us. Tell us who you are and tell us what you think so great about this bill.
Okay, well, okay. I'm Sarah Stevenson. I'm a lifelong educator who's worked in both private and public Texas schools. High-stakes punitive testing is the tail that wags the dog of public education, and I am in favor of this bill, 525, and any bills, such as Gary Van Dever's, that dial back its outsized influence. The state needs to pursue alternative assessments instead of the STAAR regime. For example, teachers do formative assessments daily in order to check for understanding. Teachers can assess quickly and individually throughout the lesson so as to reteach when necessary or to provide certain students with extra help or even extensions. STAAR does none of this. The STAAR scores are post-mortem. You've heard this before. They are not useful to the learning process. Back in the 1980s, I taught in a Catholic high school with no testing pressure. One particularly bright class wanted to study the Vietnam War as the movie Platoon had just come out. I had the freedom to say, why not? Since I had been a child during Vietnam, I didn't know much myself, so we taught each other together. A highlight was the day we invited fathers who were Vietnam veterans to speak to the class. The question and answer period went on for 3 hours, and yes, we had that flexibility. It was authentic learning at its best. The tyranny of testing in public schools makes these moments more difficult, especially in schools that fear failure. These children are robbed of authentic, engaging learning experiences, which are replaced by boring test prep. Working in my public school each February, I felt sorry for the students who had failed the benchmarks. They were pulled out of class to the library where the teaching assistant would read test passages and choices out loud to kids whose heads kept dropping to the tables. But how can we hold teachers accountable without STAAR? The answer is, and this was in a book, it's by Amanda Ripley. I forgot the name of it. Anyway, I wrote it somewhere else. The answer is respected principals who model educational leadership. These principals are constantly popping into classes for observations at any moment so as to know intimately what is going on in every classroom every day. They set high standards, and the teachers and students rise to meet them. I know because I worked for one. I am in favor of any bills that break the tyranny of testing, freeing teachers to create authentic, engaging lessons so that children will become lifelong, self-motivated learners. And I do remember the name of the book. I'm a librarian. It's The Smartest Kids in the World and How They Got There by Amanda Ripley.
Cool.
And it really, it's just it's a very interesting book, but it really spoke to me about we need the principals to go into the classrooms and to be leaders. It makes so much difference. I was in a wonderful school, O. Henry Middle School, and our teacher, Pete Price, he was amazing, and that's how he did it. He'd just pop in. Come see my book club. What's going on in the library? He would just come in all the time, and we were always on our best behavior.
Thank you.
So that's how to assess it.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right, thanks. I want to go back to as a reminder as we started this, and Sarah, please, you're just the first up, so I think people might have forgot. We have a timer that's up here. It's okay. It's 2 minutes. We gave her a little leeway to go over because she was the first batter up. And you know, if you have written testimony, that's great. We prefer to hear from you from the heart as we go forward through this process. We read a lot of stuff, and so tell us what you think and how much you like Tony's bill. That's what we want to hear. Can you get back my list? Okay, we already heard from Sarah. So what's next? Just give me a hard time. Jennifer Stratton, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill. There's a VC from, where's he from? Hey, how are you? Go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Jennifer Stratton, and I am in favor of HB 525. I realize what I am about to say is sacrilege of the highest order for Texans. Not everything must be bigger in Texas. I'm from Chicago. Forgive me. Federal mandates have laid out exactly what is needed for assessment, for accountability, and that is all we need. I'll say that again. That is all we need. That is all we need for accountability. That is all we need to meet our federal mandates for funding. Why are we going above that? We have heard much testimony today about how these tests aren't really all they're cracked up to be. I commend Representative Tinderholt for putting forward this bill. I just wish that it was 2 years sooner. My daughter Madeline and many members on this panel have heard of the miraculous Maddie Stratton. Maddie Stratton is in 7th grade. She is a child who cannot hold a pencil because of her disabilities. She has been told by Texas Education Agency that she is not disabled enough to sit Star-Alt on a computer and must write. So this spring, her teachers are going to have to become incredibly inventive on how they assist her writing without assisting her taking this test. You guys want to see a good show? I'll let you know when Stiles Middle School is testing Maddie Stratton, and we'll have ourselves a little field trip. Because not only is Maddie Stratton going to have to sit that test, her teachers are going to have to take class time to make it happen, and I, as her mother, am going to have to make sure that she is prepared to take that test. This is a child who is missing 29 genes. She is a genetic anomaly. And if you think that it's easy to test this, let me promise you, my work and her teacher's work is cut out for her. Stop making this harder. It is a very simple answer. Vote for Representative Tinderholt's bill. I am now open to questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Members, do we have any questions for? Nope. It's always good to see you. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. What we got? Daphne Hoffacker? Did I have that right? Testifying for herself, testifying for the bill? Hoffacker? Daphne? Okay, we'll show Daphne not testifying but for the bill. Fatima Menendez, legislative attorney for Maldef, testifying neutrally on the bill. Why is the list not coming up like this?
Chairman Huberty, Vice Chair Bednall, and members of the committee. My name is Fatima Menendez, and I'm a staff attorney with MALDEF. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the House Public Education Committee on HB 525 to eliminate 5 additional tests for evaluating student achievement that are not federally mandated. MALDEF has long warned of the state's over-reliance on state standardized tests and the disparate impact of high-stakes testing on Latino and Black students. MALDEF continues to advocate for the elimination of high-stakes testing for all students and the reduction of standardized testing primarily by limiting testing to mirror only what is required by the Every Student Succeeds Act. As you know, the Every Student Succeeds Act created a federal mandate establishing a minimum number of tests that schools must administer in certain subjects and grades. However, Texas goes beyond those requirements by administering 5 additional tests, which you are familiar with. To be clear, MALDEF does not support the elimination of standardized testing that serves as a diagnostic tool. The state standardized testing system should be formative to ensure that testing is reliable and used as a means to identify where resources are needed. Texas should modify the testing system to improve student learning by monitoring progress and providing teachers and administrators with diagnostic data as opposed to summative standardized testing and high-stakes tests. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Members, questions? Thank you. Jason Vaughn testifying for himself, testifying for the bill.
Hello, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. and to the committee. My name is Jason Vaughn. I am here to testify for the bill. And you've heard from a ton of experts for a very long time today. So you guys, they added so much to this conversation. I was a substitute teacher for a while, so that's really all the thing I can say to add is that I've sat and I've watched students, and I've watched parents, and I've watched teachers, and I've watched administrators be stressed out and stressed out and stressed out and stressed out and stressed out, and not a single person I know is ever been excited for more of these tests. This is a great opportunity to end this. We had the same bill, I believe, last time. It did not make it all the way through. Let's get this done this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. I like brevity. Appreciate you being here. Julia O'Kelly, testifying for, I'm guessing, it says Miss, I'm guessing herself, but I'm going to say Miss for herself, and against the bill.
Correct.
So I'm not sure what that means. Does the Miss mean that's yourself? Or is that
It's just me.
Yeah, right. It's a title. It just comes.
Yeah.
It shows on my screen as what your, maybe you put that in your title or something like that. So
It's a fine question. It's been a long day.
Yes,
I don't
ma'am.
remember.
No worries.
Okay.
No worries. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just tell us who you are.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Julia O'Kelly, and I am here to speak against House Bill 525 regarding the possible elimination of certain state assessments. I've been an educator on middle school campuses for approximately 10 years and taught English, language arts, and reading as both separate subjects of writing and reading, as well as a double-blocked subject of combined content. I hope to be helpful today. I rely heavily on STAAR data that allows each student to demonstrate their understanding on a level platform. As any educator will tell you, one of the first things we can do is address students individually. State data allows for this, and we must not underestimate its value. I urge you to consider their value in addressing unique content and facilitating individualized, data-based instruction. In order to illustrate the value of these assessments, I would like to explain how teachers rely upon the collected data in order to understand how best to teach students and prepare them to be empowered learners. First, let's explore the STAAR writing test. As any ELAR teacher can tell you, although the content assessed on this test is closely related to that seen on the reading test, the two are vastly different in how they evaluate a student's understanding of the English language. While STAAR reading is administered yearly in grades 3 through 8, the writing exam is a much deeper exploration of essential knowledge and skills seen consistently in most other content areas. At any grade level, an ELAR or reading teacher looks back at student performance in order to understand their students' backgrounds. The plentiful data provided by yearly STAAR reading tests provides information regarding reading comprehension and vocabulary. This data allows educators such as myself to isolate specific areas of growth for these reading teaks. The writing test provides a level playing field for all public school students to address an open-ended question and build a constructive argument and/or narrative based on their unique background and experience. Collecting writing samples and evaluating past performances on these tests allow teachers to understand whether or not a student's performance is linked to a language barrier or a specific learning need. We can also gain a greater appreciation for whether or not a student is able to internalize their learning or not. I see my time is up, so I'll just cut it there.
That's okay. I think Representative Meyer would like to ask you some questions.
Sure. Go right ahead.
Ms. O'Kelly, thank you for being here, and because you are my constituent, I'm going to let you to continue your testimony. Finish it up.
Oh, thank you. As
Sure.
your constituent. Okay. In conclusion. Okay.
Literally the only perk. This is all you. I don't know what else there is, but I'm going to give you that.
I'll take it.
Okay, perfect.
In conclusion, this STAAR assessment reflects the data collected over any school year. I have seen the results of individualized and design-centered learning, and STAAR assessments do not disrupt that trend. I know from my classroom that writing assessments like these are, in fact, important. I know my social studies teachers feel the same about their content. These tests measure important things we want to make sure all our kids know before they go to high school. I would also like to add something on a personal note. I have an older brother who was raised in a parochial school, so not a public institution, and so he was not taking these yearly state tests, and by the time he was transferred into public school and those learning gaps were detected, it was a little bit late to catch him up. So I'd urge you to consider that as well on a personal note. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. O'Kelly, for being here. It truly is impactful when folks travel from the district, and certainly coming from Dallas today. We all appreciate it. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. All right, Chrissy Hassett with Tamsa and self testifying for the bill.
Christy Hassett with TAMSA. We are for the bill. We really, really appreciate Representative Tenderholtz filing this again. The only request that we would make is to evaluate how much it would cost to actually keep those additional assessments as optional. We already spent a lot of money on testing. We would have to pay ETS to develop and maintain and all of those kind of things. So how much money would it really be, and how often would those districts use that assessments that if they're optional? So that's the only thing that we appreciate the bill very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it. Members, questions? All right, thank you. Teresa Trevino, physician, and with TAMSA and herself testifying for the bill. I do not see her here. I'm guessing she's gone. So we will show Teresa Trevino for the bill, but not testifying. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to testify on, for, against House Bill 525? If not, I will call on Representative Tenderholt to close on his bill. Yeah, he does. Yeah. I'll withdraw it.
Thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate it, and I close.
Okay. At this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute for House Bill 525, and the House Bill 525 will be left pending. Let's see. Let's go. Is there anybody else showing up? There's nobody else from out of. Yeah. Okay. Well, right. Yeah. So let's just go in order. It's easier. The chair lays out House Bill 671. Recognizes Representative King to explain his measure. You can sit up there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and committee, for allowing me the opportunity to lay out House Bill 671. House Bill 671 will remove the requirement for end-of-course exams and require school districts to administer the SAT, ACT, or the TSI as high school assessment exam in grade 11. This bill would also require districts to provide a class that would prepare students for whichever exam was going to be administered, such as SAT prep. Mr. Chairman, with that, I would take questions or reserve my right to close.
Absolutely. Members, are there any questions for Representative King?
It's complicated.
Yeah, I see that. All right. I don't see any questions for you, but you do have some witnesses. Oh, okay. Andrea Chevalier, Association of Texas Professional Educators, testifying neutrally on the bill. Thank you. Hello. Come on up, tell us who you are and your position on the bill and who you're with.
Andrea Chevalier with Association of Texas Professional Educators, testifying neutral on the bill. Good afternoon, Chairman Huberty and committee members. ATPE recommends that the state reduce testing and the amount of mandated state tests at all school levels, and ATP also recommends that the state allow for appropriate accommodations for English language learners, special education students, and students on a 504 plan or IEP. We want to thank Representative King for his bill and for opening up the conversation of reducing testing, and we definitely want to continue this conversation, especially on how to improve assessment. We just have two concerns with the bill. One is that we prefer using criterion referenced assessments, and the ACT and SAT are norm referenced assessments. And second, we have concerns about appropriate accommodations being provided for English language learners, students under a 504, and students with disabilities. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions? So you don't like those replacements? We've been hearing this kind of stuff for a while. So what? Tell me what bill you're looking for. What test you would be deemed appropriate?
So with a norm reference test, the students are gauged against each other, and so for an alternative test, there are other options out there. ITBS, okay. Iowa Test of Basic Skills, the test that's
tied to. Is it tied to Common Core or not? Give me an option that is not tied to a Common Core test. SAT is actually tied to Common Core, believe it or not. ACT is not.
I would have to get back to you.
Okay.
On
get
that.
Back to me. Okay.
Okay.
right, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, the point would be is that, while I appreciate that if you don't like that test, then you got to give us examples of what you do like.
The TSI is criterion reference, and that's state developed, and it does include science,
Well, he's
I
got
believe.
the TSI, I believe.
Yeah, that's
in
an
his bill.
option on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jill Schott, testifying the College Board, testifying neutrally. I think she's gone. So we're going to see Jill not testifying but neutral on the bill. Christy Hassett, Tamza, and the self testifying neutrally on the bill.
Christy Hassett with TAMSA. We greatly appreciate Representative King's filing this bill. We very much appreciate the intent behind the bill. We actually do like the fact that it's a test that the high school students are often taking anyway, so we really, really appreciate it. We've actually went to go speak with Megan this afternoon, or this morning, and we understand that you're trying to deal with the ESSA requirements, but the reason why we're on the bill is it's still high stakes. And so we would like to remove the high stakes on our children and the cut scores. If ACT and SAT were here, we've also had multiple conversations with them. They don't want high stakes associated with their tests. The tests that they have aren't designed for those purposes. So maybe we could try to figure out a way to meet the ESSA standards while still removing cut scores. So that's the only questions, the only things we have that we would like to change on the test. Or the bill.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, of course, Representative.
I don't disagree with you. I'm trying to, we've heard all day today, and I heard the last 18 months, and frankly for the last 12 years since I've been working on this issue, is nobody asks what your STAAR test score was when you apply for college or when you get a job. But they always ask what your ACT and your SAT.
We appreciate that.
So now I realize what you're saying, and I'm not picking on you. I don't want to split hairs here, but to be clear, the ACT and the SAT are very high stakes because they determine that kid's future in post-secondary education. So I don't disagree with you, but I'm telling you, when you're trying to go to college, that's the test they make you take. So that's where it came from. And then as far as adding the TSI, that's a state standard test that does align with our TEKS, and the bill doesn't work at all without making that an option.
Right.
But to the chairman's, I worry a little bit about adding the SAT too because it is aligned with Common Core, and we don't want that in Texas. So I'm a little more concerned about that than these being high stakes, but I appreciate your comment.
And I definitely understand that you're meaning that they're high stakes. They're not required for graduation. So in the Texas system of public schools, taking the high stakes for graduation away from our students so that they don't have to pass it for graduation. And many colleges have different cut scores. So we don't want a Texas cut score on them when different colleges have different entrance requirements within different, and some don't even require the SAT and ACT at all. So I greatly appreciate the bill and the intent. Thank you.
Now, I don't want the cut score portion of it either. It just kind of comes with the territory on that type of test. But as the chairman asked a witness a minute ago, what test would you suggest? I mean, we're forced by ESSA to administer a standardized test, and we do that. And I believe the cost of the test is somewhere around $91 million a year, but the benefit for all the federal funding we get by following the federal standards, actually, if you add all of it up, it's $10 billion. So we're going to spend the $90 million on a test. I don't particularly care which one, but when the vast majority of our students that are even thinking about college are already taking this one and paying for it, if the state's going to force it, why don't we pay for the one they need? Now, if you get a better test that these colleges will accept, I'm in. But
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, we don't have that, so.
Thank you, Christy.
Okay, thanks.
Teresa Trevino, I know she's not here, but I need to.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh my goodness, I thought you left.
Just walked in.
All right, Teresa Trevino testifying for Tamsa and herself, testifying neutrally on the bill.
Chairman, members, thank you. I want to testify on the bill for TAMSA, and we've been in to talk
with your staff about the bill.
Teresa, you need to tell us who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Teresa Trevino, and I'm representing TAMSA. I just ran in from outside, so.
It's okay.
While we really appreciate the move towards SAT and ACT to be used in schools and TSI, we think that's a great step in the right direction. What we're concerned about are the high stakes and having the commissioners set cut scores and putting them on the high school transcript. The reason being, we're hoping that our kids would take this test more than once and would want to submit their better score. So while we see the need for having college career readiness standards and making sure that we're following ESSA for that, we just want to make sure it doesn't go down the road of more high stakes and chasing yet another test score. But otherwise, we like the fact that you want to use ACT and SAT and TSI. That's it, short and sweet.
Thank you. Okay. Now, is there anybody else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 671? Seeing none, I will now call on Representative Kane to close on House Bill 671.
I close.
This time, House Bill 671 will be left pending. Hey, you got Springer's bill? Who's got Springer's bill? Gary does? Okay. Okay, the chair lays out House Bill 843 and recognizes Representative Van Dever to explain Representative Springer's bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is HB 843 by Representative Springer. And basically, he's saying that currently if a student takes Algebra 2 and English 3, they are not counted towards college, career, and military readiness credit for the school. He had a high school, Jacksboro High School, had 15% of students TSI exempt with Algebra 2 and Algebra 3 end of course exams. Those students did not count towards the accountability rating, and so Jacksboro ISD received a C, and Jacksboro High School met standard. The complaint is that without these students counting towards accountability in a very small school, it can affect the accountability rating for that school. And so his bill basically allows TEA to count those Algebra 2 and English 3 towards college, career, and military readiness.
I see that. I'm just looking at it. Give me a second. Before I continue looking, does anybody else have any questions for him? Hope not. That you don't know how to answer? I'll give you a pass. We'll talk to Representative Springer about this tomorrow. I see some issues with it, but that's okay. Why don't we let you have the right to close, and then you could study it a little carefully, so when we ask you questions, you can properly answer them, right?
Thank you.
I'm just kidding. Jennifer Stratton testifying for herself, testifying against the bill.
Hello.
It's a good thing you like me, Mr. Chairman, is all I'm saying. My name is Jennifer Stratton. I am testifying on behalf of myself against HB 843. As we have heard much testimony today, there are many issues with STAAR testing as used for accountability. Are we certain that adding more to this problem is really a great idea? Especially if we have a wonderful bill like Representative Tinderholtz that would give us accountability at the federal level only. It seems like we are, to borrow a political phrase, wagging the dog. I don't see why this is necessary. I sincerely wish that Representative Springer was here to lay out his bill and defend it. Unfortunately, he is not, and Representative Van Dever, thank you very much for falling on that grenade for us. That is all I have.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay. Yeah, right, exactly. All right. Next up, Daphne Hofecker, testifying for herself, testifying against the bill, and I believe she is not here. Is Daphne here? We will show Daphne not testifying, but against the bill. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on, for, or against House Bill 843? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Van Dever to close on House Bill 843.
I close.
All right. Chair Dutton, yeah. House Bill 843 will be left pending at this time.
All right, the chair lays out at this time House Bill 851 and recognizes author Chairman Huberty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 851 is a bill that builds off legislation that we have passed over the last 2 sessions. In the 84th legislative session, we allowed for the use of individual graduation committees, or IGCs, to evaluate students for graduation who failed to pass one or more of their end-of-course exams. Last session, we extended the sunset for another 2 years to allow more students to take advantage of this opportunity. The alternative for school districts to expire on September 1st, 2019. House Bill 851 removes the 6 expiration days, making the IGC provisions permanent. IGC has been widely supported in public schools by administrators, parents, and students alike. They consider the entirety of a student's work, including scores on college entrance exams, and assign additional remediation as well as the completion of a project or portfolio in the subject when the student fails to pass the end-of-course exam. The latest data released by TEA shows that in the graduation class of 2017, approximately 3.4% of graduates statewide were approved by an IGC. Specifically, of the 14,735 students assigned to an IGC, approximately 77.5% of them were approved for graduation. So the impact of what we've heard from people is that it's just a free pass is not true. Many of those students had language barriers, were students with severe testing anxiety, or had some sort of a learning disability. All students must pass all their courses to graduate. This alternative does not change. HB 851 makes this tool, which allows school districts to better evaluate their students while simultaneously moving away from standardized testing, a permanent option. This is a bill that I've worked on with Kel Seliger over the last several sessions. He has worked on passing it out. We're working through that process right now, but I figured we'd hear it since we're working on testing today. I think this is important. I believe this is unanimously passed out of the House every time that we've had it. We've heard from moms today that think that this is important. And at that, I'm happy to answer any of the members' questions and reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions of Representative Huberty? Not hearing any, we will begin the public testimony on House Bill 851. The chair at this time calls Fatima Menendez, who's testifying for House Bill 851.
I have written testimony that I will also present for Malta, for Texas Hope, and for the San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. All of the written testimony is in favor. Chairman Huberty and members of the committee, my name is Fatima Menendez and I am a staff attorney with MALDEF. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee in support of House Bill 851. This bill would make permanent the provisions of Senate Bill 463, a bill that was passed by the 85th legislature, which expanded on Senate Bill 149, a bill that was passed by the 84th legislature. SB 463 offers alternative student assessment options for high school graduation, but that will expire this year unless the legislature extends it. SB 149 and SB 463 allow access to a Texas high school diploma for a student who falls short of meeting the end-of-course assessment graduation requirements for no more than 2 courses. A student can become qualified to graduate based on the decision of an individual graduation committee. Prior to the passage of SB 149, students were provided no options for obtaining a high school diploma outside of passing standardized high-stakes testing. For decades, MALDEF has testified in the legislature and proven in court that high-stakes testing policies have disparate negative impacts on Texas students, particularly those who are low-income and English learners. Individual graduation committees have shown benefits to Texas students since the passage of SB 149. According to data from the Intercultural Development Research Association, in the 2014-2015 school year, 12,077 students were assigned an IGC. Over half of those students were recommended for graduation. The success of individual graduation committees continues to grow. According to the TEA, in the 2016-2017 school year, 14,735 students were assigned an IGC, as Chairman Huberty cited earlier, and nearly 78% of those students were recommended for graduation. Of those students recommended for graduation, nearly 7,800 students were Latino and approximately 4,500 were English language learner students, 2 student demographics that continue to grow exponentially in our state. If the state allows SB 463 to expire, it will deny diplomas to thousands of students who have otherwise satisfied graduation requirements. MALDEF urges this committee to pass House Bill 851. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, members of Ms. Menendez? Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Menendez.
you.
The chair at this time calls Jackie Benestante. Going once, twice. She is not here. She'll be shown as not testifying, but in favor of House Bill 851. The chair at this time calls Sophie Torres.
That is the San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
She's not here. Okay. She'll be shown as not testifying, but for 851. How about Thelma Ibarra?
That is the Texas Hope testimony.
She's not here and will be shown as not testifying, but for 851. How about Maria Burford?
I don't have that testimony.
Going once, twice. She'll be shown as not testifying, but for 851, House Bill 851. How about Jennifer Rosenbaum? Yeah, she is here. And I probably said that wrong. Rosenboom, isn't it?
I'm Jennifer Rosenboom from Denton. And I apologize, I do not know this process, so this is very foreign to me. Should I be repeating my entire story, hopefully without tears? No. Okay.
No, just you can cut through it right now because I think we got it the first time.
I can add to it?
Well, yes, to some extent.
Okay. So you had asked earlier if they had given IGCs to my son who had 3 EOCs who could not pass. They did. They actually had done 2 of them in order to get him ready for graduation. So those 2 were on their radar, and they worked with him on those.
Are you for the bill?
I apologize. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I am for.
Go ahead, proceed.
He has also asked that I come and speak on his behalf because he also, Lord, has a sister who's a freshman. He also has a brother who's a senior. And that cookie cutter thing is in place in my own family. While he struggled, my senior this year does not. He's fine. My freshman is actually sped. So this is very critical for us and our family. Thank you.
Any questions from Ms. Rosenbaum, members?
Yeah, I have a
There's
question.
one.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman. Ms. Rosenbaum, you mentioned earlier in your first testimony that you had one of these committees, but they were because they can only resolve 2 of the EOC problems and not the third.
Correct.
What was the? Did they have to have a separate committee for each one, or what was the?
So it is my understanding that the IGCs are for 2 EOCs. So it's only when the student can pass 3 of the 5 required, the IGCs come in and will help make sure the 2 are taken care of. But because he can only pass 2, he had 3 to take care of, so they said that they couldn't do anything for the 3rd.
Got it. Okay.
Except retest.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. Rosenbaum, members? Not hearing any. Thank you, Ms. Rosenbaum.
Thank you.
For being here. Chair at this time calls Catherine Wadbrook. She not present. She will be shown as not testifying, but for House Bill 851. How about Gina Edmonds? She is here. Okay.
Chairman Huberty and members of the committee, my name is Jenna Edens, and I'm here as a parent with 2 kids in public school. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and I'm in favor of House Bill 851, the IGC bill. This bill is very important to students like my son, who is at risk of not graduating from high school because of one test. My son is a junior at Westlake High School here in Austin, which is a very highly regarded college prep public high school. He is on track to graduate with a 3.6 GPA and meets all course requirements to graduate on the foundation plan with multidisciplinary endorsement degree. He's a hard worker, despite several learning disabilities, attends class regularly, is involved in extracurricular activities at school, and wants to attend a Texas 4-year public university. He passed the biology and algebra EOC with no problem and plans to take the U.S. history EOC in May. He has not been able to pass the 2 English EOCs, even though he has an overall A average in English. He has taken them 3 times. Over the year, he's received tutoring, accelerated instruction, special reading classes to help his comprehension, None of these have helped him pass. It was during further testing and evaluation that it was determined that he has dyslexia. This is a new diagnosis for him, and at 17 years old, just 2 months ago, we finally have a reason for his EOC failure. Effective methodical dyslexia intervention is a lengthy process that can take up to 3 years. He obviously does not have time to remediate his dyslexia fully since he graduates from high school in 14 months. He needs this IGC as a path to graduation, and these 2 English EOCs are the only thing holding him back. If this bill sunsets, he will have no other avenue to achieve his goal of attending college. Please don't close off this A student's opportunity to fulfill his dreams. Thank you for filing this important piece of legislation. There are many students in Texas with unique stories like my son's who depend on it. Thank you.
Ms. Edens, I think the chairman has a question for you.
Okay.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Can I get? Am I hearing this right? Your son, what district does he go to? School?
Eanes.
Okay, and he's gotten all the way through school without being diagnosed with dyslexia.
Yes.
Which is the reason we have funding for dyslexia in our other bill this time, because clearly it's either, I'm not blaming him, I'm just saying perhaps the school district doesn't have the proper certified people.
To be fair, he went to private school during middle school. But he did go to public Eanes school.
And they didn't, well, let's talk about the private school. They didn't identify them either. He didn't know nothing.
No.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, they knew he had other reading disabilities with comprehension.
Dysgraphia?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Edens, thank you. Chair at this time calls Sherry Hicks, who is testifying in favor of House Bill 851.
Good evening, committee. Chairman Huberty, we just want to, I'm Sherry Hicks, and I'm testifying in favor of the bill on behalf of TAMSA. And we just want to take some time to thank Chairman Huberty for continuing to champion this issue. We know it's come up multiple times, and it has had strong bipartisan support, and that we're hoping that this time we get it through. We think that this bill, as you mentioned when you laid out the bill, is critical for those most vulnerable populations, the SPED students, dyslexia, ELL, and those economically disadvantaged students. So again, real short and sweet, I just wanted to say thank you, and we look forward to seeing this bill move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Any questions, members, from Ms. Hicks? No, thank you very much. Chair at this time calls Morgan Craven.
So what you're getting now is just a policy brief and my written testimony. Thank you. Should I go ahead and start? My name is Morgan Craven. I'm the National Director of Policy for the Intercultural Development Research Association. I'm testifying for HB 851 on behalf of the Texas Latino Education Coalition, which is a collaborative of organizations and individuals who advocate for the rights of Latino students at the local, state, and national levels. So my testimony today focuses on the benefits of IGCs specifically, but there are other measures that we support related to the hearing today, what was discussed in the hearing today, and those are listed in my written testimony. I want to share just a little bit of research about IGCs, which we know have greatly improved opportunities to graduate, particularly for students of color and low-income students. As was discussed, 11th and 12th grade students who do not pass one or two of the end-of-course exams may instead demonstrate subject matter proficiency through an evaluation by an individual graduation committee. And contrary to what some people would believe, IGCs are not simply passing unqualified students. They are doing arguably a more thorough evaluation of the student's mastery of a particular subject. Just to share 2 data points, we know that the vast majority of IGC graduates failed the 2 end-of-course exams that are not required by testing by the federal government, and that's English 2 and U.S. History. Of the IGC graduates failing one high school exit exam, we know that 88% failed either English 2 or U.S. History. In addition, of the 4,510 students failing 2 EOC exams, fewer than 1% failed a combination of exams that did not include either English 2 or U.S. History. We also know from data that IGCs benefit students of color and students from low-income families, and you do have a chart here in the written testimony that shows that 17% of IGC graduates are Black children, 68% are Latino, and 76% are economically disadvantaged. These students are hardworking, they have high expectations for themselves, and they have dreams of contributing to their communities, and they can do that by obtaining a high school diploma through an individual graduation committee. And just to wrap up, to be clear, TLEC does not support the elimination of standardized testing. We understand that standardized testing, when valid and reliable, provides important information for students, parents, and schools. However, Texas has relied too extensively on flawed testing strategies that waste tax dollars. So we urge the state to move forward with evaluation systems like IGCs and pass through House Bill 851 to make them permanent. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, members, for Ms. Craven? I think
Mr.
there's one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just looking at your chart on page 3 about failure by subject or by exam in English 2 being such a large majority of that, of those failures. Do you happen to know, or perhaps Chairman Huberty, about why English 2 seems to be such a stumbling block?
I don't have that information about why that comprises such a huge percent of the failures. I don't know if the chairman does, but I'm happy to get back to your office about that.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from Ms. Craven, members? Not hearing any Ms. Cravens, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair at this time calls Michelle Cavazos. Michelle Cavazos, is she present? Well, she seems to not be present. She will be shown as for House Bill 851. Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 851? Not hearing any, the chair recognizes Representative Huberty to close on his House bill.
Thank you, and I'll answer Mr. Tellerico if I can in the most blunt way possible. I think many people believe it's a impractical and crappy test, but that's a different perspective. You know, when we did this 2 sessions ago, really Senator Seliger was involved in filing this bill, and I went to him and asked to be able to carry it on the House side. We learned a lot about the impact of what the difference of English 1 versus 2 was, especially for dyslexic and dysgraphic students, that it was, I wouldn't say virtually impossible, but very, 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 very difficult to pass it. My own son, it took it, I think, 4 times, English 2 4 times. Ended up getting there finally, but just barely over the hump. But there are students that when you add a combination of those things together, it just becomes very difficult. The comprehension in the paragraphs and things like that has become very difficult. And so, I encourage if you haven't seen English 2 test to read it one time and see if you could pass it right now. And I think if it was given to the majority of the people on this panel, we'd have a pretty tough time. So
take 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, that's right. So I think there's some value in that, and I think while this in the future may not be relevant, I think keeping this permanently in statute, we've talked about sunsetting this again, but we'd like to keep it permanently, but we may make some holistic changes like with what Representative King said. And I don't know if anybody else has any questions, but if not, I close.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 851 without objection will be left pending at this time.
Okay. Let's see here. The chair now lays out House Bill 1244 and recognizes Representative Ashby to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 12. Sorry. Let me turn my microphone in here. Thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 1244 before you this evening. This piece of legislation seeks to ensure that public school students receive an education on one of the most fundamental components of United States history and civics. This bill would help promote greater civics education by eliminating the existing United States history end-of-course exam and replacing it with the civics test administered to individuals applying for United States citizenship. Under this bill, students will be able to take the test at any time after they enter the 9th grade. The test would be administered online, in multiple choice format, and at any point in the school year in the presence of a proctor. Once a student receives a score of 70% or better, they will have fulfilled their graduation requirement for United States history. Under this bill, no test day is required. Rather, the student will take the test whenever the teacher or administrator deems the student is ready, thereby returning control to our teachers and local campus leadership. This change will allow teachers more time to focus on teaching the key events and concepts in United States history and civics without the pressure of teaching to a test on a specific date. Because the test will be administered locally and graded immediately, it can be used for diagnostic purposes that allow for corrective measures to be taken. The student could then take the test again and hopefully avoid the need for summer school or other type of corrective action. Additionally, I would point out the costs associated with the accommodated version of the civics test would offset the savings associated with eliminating this EOC, resulting in a savings to the state of Texas of approximately $1.2 million per biennium. Members, if this bill sounds familiar, it should, because this is a similar piece of legislation that passed out of this committee unanimously last session and received 139 favorable votes on the floor of the House. At that point, I believe I will reserve the right to close, Mr. Chairman.
Beth, thank you very much. Members, are there any questions? And I think your bill last time was House Bill 1776 or something like that, if I remember.
That is correct.
correctly. Yeah, you couldn't get.
Wasn't quite that
You didn't get
clever
that lucky
this time.
You didn't get that
That's
lucky
right.
this time, huh? That's pretty good. Yep, I remember this. Any questions, members? Okay, we have some testimony. We'll give you the right to close. Matt Long testifying for themselves, testifying against the bill. Matt Long, going once, twice. We will show Matt Long not testifying but against the bill. Meredith Norris, Generation Citizen and Self, testifying neutrally for the bill.
Good evening. My name is Meredith Norris. I'm speaking on this bill on behalf of Generation Citizen, a civics education nonprofit organization, and also representing myself and my own experience as a middle and high school history teacher. I want to begin with a deep gratitude to Representative Ashby for introducing this bill and to the committee for offering the opportunity to discuss civics today. On this day, overflowing with discussions around assessment and accountability and funding, I am overjoyed that civics is on the table. For so long, history and social studies and civics have been sidelined. This bill gives me hope because it shows that as a state, we are committed to ensuring that our young people are educated about the structures and functions of our government and that they will graduate civically ready, equipped with the knowledge and skills and motivation they need to be lifelong citizens. The citizenship test is a great start, but I worry that a limited definition of civics, defined only as the content assessed on the citizenship test, falls short of the incredible opportunity that a commitment to civic learning can give us. I urge the committee to take advantage of this moment, to take the conversation surrounding civics beyond a single assessment. In this room today, true civic engagement was on display. We crafted arguments, we listened to each other, we disagreed, we asked questions, we worked together, we referenced evidence to support our claims, all to offer potential solutions to real challenges that we see facing our community. This is real civic engagement, and it's something we can teach our students to be a part of. The power of civics comes not just in our students' ability to demonstrate that they've memorized basic civic knowledge, but in their ability to apply this knowledge to real-world situations like this one. I invite the committee to use this conversation to expand the civics discussion beyond a single assessment and leverage this opportunity to encourage best practices for civic learning in all Texas classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Any questions, members? Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Meredith, how would you differentiate between history and civics as subjects, briefly?
As a history teacher, I know that history goes beyond just things that you've memorized, dates, times, events. It's really understanding how all of those different pieces fit together, different ideas that have shaped our civilizations over time, have created the country and the community we live in today. And we learn from the past in order to take action in the present. So I really see civics as an opportunity to take what we know about our government, what we know about how we view the world and the systems we've created, and really put that into our lives today. Civics should be one of the most relevant and powerful subjects that students experience in school.
I agree.
I have a quick question for you. I read your statement here and listened to you, and you're testifying neutrally on the bill. And the premise, I believe, behind that is because you're saying that we, a Generation Citizen, appreciative of having the civics test. We applaud you, thank Representative Ashley to discuss this legislation, blah, blah, blah. So it sounds very positive, and it goes through the reasons you're not. So I think what I'm hearing is that you're okay with the legislation. You like the bill, you like the legislation, you like this, but you want more money for civics and other things, right, in addition to that, which is not part of this bill today, but you're saying, you know, make sure that you fund that on a go-forward basis. Do I have that right?
That's a great summary. I would encourage the committee, if we're passing this bill, to also consider other ways we can ensure civic learning is happening.
I believe that they believe they are, and I'm just trying to help Representative Ashley here for a second, but I believe we are.
Good. Good.
But this you know, many pieces of legislation become standalone pieces of legislation. Sure. And so I just want you to think. I mean, I think you think about it this way: is that, you know, many of the pieces of legislation that we do in this committee go to a point, and there's other things that do that. And yes, I agree. We'd like to have everything all together, but we also like to get our legislation passed, and it's very positive, in a positive, meaningful way. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm not trying to talk you into it. I'm just making the point that, you know, it sounds like you are for the bill, but you are neutral on the bill because you want more than just what the bill offers.
And as a former teacher, I know if I had seen this standalone bill without any other conversation around civics happening, I would have felt disappointed.
I see. Okay, I tried, Ashby, so.
Appreciate it.
That's okay. All right, buddy.
Pay for effort.
Yeah, that's right, man. All right.
Thank you.
See you later. All right, Nathan, Dr. B. Balsa-Brahmanian. I really screwed that out. I'm so sorry if you're here. Balsa-Brahmanian. Okay, independent school practitioner testifying for the bill. We will show Nathan not here, but testifying for the bill. Laura Yeager, Vertamza, Texans advocating for meaningful student assessment and self, board member testifying neutrally on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Huberty and committee, and thank you, Representative Ashby. I'm testifying on House Bill 1244 for TAMSA the same way we testified on a couple years ago. The reason is I'd love to be able to support it. We advocate for reducing standardized testing to no more than federally required. No social studies is required. And we also, for the last 8 years, have been arguing against high stakes or having to pass any set test. When we started this 8 years ago, there were 26 tests with high stakes. Now we're down to 12. So we are moving in the right direction. But this is a personal one for me, which is why I wanted to testify. I'm the founder and director of Texas Educators Vote, and nobody cares more about civic engagement than I do, and about educators modeling it for students, and I love civic engagement. And I love the work Meredith has done with Generation Citizen. My youngest daughter is a junior in high school. She did that program, and now she's spearheaded an effort to advocate for funding our schools. So it's great. It's fantastic. I would love to see you replace the word assessment with curriculum. In fact, across my desk this morning, I think Representative Tallarico may have filed a bill that focuses on the civics curriculum. So while in spirit we love the mission, I'd like to see the curriculum because they would have to teach it, but not the assessment. So thank you. I'm happy to work with anybody on the bills, and if you have any questions.
All right, same questions. Any questions for her? But same questions for you. So let me get this right. So you do or do not appreciate the fact of going from U.S. history to the civics?
So
I want to talk about curriculum. I want to talk about tests for a second.
If I personally had to pick one or the other, I'd pick the civics test. I think they're going to learn both either way, but as TAMSA, we don't think they should have to do either one.
Okay.
We'd love to see him get rid of U.S. history and teach civics and say if you want to take that test, it's fantastic, but not require it for graduation.
So, but let me ask you
So
this.
I'm leaning the other way.
Yeah, right. But, okay, so I'm going to go off on a limb here for one more second for you. Do you believe that people coming to our country that want to be U.S. citizens should take a civics test?
I think they should know about our country, and I think
So
we
you
all
don't-
should.
No.
Yeah.
So the answer is you don't
I
think...
guess yes. I don't know. I mean, I've been studying this stuff forever. I hate to venture a commentary. I think people should learn about the government and be engaged and vote. I took that civics test once when you proposed it last time, and I did pretty well. I was surprised. I was a government major. I don't know if their citizenship should be based on knowing the answer to those multiple choice questions. I tend to find these tests are not always valuable.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, so I think I got the answer that I wanted. So, my comment to you as we go through the rest of this session with all the TAMSA people that are up here, do not let the perfect get in the way of the good.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's why we are on and not for.
I understand you. I'm not sure if you heard me. Don't let the perfect get in the way of the good.
And we did not go against. I
know,
hear
but
you.
we've
I
been-
do.
We've
and
seen
this
a
is
lot
hard.
we're getting neutral. We're getting a lot of neutrality from you, and that to me says that you can't make a decision one way or the other. And we're happy to have you at the table. We want you at
Right.
the table.
It's just hard to say we're for it when we're trying to get to the federally required number. If we were not, and if we were not free to do that, we would say go for it.
I understand,
So
but
it's
I
a
understand.
little catch. What is it? 22.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Talbot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for bringing up our civics curriculum bill, which we'll be talking about tomorrow. But I also just wanted to mention that I'm a co-author of Representative Ashby's bill. I think as a standalone, it's very strong and a good step forward.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1244? Seeing none, we'll let Representative Ashby close on House Bill 1244.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Appreciate your time, and I close.
All right, this time House Bill 1244 will be left pending. Okay, I think we got one last bill.
Bring us home.
All right, Chair lays out House Bill 1480 and offers a committee substitute for the measures. Any objection? The Chair hears none, so ordered. The Chair now recognizes Representative Van Deaver to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to apologize up front for a little bit of a lengthy layout, but this is a fairly complex bill. It has a lot of moving parts, and so I do want to go through it fairly thoroughly. I want to make it clear that this bill is not a reaction to what we've just heard all afternoon, all evening about the STAAR test. This is a measured, necessary, long-coming approach to improving the testing system and restoring the confidence that's been lost. What this bill does, it seeks to decrease the number of tests closer to the federal minimum by removing the social studies test and the U.S. history assessments, as well as the currently optional English 3 and Algebra 2 end-of-course assessments. It removes the requirements for students to pass a standardized test in order to be promoted to the next grade level, which is something we've heard a lot about today. It adopts accelerated learning committees to replace grade placement committees and redesigns these committees to be flexible and under local school board control. It provides accelerated instruction structure to take place to bring the student up to the appropriate grade level by the conclusion of the subsequent year. It instructs the commissioner to design the testing calendar with input from school districts, and the test will take place at a time that minimizes disruption of classroom instruction, maximizes available instructional time, and occurs as close to the end of the school year as possible. And it capitalizes on the strength of each role an adult may play in the testing process, whether they are a teacher, a parent, an administrator, or a member of the state level agency, in order to help the child be successful in all ways, not just on standardized tests. The committee substitute adds a section that to describe the accelerated learning committee policies that will be established by the Board of Trustees of the school district. These policies must specify the composition of a committee, the frequency of committee meetings during the school year, the agenda, content, and purpose of the meetings, objectives and goals of educational plans, methods for measuring the efficacy of the program, and it adds that the commissioner shall adopt an assessment schedule with input from the appropriate stakeholders. It adds that the assessment instruments cannot be held later than the second week of May, and it establishes that the commissioner must implement the changes in time for the 2019-2020 accountability rating period. It also stipulates that the commissioner shall determine a method for appropriately crediting a student for growth based on the student's performance, including the student's master's grade level performance on a sub-student assessment. And members, I will note that the fiscal note on this bill is a positive, for the biennium, is a positive $9,440,000 due to the test we are eliminating. So with that, I would like to reserve the right to close. Be happy to answer any questions.
No problem. Members, questions for Representative Van Dever? Representative, I believe this is similar to what you did last session.
This is somewhat of a rewrite of House Bill 515 from last session.
From last session, that's right. What happened to that bill last session?
We passed that bill out of this committee. We passed that bill out of the House, and unfortunately, it met its demise over in the Senate.
How are we going to do this time?
We're much more collegial this session.
I see.
And,
you're going to be nicer to your Senate colleagues over there?
I have confidence that we're going to get
Who's
this
your
bill
senator
across.
over there?
Senator Hughes is my senator.
Does he like this bill?
We think we can.
Well, we'll make sure if he's got something coming over here, we'll make sure that we like his bill first.
Again, we're collegial. Yeah.
Representative Hughes, that he did grow up in the House, so that he's going to be nice to you.
That's right.
So, all right. Yeah. Yeah, see, we'll send Mary over there.
Okay, good.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, you do have some witnesses. Mark Terry, Deputy Executive Director, Texas Elementary Principals and Supervisors Association, testifying for the bill. Mark Terry, I believe he is gone. We will show Mark not testifying but for the bill. Eleanor Sanford-Moore, Senior Vice President, MetaMetrix, Inc., testifying. I knew she's gone. She's definitely gone. Neutral on the bill. We will show her not testifying. Jennifer Stratton, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill. Jennifer is here.
Last one, I promise, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it's the last bill of the night, so there you go.
There you are.
You can count. Good. Go. Tell us who you are.
I am Jennifer Stratton. I am gratefully in favor of HB 1480. Representative Van Dever, my son has texted me and has offered himself as tribute. If you need a golf buddy to take Senator Hughes out, the lad is shooting in the mid-40s on 9 holes as an 11-year-old. He's happy to help. Speaking of my son, Jack Stratton, he is a rock star 5th grader. He is in gifted and talented classes. He reads at an 8th grade level, and he has made the all-A honor roll since he was in the 3rd grade. He is a leader in his school, and he also knows that come May, none of that matters if he doesn't pass the STAAR test. Unconscionable. This is a child with a bright future. I personally have absolutely no fear that Jack Stratton will ace that test with flying colors, but he shouldn't have to worry about it. How do we get rid of that? Gee, I don't know. Let's get rid of high-stakes testing and open up our kids to whatever opportunity is available to them and actually fix the testing system in Texas. This is the 3rd session I have sat before this committee and talked about STAAR testing. I'm sure that you guys are getting tired of me. Or maybe you're just really entertained by my stories. I know that I am... Thank you, Chairman. I know that I am tired of saying the same thing over and over again. We have a great opportunity here. Let's go use it. I am now open to questions.
Any questions for Jennifer? All right, thank you for being here. Go home, see your family. Rhonda McGahee, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill. Is Rhonda here? Rhonda, going once, twice. All right, so we'll show Rhonda not testifying but for the bill. Dr. Christy Morgan, Assistant Superintendent, Sunnyvale ISD, Texas Association of School Administrators, and self, testifying for the bill. Christy is here. Come on down. Hello.
Hello, good evening. It's been quite a day, an entertaining day. I am Dr. Christy Morgan. I'm Assistant Superintendent in Sunnyvale ISD, and I am also representing the Texas Association of School Administrators. I am testifying for 1480 as I feel that components of this bill have the ability to bring about bring about 4 positive changes. One, the establishment of the accelerated learning committees keeps the local process in place. Our school boards can really work toward developing individualized learning plans for students rather than a punitive approach of using a retesting model. The reduction of the high stakes assessments, we've talked a lot about that today. Elimination of that social studies assessment is a step in the right direction. We would love to increase the authenticity of our assessments and to really keep assessment and instruction closely aligned, and that's best done outside of the high stakes arena. The third thing it does is it does enhance our assessment calendar development process by requiring input from educators. We had a few scares this year when the assessment calendar first came out, and the STAAR test next year, we're going to be in the 3rd and 4th week of May. People had already established their calendars, and there was a little bit of panic. So we did reach out to Commissioner Morath, and there were some changes made. But to put that in process would be helpful. And then I really want to spend a little bit of time talking about the substitute assessments. I think addition of the TSI instrument offers a more cost-effective option for districts if they wanted to use a substitute assessment. But then I feel like if kids are achieving to where they would be able to receive a college readiness distinction, they should not only count as meets in the accountability system, there should be a master's designation as well. And so really when you look at this bill as a whole, it brings about those 4 positive changes. Question?
Any questions? I don't think so. Thank you for sticking around all day.
Yes,
It was
no
entertaining.
problem.
It was entertaining today.
It was entertaining. I enjoyed it.
All right, good deal. All right, Molly Perry, Chief Administrative Officer, College Station ISD, and self-testifying for the bill. Hello.
Good evening. I am Molly Perry, and I'm proud to serve as the Chief Administrative Officer for College Station ISD, and I'm here this evening to testify for House Bill 1480. As I reviewed the contents of the bill, there are a number of components that would have positive effects on students and educators across our state, especially due to its de-emphasis on standardized assessment. Because I do have a brief time with you all, though, I would like to focus my remarks this evening on the implementation of accelerated learning committees as a replacement for our current system where students are retained based upon the performance on assessments. Right now, we have to retain students by statute in grades 5 and 8 if they fail to perform satisfactorily on reading and math assessments. As we know, research tells us that retention has potentially harmful effects. Retention can be associated with increased rates of dropout, as well as have a negative impact on a student's social relationships. The interesting fact, though, is that we rarely actually use this statute to retain students. In fact, in the 17-18 school year, according to the Texas Academic Performance Report, only 2 to 4% of students who did not pass these assessments were actually retained. So the accelerated learning committees are a better way. By shifting the focus from instruction to learning and allowing local community committees who know students and know instruction and know resources that are available to support students in developing a plan over a long-term period, we can expect to see better outcomes for students. Additionally, by not having a first administration earlier, students would have an additional month of instruction prior to testing. By adding 3rd grade, we expand the emphasis to early learning. And this creates a process where we can really, truly focus the needs of the children first in our local schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Appreciate it. Members, any questions for Ms. Perry? No. Thank you. All right. Thanks for being here. Michael Lopez, a 2nd, 3rd, and 5th grade teacher testifying for themselves, testifying neutrally on the bill. Michael Lopez.
Mr. Lopez had leadership.
All right. Thank you. All right, well, good for him. Thank you. We'll show Michael not being here but testifying neutrally on the bill. Sherry Hicks, Texas, advocating for meaningful student assessments, testifying for the bill. Did Sherry leave? Hello? Going once, twice, gone. We will show Sherry not testifying but for the bill. Michelle Cavazos, Chief Officer for School Leadership, Texas Urban Council and Texas Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, testifying for the bill. Do we have Michelle here? Is Michelle here? We do not see Michelle here. Okay. Is there anyone else here wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1480? Seeing none, at this time the chair withdraws the committee's substitute for House Bill 1480, and the chair now recognizes Representative Van Deaver to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to lay this bill out, and appreciate your consideration, and look forward to working with all of you to get this one across the finish line this time.
You bet.
Thank you.
Bet. Well, tell Brian Hughes we'll have a conversation. Mary's coming to have a conversation with him, so.
I'm on my way.
She'll be over there shortly to get that done, so he needs to be picking this bill up and getting it done for us. All right, is there any other business that we have to discuss at this particular time? I am thinking about having a formal meeting to vote some of the bills out that we've heard. It sounds like a fantastic idea, right, Mary? I don't know what Ashby or Representative Van Deaver or King think about that, but I'm sure they're probably positive, and Dr. Allen as well, that have bills in the committee, including myself. I'd like to start getting stuff moving and getting it up to calendars so that we can start, getting we have a lot of bills that have been referred to us that we need to hear. Some are good, some are bad, some will be heard as they are asked for hearings as we go forward. But I'm trying to plan. We are not going to be here on Thursday, is my belief, meaning in session on Thursday. So if we can get it prepared, we will do I would have to suspend during, I'd have to suspend to do a formal hearing to vote yes on the floor, yes, to have a vote. Yes, you do, on the floor. I'd have to have a vote. I'd have to. A formal meeting? Yeah, I can't. No, yeah, you got to do it on the floor, don't you? Did I just forget the process here? She's telling me no.
It's 2 hours, or you can announce from the floor.
That's what I'm saying, but I normally announce it from the floor.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you know what? Don't listen to her for a second. Even though she's right, it's here's what I'm thinking is that let us look tonight and see are you guys amenable to that? Do you want to keep studying stuff? Maybe we'll put the list out of what we have available. Let us know what you're thinking about, where you're not. I just don't want to force something down your throats tomorrow. But I think there's some bills that perhaps we'll pick to get moving and get them out of here. So, does anybody hate the ideas Amy just asked me? Okay, so let's do this. We're going to look at this tomorrow, and I will let you know. My guess would be if we could get it together, we'd be ready by, after adjournment, which might be around 1 o'clock-ish, and then you can get out of town if you're going home. Okay, does that sound good? All right.
Oh, next week it's going to be Tuesday and
Yes, thank you. Good point. So next week, we are going to meet on Tuesday to talk about the school finance plan, and then we are going to meet, and we will stay here until everybody wants to talk to us about it. And then on Wednesday, we are going to meet, and I know some of you have some Wednesday meetings, and I understand that. On Wednesday, we're going to meet to have other pieces of legislation being considered. I'm concerned about, because we're going to have to take a couple weeks, 2 to 3 weeks on the school finance bill, that if we don't do anything else, it hurts a lot of people that have filed legislation. So I think if you're okay with that, and we'll make sure that if you got other pieces of legislation that have been filed, that your bills will be heard next week as well. So I'm sure everybody will be okay with that as we go forward. So, okay. All right. Anything else? All right. At this time, the Committee on Public Education stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.